Chapter 1, October 10th, 1990. Cat, wake up. We have a heart. Cat Delaney slogged through the mire of drug-induced sleep toward the shore of consciousness. Opening her eyes, she attempted to focus on Dean. His image blurred at the edges, but his smile was wide, bright, and distinct. "We have a heart for you," he repeated. "For real?" she asked, her voice raspy, weakened. She'd entered the hospital with the understanding that she would leave either with a transplanted heart or in a hearse. "The retrieval team is winging it here as we speak." Dr. Dean Spicer turned away from her to address other hospital personnel who'd accompanied him into the ICU. She could hear his voice, but his words seemed meaningless. Was she dreaming? No, Dean had clearly stated that a donor heart was on its way, a new heart for her, a life. Suddenly, she experienced a greater burst of energy than she'd felt in months. She sat bolt upright in the hospital bed and jabbered to the nurses and technicians who swarmed around her, brandishing needles and catheters with which to poke and probe her. The medical violation of tissue and orifice had become such an everyday occurrence that she barely noticed it. Over the past few months, enough body fluids had been withdrawn from her to fill an Olympic-sized swimming pool. She'd lost a significant amount of weight, and very little flesh remained on her petite skeleton. "Dean, where'd he go?" "Here I am." Her cardiologist shouldered his way to her bedside and clasped her hand. "I told you we'd get you a heart in time, didn't I? Don't be smug. You doctors are all alike, cocky asses. I resent that." Dr. Jeffries, the cardiac surgeon who had performed the transplant, ambled into the room as though he were taking a casual evening stroll in water. He perfectly fit the stereotype to which Cat had referred. She acknowledged his talent, trusted his ability, but despised him personally. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "Shouldn't you be in the OR sterilizing your instrument?" "Is that a double entendre? You're supposed to be the genius. You figure it out." As disagreeable as ever, "Who do you think you are, a TV star?" Precisely, unflappable. The surgeon turned to the senior ICU nurse. "Does this patient have a fever?" "No." "Head cold virus, infection of any kind?" "What is this?" Cat demanded in annoyance. "Are you trying to back out of it? Want the night off, doctor? Made other plans? Just checking to make sure you're okay?" "I'm okay. Get the heart, cut me open, and make the switch." "Anesthesia is optional." He turned and sauntered out. "Arrogant ass," she muttered. "Better not call him names," Dean said, chuckling. "He'll come in handy later on tonight. How long do we have to wait?" "A while." She hounded him to be more specific, but that was all he would say. Encouraged to rest, but charged by adrenaline, she remained wide awake, watching the clock as the hours slowly passed. She wasn't as nervous as she was excited. News of the impending transplant made its way through the hospital. Grapevine, organ transplants were fairly commonplace, but they still inspired awe, especially heart transplants. During the night, well-wishers popped into her room. She was given a bath in iodine, which was sticky and nasty and turned her skin an obnoxious gold. She choked down her first dose of cyclosporin, the vital anti-rejection drug. The liquid had been mixed with chocolate milk in a vain attempt to cover its olive oil taste. She was still complaining about it when Dean rushed in with the news she'd been waiting to hear. "They're en route to the hospital with your new heart. Ready? Is the Pope Catholic?" He leaned down and kissed her forehead. "I'm going down now to scrub. I'll be there with Jeffries the whole time, watching over his shoulder." He paused. "I'll be with you every step of the way." She grabbed his sleeve. "When I wake up, I want to know immediately if I've got a new heart, of course." She'd heard of other transplant patients who had been informed that a suitable heart had been harvested. A man she knew had even been prepped for surgery and put under anesthesia. Upon the heart's arrival, Dr. Jeffries had inspected it and declined to transplant it, saying it wasn't good enough. The patient still hadn't recovered from the emotional setback, which was worsening his critical heart condition. Now, with surprising strength, Cat clutched the sleeve of Dean's Armani jacket. "The second I come out of it, I want to know if I have a new heart." "Okay," he covered her hand with his and nodded. "You have my word." "Dr. Spicer, please." A nurse beckoned. "See you in the OR, darling." After his departure, everything moved with remarkable swiftness. Kat gripped the side rails of the gurney as she was whisked along the corridors. When the gurney burst through the double doors, she wasn't prepared for the blinding glare of the operating theater, where the masked personnel moved about with speed and purpose, everyone intent on his or her duty. Looking beyond the lights suspended over the operating table, Kat saw faces peering down through the glass that enclosed the observation gallery. I see, I've drawn quite a crowd. Do those people up there have tickets and printed programs? Who are they all? Hey, somebody say something. Am I the only one here who speaks English? What's that you're doing over there? One of the figures wearing scrubs and a mask groaned. Where's Dr. Ashford coming? The anesthesiologist said as he breezed in. Thank God you're here. Knock her out so we can get some work done, will you? She's a blabbermouth, a real pain in the butt. Kat took no offense, knowing none was intended. The eyes above the masks were smiling. The mood in the OR was upbeat. She preferred it that way. If you guys are always insulting the patients, it's no wonder you wear masks to conceal your identities. Cowards! The anesthesiologist moved into place beside the table. I understand that you're a little hyper and causing quite a ruckus, Miss Delaney. This is my big scene. I'll play it the way I want to. You're going to be great. Have you seen my new heart? I'm not in on all the good stuff. I just passed gas. Relax now. He swabbed the back of her hand in preparation for an IV needle. You'll feel a little prick? I'm used to little pricks. Everyone laughed. Dr. Jeffries approached with Dean and Dr. Sholden, the cardiologist, to whom Dean had referred her when he withdrew as her physician. For personal reasons. How are we doing? Dr. Jeffries asked. Your script needs work, Doctor, Kat said scornfully. How are we doing should be my line. We've examined the heart, he replied calmly. She caught her breath expectantly, then frowned up at him. We use these pregnant pauses in the soaps all the time to build suspense. It's a cheap shot. Tell me about the heart. It's beautiful, Dr. Sholden said. It looks terrific. Has your name on it? From the corner of her eye, she noticed a group of OR technicians fussing over a cooler. When you wake up, it'll be beating inside your chest. Dean said, ready? Dr. Jeffries asked. Was she ready? Naturally, she'd had some misgivings when the idea of transplantation had first been broached, but she'd thought all her doubts had been allayed by now. She'd gone into a slow decline shortly after Dean had first diagnosed her heart problem. Medication had been a temporary remedy for her profound fatigue and lack of energy, but as he told her, ultimately there was no cure for her condition. Even then, she'd refused to accept the severity of her illness. Only when she began to feel truly sick, when taking a shower became an ordeal and eating a plate of food was strenuous exercise, had she acknowledged that her heart condition might be terminal. I need a new heart. Until she made that bold announcement to the television network executives. They had been unaware of her illness. The cast and crew of the daytime soap opera passages with whom she worked every day had never seen the telltale pallor beneath her makeup. They, along with the network hierarchy, went into a predictable state of denial. None wanted to believe that Kat Delaney, winner of 3 Emmy Awards, their star, whose Laura Madison character was pivotal to the storyline of passages, was that sick. With their unstinting support and using her acting skills and ebullient personality, she continued to work. But it had finally reached a point where, no matter how determined she was, she could no longer keep pace with her demanding schedule, and so she had taken a leave of absence from the show. As her health continued to deteriorate, she lost so much weight that her legion of fans wouldn't have recognized her. Dark circles ringed her eyes because she couldn't sleep, even though she was perpetually exhausted. Her fingers and lips turned blue. The tabloids reported that she was afflicted with diseases ranging from German measles to AIDS. Ordinarily, that kind of cruel media exploitation would have angered and upset her, but she had lacked the energy to let it. Instead, she ignored it and concentrated on surviving. Her condition became so perilous, her depression so abject that One afternoon, she said to Dean, "I'm so tired of being this weak and useless, I'd just as soon the credits roll." Dean rarely honored her comments on death, even her joking ones, but on that particular day he sensed her need to speak her haunting thoughts aloud. "What's on your mind?" "I have daily conversations with death," she admitted softly. "I bargain with it. Every day at sunrise I say, 'Let me have one more day, please. Just one more.' I mark everything I do as possibly being for the last time. Is this the last time I'll see rain, eat pineapple, hear a Beatles song?" She looked up at him. "I've made my peace with God. I'm not afraid of dying, but I'd rather it not be painful and frightening. When I do check out, what will it be like?" He didn't glibly dismiss her concerns, but rather answered her honestly. "Your heart will simply stop beating, Kat. No fanfare, no drum roll, nothing. It won't be traumatic like a heart attack. There'll be no preliminary tingle in your arm. Your heart will simply quit." Yes, that conversation had taken place only a few days ago. Now, by a quirk of fate, her future had reversed direction and was moving toward life, but it suddenly occurred to her that in order for her doctors to install her new heart, they had to cut out the old one. It was a chilling thought, while she deeply resented the malfunctioning organ that for the past 2 years had assumed control of her life. She also had an inexplicable fondness for it. True, she was eager to be rid of her sick heart, but she thought that everyone seemed obscenely cheerful about removing it. Of course, it was too late to start entertaining qualms. Besides, this surgery was relatively simple compared to other open heart procedures. Clip, remove, replace, suture. During her wait for a donor, the transplant team had invited her questions. She'd engaged them in extensive discussions and had soaked up volumes of information gleaned on her own. Her support group, comprised of other heart patients awaiting transplant, had exposed and shared their fears during the meetings. Their exchanges were interesting and thought-provoking because organ transplant was a multifaceted issue riddled with controversy. Opinions varied according to the individual and took into account emotions, spiritual convictions, moral issues, and legal implications. During the months of waiting, Kat had sorted through all the ambiguities and was comfortable with her decision. She was well acquainted with the risks involved and was prepared for the horrors awaiting her in the recovery ICU. She accepted the possibility that her body might reject the heart, but her only alternative to the transplant was certain death and soon. Given that there really wasn't any choice, "I'm ready," she said confidently. "Oh, wait, one more thing. While I'm under, if I begin composing odes to my personal vibrator, everything I say is a lie." Their laughter was muffled by their masks. Seconds later, the fluid warmth of anesthesia began stealing through her, spreading a silky lassitude. She looked at Dean, smiled, and closed her eyes for what might be the last time, and just before unconsciousness seized her, she had a final thought that flared once, brilliantly, like an exploding star an instant before disintegration. Who was my donor? Chapter 2, October 10th, 1990. "How can divorce be more sinful than this?" he asked. They were lying on the bed she normally shared with her husband, who was presently working his shift at the meat-packing plant. Because of a leak in the gas line, their office building had been evacuated for the remainder of the day. They were taking advantage of the unexpected holiday. The small, cluttered bedroom was redolent with the steamy essence of sex. Sweat was drying on their skin, assisted by the ceiling fan that slowly circled overhead. The sheets were damp and tangled. The window shades were drawn against the afternoon sun. Scented candles burned on the nightstand, casting flickering light over the crucifix hanging against faded floral wallpaper. The somnolent atmosphere was deceiving. They were on a deadline, their time was limited, and they were frantic to wring from it every ounce of pleasure. 2 daughters would be returning home from school shortly. She hated to waste the precious moments they had remaining on this recurring and painful disagreement. This wasn't the first time he'd implored her to divorce her husband and marry him. But she was Catholic. Divorce was not an option. "I'm committing adultery. Yes," she said softly, "but my sin affects only the 2 of us. We're the only ones who know about it, besides my priest. You've confessed our affair to your priest? Until my confessions became repetitious. I no longer go to confession. I'm too ashamed. She sat up and moved to the edge of the bed, facing away from him. Her heavy dark hair clung damply to her neck. The cheval glass in the corner mirrored his view of her, her unblemished back, tapered at her waistline before gracefully flaring into her hips. She had twin dimples in the small of her back. She was critical of her body, believing that her hips were too wide, her thighs too heavy. But he seemed to like the lushness of her form and the duskiness of her skin. It even tasted dusky, he'd told her once. Pillow talk whispered in the heat of passion meant nothing, of course. Nevertheless, she had cherished his praise. He stretched out his hand and stroked her back. Don't be ashamed of what we do. It destroys me when you say you're ashamed of our love. The actual affair had begun 4 months ago. Prior to that, they'd spent several agonizing months wrestling with their consciences. They worked on separate floors, but had seen each other in the elevators of the office skyscraper. They had first met in the basement commissary when he accidentally backed into her, causing her to spill her coffee. They'd smiled at each other with chagrin while exchanging apologies and names. Soon they coordinated their lunch hours and coffee breaks. Meeting in the commissary became a habit, which then evolved into a necessity. Their well-being depended on seeing each other. Weekends seemed torturously long, eternities to be endured until Mondays, when they could meet once more. They both began working overtime so they could capture a few moments alone before departing for home. One evening, as they were leaving together, it began to rain. He offered to drive her home. She shook her head. I'll take the bus like always, but thank you anyway. Gazing at each other with regret and longing, they said good night and parted. Clutching her handbag against her chest with one hand and holding an insufficient umbrella with the other, she dashed through the downpour to the corner bus stop. She was still huddled there in her thin coat when his car pulled to a stop at the curb. He rolled down the passenger window. Get in, please. The bus will be here soon. You're getting soaked. Get in. It's only a few minutes late. Please. He was pleading for more than the privilege of driving her home, and they both knew that. Unable to resist the temptation, she slipped inside when he pushed the car door open for her. Without another word, he drove to a remote spot in the municipal park a short distance from downtown. No sooner had he cut the motor and turned to her than they began kissing hungrily. With the first touch of his lips, she mentally abandoned her husband, her children, and her religious convictions. She was governed by carnal demands, not the mores she had been espousing since she was old enough to discern right from wrong. Impatiently, they grappled with buttons and zippers and hooks until they had loosened their damp clothes and were touching skin to skin. First his hands and then his mouth did things to her she found both thrilling and shocking. When he entered her, her conscience couldn't be heard above his ardent professions of love. That initial passion hadn't abated. If anything, it had escalated during their stolen hours together. Now she turned her head and looked at him over her shoulder. Her full lips fashioned a shy smile. I'm not ashamed enough to end our affair, even though I know it's a sin. I'd die if I thought I'd never make love to you again. With a groan of renewed desire, he pulled her back against him. She twisted her body around until she lay on top of him, her open thighs straddling his hips. He thrust himself deep inside her, then raised his head off the pillow to nuzzle her breasts. She pressed her large nipple against his lips. He caressed it with his tongue, then greedily drew it into his mouth. This position was still a novel and exhilarating experience for her. She rode him hard until they enjoyed another explosive and simultaneous climax, which left them weak and panting for breath. Leave him, he rasped urgently. Today, now, don't spend another night with him. I can't. You can. Thinking of you with him is driving me crazy. I love you, I love you. I love you too, she said tearfully. But I can't just walk away from my home. I can't desert my children. Your home is with me now. I don't expect you to desert your children. Bring them. I'll be their father. He's their father. They love him. He's my husband. In the eyes of God, I belong to him. I can't leave him. You don't love him. No, she admitted, not the way I love you, but he's a good man. He provides for me and the girls. That's not love. He's merely fulfilling his responsibilities. To him, they're more or less the same. She rested her head against his shoulder, willing him to understand. We grew up in the same neighborhood. We were sweethearts in high school. Our lives are entwined. He's a part of me, and I'm a part of him. If I left him, he'd never understand why. It would destroy him. It'll destroy me if you don't. That's not so, she said. You're smarter than he is. More self-confident and strong. You'll survive no matter what. I'm not sure he would. He doesn't love you the way I do. He doesn't make love to me the way you do. He would never think of embarrassed. She ducked her head. Sexuality was still a secretive subject, closed to candid discussion. It had never been openly acknowledged, either in her family when she was a girl or in her marriage. It was done in the dark, a necessary evil tolerated and forgiven by God in order to perpetuate the human race. He's not sensitive to my desires, she said, blushing. He'd be shocked to know I even have desires. You encourage me to touch you in ways I would never touch him because it would offend him? He'd think your sensuality is wimpy. He wasn't taught to be giving and tender in bed. Machismo, he said bitterly. Do you want to settle for that the rest of your life? She looked at him with sorrow. I love you more than my life, but he is my husband. We have children together. We have a heritage in common. We could have children. She touched his cheek, feeling both affection and regret. Sometimes he was like a child, unreasonably demanding something he couldn't have. Marriage is a holy sacrament. Before God, I pledged my life to him until death, and only death parts us. Tears formed in her eyes. I've broken the vow of faithfulness for you. I won't break the others. Don't cry. The last thing I want to do is make you unhappy. Hold me, she snuggled down next to him. He stroked her hair. I know that being with me violates your religious convictions, but that gauges the depth of your love, doesn't it? Your sense of morality wouldn't allow you to sleep with me unless you loved me with all your heart. I do. I know. He wiped the tears from her cheeks. Please don't cry, Judy. We'll work it out. We will. Just lie with me for the time we have left today. They clung to each other, their misery over the situation as absolute as their joy and their love, their naked bodies joined seamlessly. That's the way her husband found them a few minutes later. She was the first to notice him standing in the doorway of the bedroom, quivering with righteous indignation. She sprang up and groped for the sheet to cover herself. She tried to speak his name, but her mouth was arid with fear and shame. Muttering vicious deprecations, lavishing them with lewd epithets, he lurched across the room toward the bed, raised a baseball bat above his head, and swung it down in a deadly arc. Later, even the paramedics, who were accustomed to seeing gory crime scenes, had difficulty keeping down their lunches. There was an unspeakable mess splattered on the floral wallpaper behind the bed, meaning no disrespect to the blood-spattered crucifix on the wall. One whispered, Jesus Christ. His partner knelt down. I'll be damned. I feel a pulse. The other gazed doubtfully at the lumpy matter oozing from the split cranium. You think there's a chance? No, but let's haul anyway. We might have an organ donor here. Chapter 3, October 10th, 1990. Is there something wrong with the pancakes? He raised his head and gave her a blank look. What? The batter mix promises lighter-than-air pancakes every time. I must have done something wrong. He'd been toying with his breakfast for 5 minutes without taking a bite. He poked his fork into the syrupy mush on his plate and smiled apologetically. There's nothing wrong with your cooking. He was being kind. Amanda was a terrible cook. How's my coffee? Great. I'll take another cup, please. She glanced at the kitchen clock. Do you have time? I'll make time. He rarely allowed himself the luxury of being late for work. Whatever had been preoccupying him for the last several days must be vitally important, she thought. Awkwardly, she rose and moved to the Mr. Coffee on the counter, bringing the carafe with her. She returned to the table and refilled his cup. "We need to talk. Conversation will be a welcome change," she said, resettling into her chair. "You've been in another world." "I know. I'm sorry." A frown formed between his brows as he stared at the steaming mug of coffee, which she knew he really didn't want. He'd been stalling. "You're scaring me," she said gently. "Whatever it is that's troubling you. Why don't you just tell me and get it over with? What is it?" she probed. "Another woman?" He shot her a retiring glance, clearly conveying that she knew better than even to suggest such a thing. "That's it," she said, slapping the tabletop. "You're disgusted with me because I look like Dumbo's mother. My water-retentive ankles are a turnoff, right? You miss the small, pert tits you used to tease me about. My innie is nothing but a fond memory, and you find my outie repugnant. Pregnancy has robbed me of all sex appeal, so you've got the hots for a sweet, young, slim babe in dread telling me about her. Am I warm? You're crazy." He reached across the small round table and pulled her to her feet. When she was standing before him, he splayed his hands over her distended abdomen. "I love your belly button, innie or outie." He kissed it through her loose cotton nightgown. Some of the coarser whiskers of his mustache penetrated the sheer fabric and tickled her skin. "I love the baby. I love you. There's no other woman in my life and never could be. Bull. Fact. Michelle Pfeiffer." He grinned at her while pretending to ponder it. "Gee, that's a tough one. How are her pancakes?" Would it matter? Laughing, he pulled her down onto his lap and wrapped his arms around her. "Careful," she warned. "I'll crush your privates. I'll take my chances." They kissed deeply. When he finally released her mouth, she gazed into his worried face. Despite the early hour and his recent shower and shave, he looked haggard, as if he'd already put in a full day. "If it's not my cooking, not another woman, and you're not disgusted by my bloated figure, what is it? I hate like hell that you had to put your career on hold." Fearing that it would be something much more serious, she felt a deep sense of relief. "Is that what's been eating you?" "It's unfair," he said stubbornly. "To whom? To you, of course." Amanda peered at him suspiciously. "Or were you planning to take early retirement, become a couch potato, and let me support you?" "Not a bad idea," he said with a half smile. "But honestly, I'm thinking only of you." "Because biology strongly favors the male." "Damn right," she grumbled. "You're having to make all the sacrifices. How many times have I told you that I'm doing exactly what I want to do? I'm having a baby, our baby. That makes me very happy." He'd greeted the news of her pregnancy with mixed emotions. First, he'd been shocked. She'd gone off the pill without discussing it with him. But once the shock had worn off and he'd become accustomed to the idea of parenthood, he liked it. After the first trimester, she had alerted the partners in the law firm of which she was an associate that she would be taking a leave of absence to stay at home with her child during the critical bonding months. At the time, he hadn't questioned her decision. Now, it surprised her that he'd been harboring misgivings. "You've been away from the office only 2 weeks and already." "You're antsy," he said. "I recognize the signs. I can tell when you're restless." With a gentle touch, she swept errant strands of hair off his forehead. "Well, it's only because I've run out of things to do around here. I've washed the baseboards, alphabetized the canned goods, sorted both our sock drawers. I've completed my list of pre-baby projects. But once the baby arrives, I'll have more to do than I can handle." His remorseful expression didn't change. "While you're playing. Happy homemaker. The other associates are getting the jump on you. So what if they do?" She asked, laughing. "Having our baby is the most important thing I've ever done or ever will do. I believe that with all my heart." She took his hand and laid it on her belly. The baby was moving. "Feel that? How can a lawsuit possibly be more awe-inspiring than that? I made a decision, and I'm at peace with it. I want you to be peaceful, too." "That may be asking too much silently," she agreed. He would never be totally at peace. But he did find surcease in his love for her, and in knowing that his child was soon to be born. He rubbed the spot where the baby had just landed a healthy kick. I thought the masculine ideal was to keep the little woman at home, barefoot and pregnant, she teased. What's wrong with you? I just don't want the day to come when you regret putting your career on hold. She reassured him with a smile. That'll never happen. So why do I feel like there's an axe hanging over my head? Because you always look at the glass like it's half empty and you see it half full. I see it full to the point of brimming over. She made an elaborate gesture with her hands, which made him smile, tilting his mustache in the way she loved. Yeah, I'm the eternal pessimist. So you admit it? No, it's just that we've covered this ground before. Ad nauseum, she said. They smiled at each other and he drew her close again. You've already sacrificed so much for me. I don't deserve you. Keep that in mind if Michelle Pfeiffer ever crooks her finger at you. She settled into the crook of his arm as he leaned down and kissed her with increasing passion. His hand waded through the fabric of her nightgown and found her breasts. They were taut and heavy, ready to lactate. He fondled her, gently pinching her nipples. Then, pushing down her nightgown, he caressed her breasts with his lips and tongue. When he nuzzled their stiff centers with his mustache, she moaned and said, "You're not playing fair? How long do we have to wait?" "Minimum 6 weeks after the birth," he groaned. "We'd better not start something we can't stop. Too late," he said, wincing, laughing. She readjusted her nightgown and slid off his lap. "You'd better get going?" "Yeah, I'd better." He stood, pulled on his jacket, and moved toward the door. "Are you feeling okay?" She cradled her large belly between her arms. "We're fine. You didn't sleep well." "You try sleeping while someone plays soccer with all your internal organs?" At the door, they kissed goodbye. "What would you like for dinner tonight?" "I'll take you out," he offered Chinese. "You bet." Most mornings she waved him off at the door. Today, however, she walked with him arm in arm to the car. When it came time to release him, she felt unaccountably reluctant to let him go. It was as though his pessimism were contagious. His sense of foreboding must have rubbed off on her, because she had an urge to cling to him and ask him to call in sick and stay home with her that day to cover what was probably nothing more than a temporary pregnancy-related emotional imbalance, she teased him. "Don't think I'm going to martyr myself to motherhood. Once the little one gets here, you're going to change your share of dirty diapers." "I look forward to it," he said, grinning. Then he sobered, placed his hands on her shoulders, and drew her close. "You make it so easy for me to love you. Will you ever know how much?" She tilted her head and smiled up at him. "I know." The sunlight was blinding. Maybe that was why tears suddenly formed in her eyes. "I love you too." Before kissing her, he held her face cupped between his hands and gazed into it for a long time. His voice was gruff with emotion when he said, "I'll try and be home early." As he got behind the steering wheel, he added, "If you need me, call." "I will." When he reached the corner, she raised her hand and waved. Her lower back began to ache while she was washing the breakfast dishes. She rested before making the bed, but the dull ache persisted. By noon, she was experiencing abdominal twinges that couldn't be ignored. She thought then of calling him, but held off. Contractions could occur weeks before actual labor began. The baby wasn't due for another 14 days. This could be a false alarm. His work was demanding and difficult, and she didn't want to distract him unless it was absolutely necessary. Shortly after 4 o'clock, her water broke and labor began in earnest. She phoned her obstetrician. He assured her that there was no need to rush, that first children sometimes took hours to be born, but advised her to check in at the hospital. She could no longer delay alerting him. She called his office, but was told he was currently unavailable. That was okay. There were still things she needed to do before leaving for the hospital. She took a shower, shaved her legs, and shampooed her hair, not knowing when she'd have another opportunity. Her suitcase was already packed with nightgowns, a new robe and slippers, and a unisex sack in which to dress the baby for its homecoming. She added her toiletries and last-minute items, then latched the suitcase and placed it near the front door. The pains began coming harder and closer together. She called again and asked for him. "He's out," she was told, "but I can track him down for you. Is this an emergency?" Was it an emergency? Not really. Women had babies in every conceivable circumstance. Surely she was capable of getting herself to the hospital. Besides, it would be out of his way to drive home and then backtrack to the hospital. She desperately wanted to speak with him. Hearing his voice would bolster her. Instead, she had to settle for leaving word that he should meet her at the hospital as soon as possible. She realized that there was no sense in being noble and driving herself. But no friends or family were available. She called 911. I'm in labor and need a ride to the hospital. The ambulance arrived within minutes. The paramedic checked her over. Tricky blood pressure, he said as he removed the cuff from her upper arm. How long have you been in labor? A few hours. The pains were severe now. The breathing and concentration exercises learned in the childbirth classes they'd attended were less effective when done alone. She tried them, but they did nothing to lessen her pain. How much farther? She asked, gasping. Not far. Hang on. You're doing fine. But she wasn't. She knew that when she saw her doctor's frown after his preliminary pelvic examination. The baby is in a breech position. Oh, God, she whimpered. Now don't get excited. Happens all the time. We'll try to turn it. If that doesn't work, we'll do a C-section. I call the number you gave me, the obstetric nurse told her, sensing her panic. He's on his way. Thank God, Amanda sighed, relaxing somewhat. He would be here soon. Thank God. He's your coach. He's my everything. The nurse squeezed her hand and talked her through the next dark tunnel of pain while the doctor tried to turn the baby into the correct position. Its heartbeat was being monitored continuously. The nurse took her blood pressure at increasingly short intervals. Finally, the doctor said, "Prepare her for a C-section." The next several minutes passed in a blurred kaleidoscope of light and sound and motion. She was rushed into the delivery room. Where was he? She called out for him in a plaintive, hushed voice, then ground her teeth in an effort to ward off the pain that knifed through her midsection. Then she overheard an exchange between two of the obstetric nurses. There's been a terrible pileup on the loop. I'll say, I just came through the ER on my way up. It's a zoo down there. There have been a few fatalities, mostly head injuries, so several organ and tissue retrieval teams are standing by to talk to next to Beckon as soon as they arrive. Amanda felt a needle prick in the back of her hand. Her belly was being swabbed with cold liquid. They were draping her legs with sterile blue sheets. A pile-up on the loop. He'd be coming by way of the loop. He'd be in a hurry to reach her before the baby was born. Driving too fast, taking chances he wouldn't ordinarily take. No, she groaned. Hold on. In just a few minutes you'll be holding your baby. It was a kindly voice. Not his, though, not the one she yearned to hear. And suddenly she knew that she wouldn't be hearing his voice anymore in an instant of cruelly sharp ESP. She knew, inexplicably, but unarguably, that she would never see him again. That morning, when her eyes had stung with unshed tears, she'd had a premonition that their goodbye kiss was to be their last. Somehow she'd known she would never touch him again. That's why she'd been so reluctant to let him go. She recalled how intently he'd looked at her as though memorizing the nuances of her face. Had he also sensed that it was their final goodbye? No, she sobbed, no. But their fate was sealed, and her realization of that was profound and unequivocal. I love you. I love you. Her hoarse cry echoed off the tile walls of the delivery room, but he wasn't there to hear. He was gone forever. Chapter 4, October 10th, 1990, Psych, is one ugly sumbitch. Petey pared a sliver of oily dirt from beneath his fingernail, then wiped the blade of his knife on his jeans. And he's meaner than he is ugly. If I was you, I'd give her back to him. That'd make life a whole lot more comfortable for you. Sparky? Well, you're not me. He hacked and spat a glob of phlegm near his friend's scuffed black boot. And I won't be giving Cyclops anything but grief if he comes sniffing around her again. Kismet was his old lady first, remember? Long before you came into the picture, he ain't likely to forget that. He treated her like shit. Petey shrugged philosophically. If he as much as lays a hand on her, if he as much as looks like he's thinking about laying a hand on her, I'll nail his balls to a stump. "You're crazy, man," Petey exclaimed. "A good piece of ass is a right fine thing, but it's fairly easy to come by, you know? It sure as hell ain't worth dying for." He shook the tip of his knife like a remonstrating finger. "Watch your back. Sykes used to having his way. That's how he got to be leader." Sparky muttered an expletive. "Leader, my ass. He's a goddamn bully. Same as, well, I'm not scared of him. I won't take any of his shit. And from now on, neither will she." He looked toward the group of women who had mellowed out on a joint they'd passed around as they lounged on the rickety porch of the roadhouse. The tavern was located in the foothills above town on a state highway that was rarely traveled now that there was an interstate nearby. It was an out-of-the-way place. In bygone days, it would have drawn bootleggers, whores, gamblers, and gangsters on the lam. Now it attracted bikers, petty criminals, and others who lived on the fringes of society. A brawl broke out at least once nightly, but even disputes that drew blood were settled without the interference of police. Among the women clustered on the porch, Kismet stood out like a jewel among ashes. Her hair was dark, dense, and curly. She had sultry dark eyes and a lush figure which she proudly displayed in skin-tight jeans. Her waist was cinched by a wide black leather belt with silver studs. Tonight she had on a tank top with a scooped neckline so low it revealed the crescent moon tattoo above her heart. He was pleased to notice that around her biceps she wore the bracelet he'd brought her from Mexico a few weeks ago. Several glittering loops and charms dangled from her ears. She felt his glance and met it with a challenging toss of her head. Her lips parted enticingly. She laughed at something one of her friends said, but her dark eyes remained steadily on him. "You're pussy-whipped, all right," Petey said with resignation. He resented Petey's remark, but let it pass. This mental zero wasn't worth the energy it took to argue with him. Besides, Sparky wasn't certain he could put into words what he felt for Kismet, but it was beyond anything he'd felt for any other woman. He was reticent about his past and reluctant to divulge his real name. The other bikers in the gang would be surprised to know that. He'd earned a degree in literature from an Ivy League college. Among this, crowd intelligence and knowledge gleaned from books tended to be scorned. The less they knew about him, the better. Evidently, Kismet was equally as disinclined to talk about her life before linking up with Cyclops because she'd never broached the subject of her past. He'd never pried like kindred spirits. They had recognized in each other a common restlessness, a wanderlust, which was more an escape than a pursuit. Each was running away from a situation no longer tolerable. Perhaps without knowing it, they'd been searching for each other. Perhaps their search was over. He rather liked that metaphysical scenario and entertained it in his daydreams. The first time he'd seen her, she was sporting a swollen, discolored eye and a busted lip. "What the fuck are you looking at?" she asked him belligerently when she noticed his stare. "Just wondering who worked you over. What's it to you? Thought maybe you'd like me to stamp the shit out of him for you." She looked him over and snorted contemptuously. "You, I'm tougher than I look. And I'm the queen of fucking Sheba. Anyway, I can take care of myself." But it appeared that she couldn't. A few days later, she bore fresh bruises on her face and upper body. By then, he learned that she belonged to Cyclops, so-called because he had a glass eye. The handicap didn't lessen his sinister demeanor. His good eye was as cold and lifeless as the one made of glass. When he fixed his ominous, solitary stare on someone who'd fallen out of favor, it more than compensated for the poor prosthesis, which was slightly askew. Behind his back, everybody referred to Cyclops as the breed. Along with the Anglo blood that flowed in his veins, he had either Mexican or Indian, no one was sure. Probably Psyche himself didn't know his origins. It was doubtful that he cared. He was swarthy and lean and as tough as whipcord. A knife was his weapon of choice. If hadn't been for Kismet, Sparky would have avoided tangling with him. Unfortunately, fate had intervened. He'd been instantly attracted to Kismet's voluptuous body, her slow eyes, her untamed hair. On a deeper level, he'd responded to the fear and vulnerability he saw lurking behind her defiant eyes and hostile expression. Miraculously, she'd been likewise drawn to him. He had never made an overt move, never vocalized an invitation for her to ride with him. Nevertheless, she must have read the silent signals. One morning as they were pairing off and mounting their bikes, she climbed on behind him and placed her bare, sleek arms tightly around his waist. An expectant hush fell over the gang as Sip sauntered toward his bike. He glanced around, obviously looking for her. When he spotted her, seated behind Sparky, Sip's good eye narrowed menacingly. He peeled back his thin lips in a feral snarl. Then he tromped on the pedal of his bike and roared off. That night, Kismet joined him. He had planned on treating her gently because of the recent beatings she'd taken from Cyclops. Surprisingly, she'd been the aggressor, attacking him with her nails and teeth and seemingly insatiable sexual appetite, which he was more than capable of satisfying. They'd been lovers ever since. They were now regarded as a pair. But those who'd been with the gang longer than he, those who knew Psyche well and had witnessed the vengeance he'd taken on real or imagined slights, feared that their ringleader's temper was merely simmering and might suddenly reach the boiling point. No one took something belonging to Psyche and got away with it. Petey's words of caution were unnecessary. Sparky was already wary of Psyche, whose indifference to Kismet's jilting was probably a pose, an attempt to save face with other members of the gang. He was distrustful of Psyche's nonchalance and remained constantly on alert for a surprise attack. That's why the hairs on the back of his neck rose when Psyche stumbled through the doors of the bar onto the porch. He placed one hand on the door jamb to regain his balance while raising a bottle of vodka to his mouth with the other. Even from a distance, peering through the tricky shadows of twilight, he saw the brute's good eye single out Kismet. Psyche staggered toward her and reached out to stroke her neck. She swatted his hand away. Bending from his narrow waist, he leaned down and said something to her. Her lewd comeback made the other women laugh. Psyche wasn't amused. He dropped the bottle of vodka and whipped a knife from the leather sheath at the small of his back. The other women scattered. Kismet stood her ground even when he tauntingly waved the tip of the blade directly in front of her face. She didn't flinch, not until he made a quick jabbing motion with it. He laughed at her spontaneous recoil. Heedless of the warnings being whispered to him by Petey and others loitering about, Sparky stormed toward the porch. Psyche sensed his approach, whirled around, and assumed a crouching attack pose. He tossed the knife from hand to hand and goaded him. "Come and get it!" Sparky deftly parried several vicious swipes of the knife blade, any of which could have sliced him in half. Psyche was physically superior. Relying strictly on his sobriety, speed, and dexterity, Sparky carefully timed his counterattack. He waited until the moment was right, then kicked Psyche in the wrist, his boot solidly connected with bone. The knife sailed from Psyche's hand as he howled in pain. Then Sparky's well-placed fist against Psyche's chin sent him reeling backward. He landed hard against the wall and sank to the porch in an ignominious, drunken heap. Sparky retrieved Psyche's knife from the dusty ground and threw it as far as he could. Everyone watched transfixed as it turned end over end, the honed steel blade glinting in the light from the roadhouse's neon sign, until it landed in a patch of shrubs. His breathing was labored, but with quiet dignity he held out his hand to Kismet. She took it without hesitation. Together they moved away and climbed onto his bike. He didn't look back. She did. Psyche was coming around, shaking his head groggily. She gave him the finger before the bike shot off into the gathering darkness. The wind shrieked in their ears, making conversation impossible, so they communicated by other means. She clasped his hips tightly between her thighs and rubbed her breasts against his back while fondling his crotch with eager hands. Her teeth sank into the meaty part of his shoulder. He grunted in pleasure, pain, and anticipation. She was his now, no question. If she'd had any feelings left for the vanquished Cyclops, she would have chosen to stay behind. Instead, she was his prize. As the victor, he'd earned the right to claim her. As soon as they had put a few more miles between them, and shit, he's coming after us, Sparky. A split second before she spoke, He had noticed the headlight piercing the darkness behind them, glowing like the single eye of a monster, a simile he thought particularly appropriate but disturbing. The headlight grew larger in his rearview mirror as Seep gained on them at an alarming speed. Already taking the steep curves at a dangerous pace, Sparky accelerated to maintain a relatively safe distance ahead. Knowing that Psyche was maddened by vodka and fury, he reconciled himself to the death-defying chase down the hairpin curves into town, where he hoped he could lose him. It was an unrelenting challenge to keep his bike under control. He shouted for Kismet to hang on tightly and took a curve at a terrifying angle, laying the bike nearly on its side. Once they'd straightened out, he glanced in his rearview mirror and saw that the curve hadn't slowed Psyche down. "Hurry," she shouted. "He's getting closer. If he catches us, he'll kill us." He pushed the bike to go even faster. The landscape was a blur. He dared not think about oncoming traffic. There'd been none so far, but look out. Psyche had pulled almost even with them. Sparky whipped his bike into the opposing lane ahead of Psyche so that they could maintain their lead. If he let Psyche get even with them or ahead of them, they were as good as dead. The road wasn't as steep now, but it still ribboned its way around, the foothills not much farther to go. They'd lose the maniacal bastard once they reached town. He was mentally laying out his strategy when he took another curve. When they came out of it, it was like being hurled into another landscape. Suddenly, the foothills were gone. Open road stretched out before them like a silver ribbon pulled taut, leading straight to the center of town. If fate had favored them, it would have been a welcome sight. Instead, Kismet screamed. He cursed. They were barreling headlong into an intersection. A cattle truck pulled directly into their path. They were going too fast to turn. Psyche was riding their exhaust pipe. The cattle truck lacked the speed to clear the intersection before they reached it. There was no time to think. A half hour later, a fresh-faced resident raced down the hospital corridor to the emergency room waiting area where a motley group of bikers awaited word on the condition of their friends. Even the roughest among them blanched when they saw the amount of blood staining the doctor's scrubs. Breathlessly, he said, "I'm sorry, we did everything we could. Now we need to speak with next of kin about organ donation. And quick, Chapter 5, May 1991. Hey, Pierce, this is a public building. As such, it deserves some respect. Get your goddamn foot off the wall." That voice could have awakened the dead. It certainly snapped Alex Pierce to attention. His gaunt face broke into a smile as the bailiff approached him. Contrite and obedient, he slid the sole of his cowboy boot off the wall. "Hey, Linda, that's all you got to say. Hey, Linda, after all we've meant to each other." She planted her meaty fists on her wide hips and glared at him, then dropped the pose and walloped him affectionately on the shoulder. "How's it going, handsome? Can't complain. How are things with you?" "Same as always." She frowned toward the crowded jury room, where hundreds of prospective jurors hoped desperately to be excused from fulfilling their civic obligation. Nothing round here changes except the faces. Always the same, lame excuses, the bitching and moaning and bellyaching about being called to jury duty. Her gaze swung back to him. "Where have you been keeping yourself these days? Heard you'd left Houston before the preceding 4th of July. He'd frequently been in the Harris County Courthouse to testify as a witness in court trials involving criminals he'd helped to apprehend. I still get my mail here," he replied indifferently. "Been traveling. Mostly went to Mexico and did some fishing." "Catch anything?" "Nothing to tell about. Not the clap, I hope." He smiled wryly. "These days you'd better hope the clap is all you catch. Ain't it the truth?" The husky bailiff sadly shook her helmet of burgundy hair. "I read in yesterday's newspaper that my deodorant's poking holes in the ozone. My tampons can give me toxic shock. Everything I eat is either clogging my arteries or giving me colon cancer. Now they've even taken the fun out of screwing around." Alex laughed, taking no offense at her vulgarity. They'd known each other since he was a rookie cop on the Houston police force, riding shotgun in a squad car. Linda was a courthouse institution known to everyone. She could be counted on to know the latest gossip and to tell the dirtiest jokes circulating at any given time. Her profane gruffness was a cover for a tender spot that she revealed only to a privileged few. Alex was among them. She gazed at him meaningfully. "So, how are you really, sweetheart?" "Really? I'm fine." "Miss the job?" "Hell no." "I know you don't miss the politics and the bullshit. What about the action?" "These days, I let my characters dodge bullets." "Characters?" "Yeah," he said with embarrassment. "I've been doing some written." "No shit?" She seemed impressed. "Going to write a tell-all book about the inner workings of a big city police department. Fiction, actually, but based on my experiences. Having any luck?" "Publishing, you mean?" He shook his head. "That's a long way off, if ever you'll make it." "I don't know. My career track record's not so good." "I have every confidence in you." Then she asked, "You seeing anybody?" "You mean a woman?" "Unless you've switched gears," she said dryly. "Of course, a woman." "No, I haven't switched gears. And no, I'm not seeing anybody, nobody special." She gave him a critical once-over. "Maybe you should. Your wardrobe leaves a lot to be desired." "It could stand a woman's touch. What's wrong with my clothes?" He glanced down and could find no fault with the manner in which he was dressed. "To begin with, that shirt hasn't seen the hot side of an iron. It's clean, so are my jeans. Looks to me like when you left the force you got lazy and sloppy. That's what comes with being my own boss. I dress for comfort, and if I don't feel like shaving, I don't." "You're scrawny as a scarecrow," she observed. "I'm trim." Skeptical, she raised her eyebrows. "Okay. One of those Mexican bugs got hold of me while I was down there. Puked till there was no tomorrow, haven't regained my weight yet." Her baleful stare said she wasn't buying it. "Look, I'm fine," he insisted. "Sometimes I forget to eat, that's all. I start writing at dusk, and it's dawn before I realize I didn't have supper. Opting for sleepover food is a hazard of my new profession. So's alcoholism, I hear." Alex quickly averted his head and said testily, "I've got it under control. That's not what I hear. Maybe you ought to back off some." "Yes, mother. Look, asshole, I think of myself as your friend, and you ain't got all that many to brag about." She sounded both annoyed and concerned. "Honey, I hear you're having blackouts. The goddamn courthouse grapevine. He wasn't even one of the players anymore, yet his name still caused juicy gossip. Not in a while, he lied. I only mentioned your love affair with Johnny Walker because I'm worried about you." "Then you're the only one around here who is," hearing what sounded like self-pity in his voice. He let down his guard a notch and softened his expression. "I appreciate your concern, Linda. I know I went a little crazy after all that shit came down, but I'm okay. Now, honest, squelch any rumors you hear to the contrary." The bailiff regarded him skeptically, but let the subject drop. "So, what brings you here today?" "Just trying to scare up an idea for a book." The upcoming Reyes trial might have possibilities. The bailiff's eyes narrowed with suspicion. "Any particular reason why you picked the Reyes trial when you've got all these others to choose from?" Alex had been closely following the intriguing case for several months. "It's got all the ingredients for a titillating novel," he said. "Illicit sex, religious overtones, lovers caught in the act by an enraged husband. A baseball bat for a weapon much more dramatic than a bullet from a Saturday night special. Blood and brains on the wallpaper. A body on its way to the morgue. A body not quite dead. Brain dead," he argued. "That's a medical call, not a legal one," she reminded him. "Reyes's lawyer contends that he didn't actually kill the victim, because the heart was being kept alive for harvesting, Linda said scornfully. "Leave it to the doctors to make it sound more like a goddamn cotton crop than a human heart." Alex nodded. "Anyway, a whole legal can of worms has been opened up. If the stiff wasn't really a stiff when they harvested the heart, is Reyes really guilty of murder?" "Fortunately, you or I don't have to decide," Alex said. "It'll be up to the jury. If you were on the jury, which way would you go?" "I don't know, because I haven't heard all the evidence yet, but I intend to." "Do you know which courtroom has been assigned?" "Yeah, I know," she grinned, revealing extensive gold bridge work. "What's it worth to you?" Any courthouse employee could have given him the number of the courtroom, but he played her game. A few beers at quitting time, she smiled. I was thinking more along the lines of dinner at my place, and then, who knows what, yeah? Steak, potatoes, and sex. Not necessarily in that order. Admit it, Alex, my boy. That's the best offer you've had today. He laughed, not taking her invitation seriously and knowing that she hadn't intended him to. Sorry, Linda, can't tonight, previous plans. I'm no beauty queen, but don't let my looks deceive you. I know my way around the male anatomy. I could bring tears of gratitude to your eyes. Swear, you don't know what you're missing. I'm certain that's true, he said solemnly. You've got enormous sex appeal, Linda. I've always thought so, her smile widened. That's pure bullshit, but you were always good at slinging it. Sometimes you even make me believe it. That's why I think you'll succeed as a writer. You've got a real knack for making people believe anything you tell them. She nudged his arm. Come on, handsome. I'll escort you to the courtroom. They'll start jury selection soon. Try not to make a nuisance of yourself, okay? If you get drunk and disorderly and they kick you out, I won't take responsibility for you. I promise to be on my best behavior. He drew an imaginary X over his heart. The bailiff snorted. Just like I said, pure bullshit. The murder trial of Paul Reyes had generated much public awareness and curiosity. Alex had to arrive at court earlier each day to get a seat. Reyes's family and friends took up much of the available seating. The prosecutor heavily relied on the testimonies of the first police, men on the scene, which was described in lurid detail. When the jury members were shown the 8x10 glossy photos, they shivered. Defense counsel had organized a phalanx of coworkers and friends, including a priest who testified to Reyes's good character. Only his beloved wife's adultery could have driven him to commit such a violent act. The jury heard the testimonies of paramedics called to the scene by Reyes himself. The victim had a pulse when they arrived. They said, the emergency room doctor determined that there was no brain activity but kept the heart and lungs alive with machinery until permission could be obtained to harvest organs and tissue. The surgeon who performed the retrieval procedure testified that the heart was still beating when he extracted it. This testimony caused a furor in the courtroom. The judge rapped his gavel. The assistant DA tried but failed to look unconcerned. In Alex's opinion, he should have gone for a manslaughter charge instead of murder. Murder implied premeditation, which in this case couldn't be proved. Most damaging to Reyes's case was that the survivor of the attack was unavailable to testify. Despite these setbacks, the DA delivered a brilliant summation speech, urging the jury to bring in a guilty verdict. Whether or not the victim died at the moment of impact, Paul Reyes was responsible for another human being's death and should therefore be found guilty. The defense attorney had only to remind the members of the jury again and again that Paul Reyes was in jail when the victim had actually died. The case was turned over to the jury after 3 days of testimony. 4 hours and 18 minutes later, it was announced that the jury had reached a verdict, and Alex was one of the first to return to the courtroom. He tried to gauge the jurors' moods as they filed in, but it was impossible to guess their decision by their blank expressions. The courtroom fell silent as the accused was commissioned to stand, not guilty. Reyes's knees buckled, but he was bolstered by his jubilant adder, knee. Relatives and friends surged forward to embrace him. The judge thanked the jury and dismissed them. Reporters were eager to get statements, but Reyes's attorney ignored them and ushered him up the center aisle toward the exit. When Reyes reached the end of Alex's row, he must have sensed Alex's stare. He stopped suddenly, turned his head, and for a split second, their eyes connected. Chapter 6, May 1991. Eat, sleep, breathe. These life-sustaining functions were now done by rote. Why bother? Life no longer had purpose. There was no solace to be found not in religion, meditation, work, exhausting physical exercise, or raging fits. All had been tried as a means of easing the wrenching pain of loss. Yet it prevailed. Peace was unattainable. Each breath was laden with sorrow. The world had been reduced to a tiny sphere of abject misery. Very little stimuli penetrated the encapsulating grief. To one so steeped in bereavement, the world seemed monochromatic, soundless, flavorless. The grief was so severe, it was paralyzing. The untimely death had been unjust and infuriating. Why had this happened to them? No two people had ever loved as deeply. Their love had been rare and pure and should have endured for years, then extended beyond death. They'd talked about it, pledged everlasting love to each other. Now the immortality of their love was impossible because the cache where it was stored had been extracted and given to someone else. Ghastly, that post-mortem vandalism. First robbed of life, then robbed of the core of existence, robbed of the chamber where that sweet spirit had dwelled. Now somewhere inside a stranger, that beloved heart was still beating. Moans echoed softly in the small room. I can't bear it another day. I can't. Although the loved one lay dead in a cemetery plot, the heart lived on. The heart lived on. That was a haunting preoccupation, tenacious in its grip, shackling and inescapable. The surgeon's scalpel had been swift and sure. Painful as it was to accept, what had been done was irreversible. The heart continued to live while the spirit was unfairly doomed to eternal incompleteness. The soul would search endlessly and in vain for its home, while the still beating heart continued to mock the sanctity of death, unless there was a way. Suddenly the keening ceased. Breathing became agitated and choppy with excitement. The mourner listened to the rioting, fleeting, galvanizing thoughts suddenly unfurling. The idea came alive, took shape, divided, expanded rapidly, like an ovum just fertilized. Once born, it frolicked inside a brain that for months had been stagnant with despair. There was a way to achieve release from this unbearable torment, only one way. One solution that swiftly evolved from that single cell of an idea and suddenly was fully formed. It was converted into words that were whispered precisely with the reverence of a disciple to whom a divine mission has been revealed. Yes, of course I'll find that dearest of hearts, and when I do mercifully and with love to reunite our spirits and give us peace, I'll stop it. Chapter 7, October 10th, 1991. Kat Delaney circulated through the ballroom like a bright butterfly, lighting briefly to chat with one group of partygoers before flitting off to the next. Everyone with whom she spoke was dazzled by her verve and vivacity. She's incredible, Doc. Dean Spicer, who'd been proudly observing Kat from the sidelines, turned toward the man who had extended the compliment. Dean had been Kat's date to countless social affairs, and he knew many of the people with whom she worked. However, this tall, distinguished gentleman was a stranger to him. Yes, she is rather incredible, he replied conversationally. My name's Bill Webster. Dean introduced himself as they shook hands. Weren't you Ms. Delaney's cardiologist? Initially, Dean said, pleased that his name had been recognized, before our personal relationship got in the way. Webster smiled with understanding, then returned his gaze to Kat. She's a charming young woman. Dean wondered who Webster was and why he'd been invited to this network-sponsored black tie gala to commemorate the one-year anniversary of Kat's transplant. Executives from network affiliate stations were there, along with commercial sponsors, members of the news media, talent agents, actors, and others who had a vested interest in the success of Passages. Curious about Webster, Dean asked, how'd you recognize my name? Don't underestimate your notoriety, Dr. Spicer. You've become almost as famous as your companion. Fan magazines, Dean said with a self-effacement he didn't truly feel. He enjoyed the public recognition he received for being Kat Delaney's significant other, as a Hollywood gossip columnist had recently labeled him. The publicity generated by the tabloids hasn't detracted from your renown as a cardiologist, Webster told him. Thank you. He paused. I only wish I could give all my patients as good a prognosis as Kat's. Her recovery has been remarkable. Are you surprised? Not at all. I expected it of her. She's not only an exceptional patient, but an exceptional individual. Once she made it through the first difficult weeks of recovery, Dean continued, she resolved to live to a ripe old age. She'll make it too. Her greatest asset is her optimism. She's the pride of the entire transplant program at our hospital. I understand she's a very vocal proponent of organ transplants. She speaks on behalf of donor awareness and frequently visits the transplant patients who are waiting for organs. When they get down, she encourages them not to give up hope. They look upon her as an angel. He chuckled and smiled affectionately. They don't know her as well as I do. She has the fiery temper redheads are noted for. In spite of her temper, you're obviously an admirer. Very much so. In fact, we plan to marry soon. That wasn't entirely the truth. He planned to marry Kat. She continued to hedge. He'd asked her many times to move into his Beverly Hills home, but she still resided in her beach house in Malibu, claiming that the ocean was therapeutic, vital to her spiritual and physical health. I draw strength just from gazing at it. She also maintained that her independence was essential to her well-being. The independence issue was a flimsy excuse for them not to marry Dean. Certainly didn't intend to shackle her to the kitchen stove once she became his wife. In fact, he wanted her to continue her career. The last thing he needed was a Hausfrau. They dated each other exclusively. No ghosts from past relationships haunted either of them. Upon her full recovery, he'd been delighted to discover that they were sexually compatible. Each was financially secure, so it wasn't a matter of unbalanced earning capacity. He could see no viable reason for her continued refusal of his proposals. He'd patiently deferred to her wishes, but now that her transplant was considered a total success and her stardom was firmly reestablished on passages, he intended to apply more pressure for a commitment. He had resolved not to give up until Kat Delaney was wholly his. Then congratulations are in order, Webster said, raising his glass of champagne. Dean returned Bill Webster's smile and clinked glasses. While listening to an advertising executive wax poetic about her incredible courage, he'd never before actually touched someone who'd had a heart transplant. Kat was looking beyond his shoulder at Dean and the man to whom he'd been talking for the last several minutes. She didn't recognize him. Her curiosity was aroused. Thank you so much for all the cards you sent during my convalescence. As unobtrusively as possible, she pulled her hand from the ad exec's clasp. Please excuse me now. I just spotted a friend I haven't seen in a while. With the practiced ease of a diplomat, she negotiated her way through the crowd. Several people tried to engage her in conversation, but she paused only long enough to exchange pleasantries and respond to congratulations and compliments. Because she had looked so bad for so long before her transplant, she felt quite justified in her conceit over how fantastic she looked tonight. Her hair had regained its luster, although the steroids she'd had to take immediately following the surgery had turned it a darker, but no less vibrant shade of red. For tonight's festivities, she'd swept it into a top knot designed to appear haphazard. Her eyes, described as laser beam blue almost every time her name appeared in print, had been artfully enhanced with makeup. Her skin had never glowed so healthily. She was showing it off in a snug-fitting black sequin mini-dress that left her arms and back bare. Of course, the dress had a high neckline that fastened halter-style at the back of her neck. She hadn't wanted to expose her zipper, the scar that ran vertically from the hollow of her throat to the center of her breastbone where the ribs separated. Every item in her wardrobe had been chosen to conceal that scar. Dean insisted that it was hardly detectable and fading more each day, but she could still see it clearly. She knew that the scar was a small price to pay for her new heart. Her self-consciousness about it was undoubtedly a holdover from childhood, when she'd often been wounded by thoughtless or cruel comments by her classmates. Illness had made her an object of curiosity then, just as being a heart transplantee did now. She had never wanted to spark pity or awe in other people, so now she hid her scar carefully. Although she felt fabulous tonight, she would never take good health for granted. Her recollections of her illness were still too vivid. She was grateful to be alive and able to work. Her resumption of the Laura Madison role and all the physical demands it placed on her had caused no health problems. Now, a year after her transplant, she'd never felt better. Grinning, she moved up behind Dean and slid her arm through his. Why is it that the two most attractive men in the room are monopolizing each other and depriving the rest of us? Dean smiled down at her. Thank you. Likewise, the other man said, the compliment is especially welcome coming from the belle of the ball. She executed a mock curtsy, then smiled and extended her hand. I'm Kat Delaney, Bill Webster, from San Antonio, Texas. Ah, WWSA, you're that Webster. She turned to Dean and said in a stage whisper, Top dog. Owner and CEO, in other words, kiss up. Webster chuckled modestly. His name was known and respected industry-wide. He appeared to be in his mid-50s. There was an attractive feathering of gray at his temples, and his sun-tanned face had accommodated maturity very well. Kat liked him instantly. You're not a native Texan, are you? She asked. Either that or you conceal your accent. You have a good ear. And great legs, she said, winking. I concur, Dean said. Webster laughed again. I'm originally from the Midwest. I've been in Texas almost 15 years. It's become home. Thank you for tearing yourself away long enough to attend the party, she said sincerely. I wouldn't have missed it. He nodded toward Dean. Dr. Spicer, and I have been talking about your remarkable recovery. He deserves all the credit, she said, smiling up at Dean. He and all the doctors and nurses in the transplant program did all the work. I was just their dummy. Dean placed his arm around her slender waist and said proudly, She's been an ideal patient, first for me and then for Dr. Sholden, who took over her case when our relationship progressed to the point where medical considerations could have become clouded. As you can see, it turned out all right. Kat sighed theatrically. It's been all right since I got those blasted steroids adjusted. Of course I had to give up my mustache and chipmunk cheeks, but one can't have everything. The unpleasant side effects of the steroids had disappeared once. Her dosage had been lowered. She'd regained the pounds she'd lost and now held steady at her ideal. Pre-transplant weight, even before the zipper became part of her body, her slight figure had never had centerfold potential. She'd been a gangly, skinny child. Adolescence hadn't paid off for her as it had for many girls. The fervently desired curves had never developed. The angular bone structure of her face and her vibrant coloring were her best assets. She'd learned to maximize them. Cameras loved them. I'm an unabashed fan, Ms. Delaney, Bill Webster was saying. Please, call me Kat, and unabashed fans are my favorite kind. Only a very important luncheon appointment can keep me from tuning in passages every day. I'm flattered. I attribute the show's enormous success to you and the character of Laura Madison. Thank you, but you're far too generous. Passages was successful before Laura Madison was written into it, and it held its own in the ratings during my absence. I share the show's success with everyone involved, the scriptwriters, the whole cast and crew. Webster looked at Dean. Is she always this modest? To a fault, I'm afraid. You're a very fortunate man. Hey guys, she said, I think it only fair to warn you that one of my pet peeves is being talked about as though I'm invisible. Sorry, Webster said. I was just picking up the conversation where we left off when you joined us. I had just congratulated Dr. Spicer on your impending marriage. Kat's smile faltered. Angry heat rushed to her head. This wasn't the first time Dean had fabricated their engagement. His self-esteem wouldn't allow him to take seriously her declinations to his repeated marriage proposals. In the beginning, their developing friendship had jeopardized his objectivity as her cardiologist. Throughout her illness and following her transplant, she'd relied on that friendship. During the past year, it had advanced to a deeper, more mature level. He was important to her, but he continued to misread the nature of her love for him. Thank you, Bill, but Dean and I haven't set a definite date. Despite her attempt to hide her irritation with Dean, Webster must have sensed it. Self-consciously, he cleared his throat and said, Well, there are a lot of people here wanting your attention, Kat. So I'll say good night. She extended her hand. It was a pleasure to meet you, I hope. Our paths will cross again. He squeezed her hand. You can count on it. She believed him. Chapter 8, October 10th, 1991. The day was only minutes old when they decided they'd had enough of the video games. After the darkness of the arcade, where one individual's features were more or less indistinguishable from another's, the fluorescent light in the empty shopping mall seemed unnaturally harsh and bright. They laughed at having to give their eyes time to adjust. The mall's stores and cafes had been closed for hours. Their voices echoed in the cavernous atrium, but it was a relief to carry on a conversation without having to shout above the electronic cacophony inside the arcade. "You're sure it'll be okay?" Jerry Ward shot his new companion the cocky, confident grin that belongs exclusively to happy, well-adjusted, 16-year-old boys. "My folks'll be asleep by now. They don't wait up for me. I don't know. It seems strange for you to invite me home with you, just like that. I mean, we hardly know each other." What better way to get to know each other? Jerry saw that he still had some convincing to do. "Look, you just got laid off and need a job, right? My dad's got a business. He's always hiring new people. He'll find something for you. And tonight, you need a place to crash. It'll save you some bucks to stay at my house. We've got a guest room. If you're nervous about what my mom and dad will think about you spending the night, I'll sneak you out first thing in the morning and introduce you to them. Later, they never have to know you slept over, so relax." He laughed and spread his arms wide. "Okay, you cool?" Jerry's amiability was contagious and earned him an uncertain smile. "I'm cool." "Good. Wow, look at those blades." Jerry jogged to a sporting goods store. In the window were displayed inline skates and all the safety paraphernalia. "See that pair there? The ones with the green wheels. They're bad. That's what I want for Christmas, and the helmet too, the whole outfit. I've never tried rollerblading. It looks dangerous. That's what my mom says. But I think by Christmas she'll come around. She's so glad I can finally do normal stuff that she's a real soft touch." Jerry gave the display one last covetous glance before moving on. "What do you mean, do normal stuff?" "What? Oh, never mind. Sorry. I didn't mean to butt into private matters." Jerry hadn't intended to give offense, but he'd been a geek for so many years and was so glad no longer to be one that he hated reminders of his infirmity. "It's just that, see, I was sick when I was a kid. I mean, real sick, from age 5 until last year. In fact, it'll be a year tomorrow. Mom's having a big party to celebrate it." "Celebrate what? If you don't mind my asking?" They'd reached the exit doors. The guard on duty was slumped on a bench, sound asleep. Jerry faced his new friend, his face filled with doubt. "If I tell you, promise you won't think I'm a dork." "I won't think you're a dork." "Well, some people get really weird about it." Jerry took a quick breath. "I had a heart transplant." The declaration was met with a guffaw of disbelief. "Yeah, right. Swear. I almost died. They got a heart for me just in time. You're serious? No shit. Jesus Christ." Jerry laughed. "Yeah, my folks firmly believe he had something to do with it. Come on." He pushed the door open and was confronted by a cold, damp wind. "Aw, hell. It's raining again. Every time it rains this hard, the creek out by our place floods. Where's your car?" "That way. Mine's in that area, too. Want me to walk with you?" "No, just pull up in front of Sears. I'll follow you from there." Jerry gave a thumbs-up sign, pulled his windbreaker up over his head, and charged into the downpour. He didn't see his companion glance back at the sleeping guard following the successful surgery. The Wards had bought Jerry a brand-new compact pickup. He proudly swung it into the lane in front of Sears, tooted the horn twice, and watched in his rear view mirror as the other car pulled up behind him. He sang along with the radio and added a few bass percussion sounds as he negotiated the familiar streets that led from the Memphis suburbs to a rural area. He kept his speed moderate so as not to outdistance the car following him. If one didn't know his way around in this neck of the woods, it was easy to get lost after dark. As he neared a narrow bridge, Jerry reduced his speed. Just as he'd predicted, the creek below was running swift and high. He'd almost reached the middle of the bridge when his pickup was rammed from behind. What the Jerry was pitched forward by the impact, but his seatbelt restrained him. Then he was slammed backward by the recoil, and it felt like someone had driven a hot spike through the back of his neck. He cried out in pain and reflexively reached for his neck. Just as he let go of the steering wheel, the other vehicle gave his rear bumper another vicious nudge. Wood splintered and snapped as the pickup crashed through the rickety barricade. For only an instant, the small truck was airborne. Then the grill splashed into the swirling dark waters. Within seconds, the swift current was slapping against the windshield. Screaming hoarsely, Jerry groped for the seatbelt release. It sprang open, and he was free. In the darkness, he searched for the door handle and tugged on it frantically before remembering that the doors were automatically locked while the engine was running. Shit. He felt water closing over his knees. He raised his legs and kicked at the driver's window, kicked with all his might until the glass cracked. But it was the force of the water that finally broke the glass. Gallons of creek water gushed in, instantly filling the cab of the truck. Jerry held his breath, although he realized that his life was over. Death, which he'd miraculously cheated so many times during his youth, was finally claiming him. He was on his way to meet Jesus. More accurately, a virtual stranger had sent him to meet Jesus, and Jerry Ward's last thought was one of anger and perplexity. Why? Chapter 9, Summer 1992. You're angry. Clearly, Dean was not asking a question. Cat continued to stare through the windshield of his Jag. What was your first clue? You haven't spoken a word in 20 minutes because I have you to speak for me once again. You practically posted bans. Cat, I was merely carrying on a conversation during dinner with the woman seated beside me, who later cornered me in the powder room and begged to know the details of our forthcoming wedding. She turned to him. You must have led her to believe it was imminent. The real irony is that we don't have plans to marry. Of course we do. Cat would have argued, but he swung the Jag into the semicircular driveway of his house. On cue, his housekeeper opened the front door to greet them. Cat smiled at her and said hello as she entered the domed foyer. Being waited on by servants made her uncomfortable. Dean took dealing with hired help in stride. Cat now wished she hadn't agreed to spend the night at his house. She had done so only because it promised to be a long evening, making it too late to drive to Malibu and then return early tomorrow morning for her studio call. She decided that if their brewing argument developed as she feared it might, she would call the Bel Air and ask them to send a car for her. She went into his study, preferring it to the other rooms in the house because it was the coziest and least formal. What's something to drink? He asked, following her. No, thank you. A snack. I noticed you didn't eat much dinner. You were too busy chatting with Bill Webster. She ignored that. Since their first meeting, she and the TV executive from Texas had crossed paths several times at network functions. Dean mistook the nature of her attraction to him. No thanks. I'm not hungry. I can have Celesta fix something for you. No need to bother her. She's paid well to be bothered. What would you like? Nothing. She regretted her sharp tone and drew in a deep breath to subdue her temper. Don't coddle me, Dean. If I were hungry, I'd ask for something to eat. He left the study only long enough to dismiss the housekeeper for the night. When he rejoined Kat, she was standing at the window with her back to the room, gazing out over the formal garden. She heard his approach but didn't turn around. He placed his hands gently on her shoulders. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that a casual comment would create such a fuss. Why don't we just get married and spare ourselves this recurring argument? Hardly a good reason to get married. Kat. He grasped her shoulders more firmly and turned her to face him. That's not the reason I want to marry you. They could be talking about anything, the weather, their favorite Sunday topping, the national debt, but the subject always came back to this. She squeezed her eyes shut. I don't want to rehash this tonight, Dean. I've been patient, Kat. I know. Our wedding doesn't have to be a media event. We can fly to Mexico or Vegas and have it over and done with before a single reporter gets wind of it. It's not that. Then what, he pressed. Don't give me that crap about not wanting to give up your house in Malibu or your fear that you'll sacrifice your independence. Those are stale arguments. If you continue to turn me down, you'll have to come up with more valid objections. It's only been a year and a half since my transplant, she said quietly. So you might saddle yourself with a wife who will spend a good portion of her life and yours in a cardiac ward. You didn't experience a single rejection event, he raised his index finger. Not one, Kat, but there's no guarantee that I won't. Some transplantees live with their heart for years, then wham. For no apparent reason, they reject. And some die from causes totally unrelated to their hearts. In fact, there's a 1 in a million chance you'll get struck by lightning. I'm serious. So am I. He softened his tone. Many transplantees have lived for 20 or more years without any signs of rejection, Kat. Those patients received hearts when the procedure was still experimental. The technology has improved considerably. You stand an excellent chance of living out your normal life expectancy, and every day of that normal life you'll be monitoring my vital signs. He looked puzzled. I was your patient first, Dean, before I became your friend and lover. I think you'll always look upon me as your patient. Not so, he said firmly, but she knew better. He hovered over her protectively, a continual reminder that she had once been very fragile. He still treated her with utmost care. Even when they made love, he handled her as, though she might break his nerve-wracking. Irritating restraint made her feel cheated rather than cherished and severely curtailed her passion. For fear of damaging his ego, she'd borne her frustration in silence, while yearning to be treated like a woman, without being qualified as a heart transplantee. With Dean, she doubted that would ever be possible. Still, she knew that his overprotectiveness was only a symptom. The real problem was that she wasn't in love with him. Not in the way she should be before entertaining marriage. Life would be much simpler if she were in love with him. At times she fervently wished she could be. She'd always tried to spare his feelings, but now she felt that a more straightforward approach was in order. I don't want to marry you, Dean. I care about you deeply. If it weren't for you, I'd never have made it. Smiling at him tenderly, she said, but I'm not head over heels. I realize that. I don't expect you to be. That's for kids. We're beyond that romantic silliness. On the other hand, we make a good team. A team, she repeated, that doesn't really appeal to me either. I haven't belonged to anyone since I was 8 years old when my parents died. All the more reason to let me take care of you. I don't want to be taken care of. I want to be Kat, the new Kat, the strong Kat. Every day since my transplant has been a discovery into the new me. I'm still becoming acquainted with this woman who can take the stairs instead of the elevator, who can shampoo her hair in 3 minutes when it used to take 30. She pressed her fists against her chest where her heart was beating strongly. Time has a new dimension for me, Dean. It's precious. I jealously guard the time I spend with myself. Until I know completely this new Kat Delaney, I'm unwilling to share her with anyone. I see, he said stiffly, sounding more peeved than heartbroken. She laughed. Stop sulking. I don't buy it. You won't suffer unduly if we don't marry. What you love most about me is my celebrity. You enjoy sharing the limelight, attending Hollywood premieres, being seen at Spago in the company of a TV star. She struck a starlet's pose, one hand on her hip, the other behind her head. He laughed, his sheepish grin as good as a signed confession. But, she pressed on, admit it, Dean, if I clerked at a supermarket, would you still be pleading for my hand in marriage? She had him pegged, and they both knew it. You're a cold woman, Kat Delaney. I speak the truth. If the nature of Dean's love for her were different, she would have ended their relationship long ago in order to spare him real heartache. As it was, he admitted to loving her only as much as he was capable of loving. He took her in his arms and kissed her forehead. In my way, Kat, I do love you and I still intend to marry you, but I'll relent for now. Fair enough. They hadn't solved anything, but at least she'd been granted another reprieve. Fair enough. Good. He hugged her close. Ready for bed? I thought I'd take a swim first. Want company? He wasn't particularly fond of swimming, which was a shame since he had a gorgeous pool surrounded by more lush greenery than a tropical lagoon. You go on up. I'll be there shortly. He climbed the sweeping staircase to the second floor. Kat went out through the terrace doors and followed the flagstone path through the manicured garden to the pool. Unself-consciously, she unfastened her dress and stepped out of it, then peeled off her stockings and panties and slid naked into the deliciously cool water. It felt cleansing. Perhaps it would wash away the nagging dissatisfaction that had plagued her for months, not just with Dean, but with everything in her life. She swam 3 laps before turning onto her back to float. She still marveled that she could swim without having to gasp for breath or be afraid that her heart would come to a screeching halt. A year and a half ago, she couldn't have believed that such a feat was possible. She'd been prepared to die, and she would have died if someone else hadn't died first. That thought was never far from her consciousness, but whenever it thrust itself forward, it was jolting. Now it brought her out of the pool. Shivering, she tiptoed to the cabana and wrapped herself in a large towel, but the thought stalked her. Someone's death had given her the gift of life. She'd made it clear to Dean and to everyone on the transplant team that she wanted to know nothing about the donor of her heart. Rarely did she allow herself to think of that anonymous person as an individual with a family who had made a tremendous sacrifice so that she might live. When she did permit herself to think about that unnamed someone, her ambiguous discontent seemed the empty Everest of selfishness and self-pity. One life had been cut short. She'd been granted a second one. She lay down on one of the chaise lounges, closed her eyes tightly, and concentrated on counting her blessings. She'd conquered the overwhelming odds of her unfortunate childhood, pursued her dream, and achieved it. She was at the peak of her career and worked with talented people who liked and admired her. She had more than enough money and wanted for nothing. She was adored and desired by a handsome, cultured, highly respected cardiologist who lived the lifestyle of a prince. So why this vague restlessness, this disquiet that she could neither explain nor dispel? Her life, so hard won, now seemed without purpose or direction. She yearned for something she couldn't describe or identify, something beyond her reckoning and her grasp. What could she possibly want that she didn't have? What more could she ask when she had already received the gift of life? Kat sat up abruptly, sudden insight infusing her with energy. Self-doubt could be a positive motivator, and there was nothing wrong with self-examination. It was the focus of her self-analysis that was misdirected. Instead of asking what more she could want, perhaps she should be asking what she could give. Chapter 10, October 10th, 1992. Your house always smelled like something just out of the oven. This morning it was tea cakes. Golden and sugar-dusted, they were cooling on a wire rack on the kitchen table, next to a chocolate layer cake and 2 fruit pies. Ruffled curtains fluttered in the open-screened windows. On the refrigerator, magnets held in place valentines made of red construction paper and white paper doilies, Thanksgiving turkeys drawn around small handprints, and Christmas angels that bore an unsettling resemblance to Halloween bats. All was the artwork of numerous grandchildren. She answered the knock on her back screen door with a glance, a smile, and waved to come on in. You've got every mouth in the neighborhood watering. I could smell the cookies as soon as I stepped outside my door. Plump face was flushed with heat from the oven. When she smiled, her animated, guileless eyes crinkled at the corners. Have one while they're still warm. She gestured at the tea cakes. No, they're for your party, just one. I need an opinion. Be honest now. She picked up one of the tea cakes and extended it expectantly. Knowing it would be rude to refuse, the guest acquiesced. Melt in your mouth, delicious, just like grandmother used to make. You've never told me about your family, not in the 3 months you've lived next door. Turning her back, she began washing the mixing bowls and measuring cups that had been soaking in the sink. Not much to tell. Dad was in the military. We moved around a lot when I was a kid. 12 grades, 12 schools. That can be so hard on a child. Her usually cheerful smile became a frown of sympathy. This is a royal proclamation. No sad thoughts today. I decree this a day of celebration. Your day, she giggled like a girl, although she was well into her 50s. I've got so much to do before this afternoon. Fred's taking off early. said he'd be home by 2. The children should be arriving with their families around 5. You can't possibly make all the preparations yourself. Put me to work. I took the day off so I could help. Oh, you shouldn't have done that, she exclaimed. Won't your boss get mad? If he does, that's tough. I told him how fortunate I am to be living next door to a very special lady, and that, whether he liked it or not, I was going to help her celebrate her 2nd year with a new heart. She was touched. Tears glistened in her eyes. I've been so blessed when I think how close. Hey, none of that now. Remember the royal proclamation? Where should we start? She blotted her eyes with an embroidered handkerchief, then returned it to her apron pocket. Well, you could start setting up the extra folding chairs while I water my plants. Lead the way. They moved into the family room. It was homey and bright. On one wall was a glass sliding door that opened onto the patio. In order to catch the morning sun, a Boston fern had been hung on a hook in the ceiling directly in front of the large glass pane. I guess Fred waters that fern for you. You'd never be able to reach it. Oh, it's not hard to reach, dear, she said. I use a stepladder. It had been a year since the ward boy had met with that unfortunate accident in Memphis. 12 months of careful planning had passed. Although it was anxiety-producing, the protraction was necessary. The methodology was essential to the mission. Without order and discipline, the mission would be madness. The longest part of the year had been the hours since midnight last night. They had seemed as long as all the hours that had gone before each second had been counted in eager anticipation. Now the long wait was almost over. The anticipation was minutes away from being gratified. Watch, love, I'm doing this for you. It's a demonstration of love that even death cannot vanquish. A stepladder. How convenient. Chapter 11, November 1993. I didn't even ring the doorbell. I heard your car. Kat moved aside, silently inviting Dean to come in, then turned and led him into the living room of her house in Malibu. 3 Emmy Awards were displayed on a shelf built especially for them. The stark white walls were decorated with framed magazine covers on which she had appeared. It was a personal room and gave the impression of warmth and coziness despite its high cathedral ceiling and tall windows. The house was a contemporary structure perched on a precipice, connected to the beach by wooden steps that zigzagged down the steep, rocky slope. The fire in the fireplace relieved the chill of the overcast day. Beyond the wall of windows overlooking the Pacific, the view was monochromatic, the horizon undetectable. The water was the same. Dull gray as the low-hanging clouds. Even during the most inclement weather, Kat loved the seascape her house afforded. The ocean never failed to amaze her. Each time she looked at it, she felt as if she were seeing it for the first time. Its incessant rhythm filled her with awe, mystified her, and made her feel insignificant compared to such elemental impetus. Recently, she'd taken many long walks along the shore. She'd spent hours gazing out over the waves, weighing her options, searching for answers in the surging surf. Would you like something to drink? She asked. Nothing, thanks. She returned to the deep, easy chair where she'd cast off an Afghan when she'd heard the approach of his car. On the end table beside her were a cup of herbal tea and a high-intensity reading lamp focused on her lap. Dean sat across from her. What's that? Rough drafts for scripts. Each writer on staff submitted an idea as to the fate of Laura Madison. They're all very good and very sad, rather than knocking her off. I urged them to hire another actress to continue the part. She sighed and ran her fingers through her unruly curls. But they're adamant about writing her out. There isn't another actress alive who could play that role, Dean said. You've ruined it for anybody else. Meryl Streep couldn't handle it. You are Laura Madison. She recognized in his features signs of frustration and anxiety that would be invisible to anyone who didn't know him well. She was responsible for his unhappiness, and that bothered her tremendously. Well, it's official, isn't it? He said. Entertainment Tonight broke the story yesterday. You're leaving Passages, effective when your contract runs out shortly after the first of the year, I understand. She nodded, but said nothing. The wind buffeted the glass walls as though trying to snuff out the candles on the mantel. She threaded the fringe of the Afghan through her fingers. When she looked up, Dean was gazing out the window, his expression as turbulent as the surf. How much did Bill Webster factor into your decision? She was slow to respond. WWSA is his television station. That's not what I'm asking. If you're implying that our relationship is anything other than professional, you couldn't be more wrong. I have flaws, Dean, but lying isn't one of them. If anything, I'm too honest for my own good. Furthermore, Bill is very happily married to a woman who is as attractive and charming as he. His features remain taut. In a desperate attempt to understand why you're turning your back on your career, everything you've worked for, I've looked at your decision from every angle. Naturally, it occurred to me that a romance might factor in. It doesn't, she said emphatically. The Websters have 6 children. They also had a daughter who died several years ago. She was their firstborn. They took her death very hard. I haven't been entirely happy with my life for a long while, but it wasn't until Bill told me about his daughter, this was about 6 months ago, that I knew I had to make a fresh start. Life's too precious to waste a single day. That evening, Bill and I had a very earnest and honest talk about the loss of their daughter. And before I realized it, I was telling him about my childhood. I told him how it felt to be orphaned, to become a ward of the state, to be shunted between foster homes, never quite fitting in. That turned the conversation to an enormously successful program that he'd seen implemented in several major cities, where children who need adoptive parents are featured during the news broadcasts. He expressed an interest in beginning one at WSA as a community service. That's when I began to see a new start for myself. I didn't mean to shut you out, Dean. Countless times I wanted to bounce the idea off you, but I knew you couldn't be objective, nor could you grasp my reasons for needing to do this. She laughed softly. I'm not sure I grasp them myself, but I feel them intensely. I wrestled with them, tried to evade them, but they got their hooks in me and wouldn't let go. The more I thought about the outreach this program could have, the more excited I became. I thought back to all the times I was rejected for adoption because of my age, my sex, my medical history. Even my red hair was a deterrent, it seems. There are so many children with special problems who don't have loving parents. They began to haunt me, Dean. I couldn't sleep for hearing them crying in the darkness, lonely and afraid and feeling unloved. She gave him a sad smile. I've got to do something for those kids. It's that simple. I admire your philanthropic spirit, Kat. If you want to adopt a kid, more than one, I'm perfectly willing. She laughed outright. Oh, I can just see that, Dean. Get real, okay? You're a brilliant physician, but you lack the flexibility necessary to parenting. If it meant the difference between having you and not, it doesn't believe me. If I thought a judge would award May a single heart transplantee a child, I'd already have one. But this isn't about my adopting. Kat's Kids is about convincing other people to adopt. Kat's Kids, Nancy Webster's idea. Like it? It's real. Catchy. She wished he could share her enthusiasm, but he considered the whole idea preposterous. Kat, do you really want to demote yourself this way? Leave your career and move to Texas? It'll be different, she conceded with a chuckle. Couldn't you just sponsor the program, be the official spokesperson, without having to become personally involved? Be a figurehead, you mean? Something like that. That would be counterfeit. If my name's attached, it's my baby. It'll be a hands-on project all the way. She regarded him sadly. Besides, I don't view this as a demotion. To my mind, I'm not taking a step backward, but several steps forward. I expect overwhelming rewards. Restless with excitement, she tossed aside the Afghan and left the chair. This is the part that you won't get. Turning to face him, she splayed her hand over her chest. I'm doing this because I can't live with myself if I don't. You're right, he said, also coming to his feet. I don't get it. You had a tough childhood, but who the hell didn't? Ozzie and Harriet was a fairy tale. Kat, in real life, every damn one of us grows up feeling unloved. Yes, especially if your mom and dad choose death over living with you. His angry retort was held in check. He looked at her with puzzlement. Suicide? You told me your parents were killed in an accident? Well, they weren't. She now regretted blurting out the nasty truth of her parents' demise because he was looking at her with the same mix of fascination and horror as the social workers had always regarded skinny, red-headed, recalcitrant little Catherine Delaney. That's when I learned to crack jokes instead of cry. I had to become either a wit or a basket case, so don't pity me, Dean. It was a bad scene when it happened, but it made me strong, gave me enough grit to survive a heart transplant. I hope you can understand why I must do this. I know firsthand what it's like to be set apart from other children. If your parents are dead or you're disabled or poor, you're discriminated against. Those disadvantages make a kid an oddball. And you know as well as I do that if you're different, you're out. Period. Hundreds of thousands of kids are hurting, Dean. They have problems we can't imagine. Just getting through the day represents a challenge. They can't play, learn, or interact with other children because they're too burdened with being abused or orphaned or sick or any combination of the above. There are families that are capable and willing to even the odds for these children if only they knew how to go about it. I'm going to help match the two. It's a challenge I welcome. It's given me purpose. I believe this is why I was given a second life. He groaned. Don't go philosophical on me, Kat. You were given a second life because medical technology made it possible. You've got your interpretation. I've got mine, she said. All I know is that there should be some payback for my good fortune. Being a TV star, making lots of money, always being surrounded by the beautiful people, that's not what life's about. Not my life anyway. I want more, and by more, I don't mean more money and fame. I want something real. She reached for his hands and clasped them. You're invaluable to me. You were a stalwart friend during the most difficult period of my life. I love and admire you. I'm going to miss you like crazy, but you can't continue being my safety net. I'd rather be your husband. Romance and marriage don't fit into the picture right now. What I'm going to do deserves my full-time attention. Please give me your blessing and wish me well. He stared into her pleading eyes for several long moments. Eventually, he smiled regretfully. I'm certain that you'll make Kat's Kids an overnight success. You've got the talent, the ambition, and the know-how to achieve anything you want. I appreciate your vote of confidence. However, he added sternly, I'm a sore loser. I still think Bill Webster has dazzled you with his rhetoric about public service programming. It's too bad about his daughter, but I think he took advantage of your sympathy to lure you to his TV station. With you there, his ratings will soar, and he damn well knows. I doubt his interest in this project is entirely altruistic. My guess is that you'll learn he's fallible, as human, and self-serving as the rest of us. Bill has given me an opportunity, she said. But he's not the reason for my decision. His motives have nothing to do with mine. I wanted to make a change in my life. If it wasn't Kat's Kids, it would be something else. Dean declined to comment. Instead, he said, my guess is that you'll come to miss me and your life here so much that you'll soon return. He stroked her cheek. When you do, I'll be waiting for you. Please don't hold out for that. One of these days, you'll come around. In the meantime, I'll do as you ask and wish you well. Chapter 12, January 1994. The clock on the desk was old-fashioned with a round white face and large black Arabic numbers. It had a red second hand that ticked off every second with a rhythmic click, remindful of a heartbeat. The cover of the scrapbook was made of imitation leather, but it was a good imitation with a realistic grain. Heavy and solid, the volume felt good against the palms that caressed it as one would a pet. In a way, it was just that, a pet. A friend who could be trusted to keep secrets. Something to coddle, to play with during idle moments, or when one felt the need for comfort and companionship, and unqualified approval. The pages of the volume were filled with newspaper clippings. Many gave an account of young Jerry Ward's life, his valiant struggle with a congenital heart defect, his transplant and recovery, and finally his untimely accidental death by drowning. Such a tragedy after all a teen had been through. Then there was the grandmother in Florida. She'd been eulogized by friends and family who were devastated by her unexpected death. The woman seemingly had not had a single enemy in her life. Everyone loved her. Following her transplant, her cardiologist said that her prognosis was good. She would likely have lived for many more years if not for that shard of glass that had pierced her lung when she fell through the patio door while watering a Boston fern. And of all days for such a hideous accident to occur, the second anniversary of her transplant. A page in the volume was turned. Memory lane led to October 10, 1993. 3 months ago, another state, another city, another heart recipient, another ghastly accident, messy, that business with the chainsaw, bad idea. But he'd been an outdoors type, so the mission had one glaring flaw. There was no way of knowing exactly when it was accomplished. It might have been already with Jerry Ward's death, or with one of the other two. But the mission couldn't be assumed completed until all the possible recipients had been eliminated. Only then would it be certain that the heart and the spirit of the loved one had been reunited. The scrapbook was closed reverently. The back cover received a loving pat before the volume was gently laid in the desk drawer and locked away from prying eyes. Not that there would be any. No one was ever invited here. Before the drawer was locked, a thick, bulging manila envelope was removed. The metal clasp was worked open and the contents spread across the desk. Each article, photograph, and clipping had been carefully labeled to facilitate study. Every fact contained in this treasure trove of information had been memorized and analyzed. Known were her height, weight, dress size, likes and dislikes, religious preference, favorite fragrance, pet peeves, California driver's license number, social security number, political affiliations, ring size, and the telephone number of the maid service that cleaned her house in Malibu. It had taken months to compile the information, but it was amazing how much could be learned about a person when one's time was devoted solely to that undertaking. Of course, because she was a celebrity, there was much to be learned from the media, although the reliability of that information was sometimes questionable. Tabloids weren't always accurate, so facts garnered from them had to be verified. Interesting, this change of heart she'd had recently. She was leaving her fabulous life in Hollywood for what appeared to be charity, work in San Antonio, Texas. Kat Delaney would be an intriguing person to get to know, and a real challenge to kill. Chapter 13, May 1994. Say, this might sound crazy, but, well, I've been sitting in that booth over there, looking at you and thinking, I know you from somewhere. All of a sudden it hit me like a ton of bricks. Aren't you Alex Pearson? No. You sure? Positive. Damn. I could have sworn you were him. You look just like him, the writer, wrote that crime novel that everybody's reading. You're a dead ringer. This had gone on long enough. Alex stuck out his right hand. Alex Pierce. Hot damn, I knew it was you. Recognized you from the picture on the back of your book. Lester Dobbs is the name. The friendly stranger pumped his hand enthusiastically. Pleased to meet you, Alex. Is it all right for me to call you Alex? Of course. Without invitation, Dobbs slid into the booth across from Alex. It was breakfast time at Denny's. The coffee shop was crowded with people on their way to work and those who'd just gotten off night shift. Dobbs signaled the harried waitress for a fresh cup of coffee. Don't know why she's acting so pissed, he muttered after he got the refill by moving over here. I freed up a booth. Alex folded his morning newspaper and laid it on the seat beside him. It appeared he wouldn't be returning to it any time soon. Dobbs said, Read that you were a Texan? Didn't know you still lived here in Houston. I don't. Not on a permanent basis anyway. I move from place to place. Guess your line of work gives you the freedom to do that. I can plug in my computer anywhere there's a post office and a telephone. Wouldn't do me any good to get the wanderlust, Dobbs said with regret. I work in a refinery, been there 22 years. It ain't going nowhere, and neither am I. The job keeps bread on the table, but that's about all I can say for it. Got me a bastard of a supervisor. A real tight ass when it comes to that time clock. Know what I mean? Yeah, I know the type. Alex replied sympathetically. Used to be a cop, didn't you? That's right. Traded in your handgun for a hard disk. Alex looked at him with surprise. Clever, huh? Didn't make it up myself. Read it in an article about you in the Sunday supplement a few months back. sort of stuck in my mind. Is this the non-smoking section? Shit. Anyway, me and the wife are real fans. I'm glad to hear that. I don't read much. You understand. She's always got her nose stuck in a book. Buys 'em at the second-hand place a dozen or more. At a time. Me, I only like the kind of stuff you write. The bloodier, the better. Alex nodded and took a sip of his coffee. Dobbs leaned forward and lowered his voice to a man-to-man pitch. The dirtier, the better, too. Know what I mean? Jesus, the things you came up with in that book of yours, I got a hard-on about every 20 pages. The wife thanks you, too, he added a broad wink. Alex struggled to keep a straight face. I'm glad you became so involved in the story. Do you, actually know broads like the one in your book? You ever had one pull that kinky feather trick on you, like that gal did to your hero? The Lester Dobbses of the world wanted to believe that he wrote from experience. I write fiction, remember? Yeah, but you gotta know a little bit about what you're putting down on paper, right? Alex wanted neither to exaggerate his lone life nor to disappoint his fan. So he remained silent and let Dobbs draw his own conclusion. He reached the one that pleased him and chuckled, shaking loose smoker's phlegm from his throat. Some bitches have all the luck. Ain't no woman gonna do that for me, and that's for damn sure. Guess it's just as well, he added philosophically. I'd probably die of a heart attack, spread eagle there in the bed, mother naked, my dick standing up straight as a flagpole, and more coffee, Mr. Pierce. The waitress had the carafe poised over his cup. Oh, no thanks. You can bring my check and add Mr. Dobbs's tab to it. Now, that's right, decent of you. Thanks. You're welcome. The wife'll pee her pants when I tell her I met you. When's your next book coming out? In about a month. Great. Is it as good as the first? I think it's better, although the writer is rarely a good judge of his own work. Well, you can't write 'em fast enough for me. Thank you. Alex picked up the check and his newspaper. Sorry, I've got to run. I enjoyed meeting you. Alex paid at the cash register and left the bustling coffee shop, although he would have enjoyed lingering over another cup of coffee. In a very real sense, he'd been working when Dobbs joined him. His mind had been busy soaking up atmosphere, studying people, their unique mannerisms and distinctive facial features, making mental notes for future reference. He did all this unobtrusively, not wanting to call attention to himself. He was surprised that Dobbs had even noticed him. He was still startled when he was recognized by his readers. It didn't happen very often, though. His first novel, published a year ago in hardcover, had enjoyed only mediocre commercial success. But when the paperback had come out, word-of-mouth endorsements and extra publicity from his publisher kicked in. Now it was on several bestseller lists and making the rounds in Hollywood for consideration as a TV movie. The reading public was eager for novel number 2, due out next month. For his third novel, his agent had demanded an enormous advance, which the publisher had paid. The book had been enthusiastically accepted by his editor and had generated much excitement within the publishing house. A knockout cover had been designed and plans were being made for extensive pre-publication promotion, but for all his recent success in the publishing world, Alex Pierce was far from being a household name. He was still an unknown among non-readers and those whose tastes lay outside his genre. His crime novels were about men and women caught up in dangerous, sometimes brutal situations. His characters were drug lords, slum lords, pimps, whores, gang members, assassins, loan sharks, arsonists, rapists, thieves, extortionists, informers, the worst of society. The heroes were the cops who dealt with them inside or outside the law. In his stories, the lines between right and wrong, good and evil, were so faintly drawn as to be virtually invisible. His stories had a tough veneer and an even tougher core. He wrote, with a jaundiced eye and a cast-iron stomach, sparing his readers. Sensibilities nothing, packing his narrative and dialogue with as much realism as possible. Although no words in the English language could adequately describe a grisly homicide, he tried to capture on paper the sights, sounds, and smells of the atrocities that one human being was capable of inflicting on another, and the psychology behind the commission of such crimes. Using the vernacular of the streets, he wrote the sexual passages as graphically as those detailing autopsies. His books had impact. They weren't for the squeamish, the fastidious, or the prudish. In spite of its crudity, one critic had said that his writing had heart, has uncanny insight into the human experience. He cuts to the bone in order to expose the soul. Alex was skeptical of the praise. He feared that these first 3 books were a fluke. He questioned his talent daily. He wasn't as good as he wanted to be and had come to the dismal conclusion that writing and success insofar as how successful the writer perceives his work were incompatible. Despite these self-doubts, he was cultivating an expanding and loyal reading audience. His publisher had deemed him a rising star, but he hadn't let the praise go to his head. He mistrusted fame. His previous experience in the media spotlight had been the most turbulent period of his life. Much as he wanted to succeed as a novelist, he was content living in anonymity. He'd had more than his share of notoriety. He climbed into his sports car and within minutes was speeding along the freeway, one of the most fearless of the fearsome shark drivers. He kept the windows open, listening to the whiz of traffic, liking the feel of the wind in his hair, even enjoying the pervasive smell of auto exhaust. He reveled in such simple sensations, he'd been amazed at how sensually stimulating the world was. Once his senses were no longer dulled by alcohol. He'd kicked his drinking habit by checking himself into a dry-out hospital. After weeks of pure hell, he'd emerged, pale, skeletal, and shaking, but stone-cold sober. He'd been sober for more than 2 years now. No matter what kind of pressure he came under in the future, he was determined not to fall back on that crutch. Those blackouts had scared the shit out of him. He arrived at his apartment, but it wasn't like coming home. The Spartan rooms were filled with packing crates. His research required frequent travel and periodic stays in a variety of locales. There was no point in nesting. In fact, he'd already made arrangements for his next move. He weaved through the boxes, making his way toward the bedroom, which also served as his office. This was the only room in the apartment that looked lived in an unmade bed in one corner, a desk and work table taking up most of the floor space, and there was paper everywhere. Reams of printed material were stacked on every conceivable surface and tacked to the walls. This chaotic, haphazard library was a grim reminder of his deadline. He glanced at the wall calendar. May. Time was passing quickly, too quickly, and he had an awful lot to do. Chapter 14. What's it going to take to get this kid on TV and into a permanent home? Exasperated, Kat thumbed through the case file. At 4 years old, Danny had already received more hard knocks than most people experienced in a lifetime. She scanned the reports, paraphrasing aloud as she went. His mother's boyfriend beats him repeatedly, so he's removed from her custody and placed in a foster home where there are already several other children. She glanced up and addressed the rest of her remarks to Sherry Parks, a child protection specialist with the Texas Department of Human Services. Thank God he's no longer serving as a punching bag for the boyfriend. But Danny needs full-time, one-on-one attention. He needs to be adopted, Sherry. His mother's more than willing to give him up. So what's the problem? Let's do a segment on him and get some families interested in adopting him. The glitch is the judge, Kat. If you like, I can plead Danny's case with him again, but I can't promise that his decision will be any different the second time around. Danny's abuse caseworker is arguing just as strenuously that he belongs in a foster home. So far, the judge has ruled in favor of that since the inception of Kat's kids. Sherry Parks, who was middle-aged and motherly, had been Kat's liaison with the state agency. She strived to get abused or special children out of the foster care system and into permanent adoptive homes. It wasn't an easy undertaking. There were miles of red tape involved. Sherry frequently butted heads with abuse caseworkers and judges who, like everyone else, had biases and opinions that governed their decisions. Once a victim at home, the child sometimes became a victim of the sluggish system. Kat said, "I'm certain the caseworker's heart is in the right place, but I strongly believe that Danny needs to be placed in a permanent home. He lacks security and needs parents he can count on to be around for a long time." The caseworker insists that he needs more therapy before he's ready for adoption. Sherry Parks argued, playing devil's advocate. He was neglected from the day he was brought home from the hospital. He needs to learn to live within a family structure. Recommending him for adoption now is premature and doomed to failure. She says we'd be moving him through the system too quickly. Kat's auburn eyebrows pulled into a frown above the bridge of her nose. Meanwhile, the message to him is coming through loud and clear: nobody wants you. Your foster parents are only housing you until you prove yourself worthy enough to be adopted. Don't they realize that they're placing the burden of responsibility on Danny? And because he can't cut it, his feelings of failure and alienation are only reinforced. It's a vicious cycle from which he can't escape. In fairness, Kat, Sherry said, he's provoking as hell. He bites indiscriminately. He throws tantrums. He destroys everything he lays his hands on. Kat shook back her hair and raised her hands in surrender. I know, I read the report, but the bad behavior is symptomatic. It's an attempt to get attention. I remember some of the stunts I pulled just to prove how undesirable and unadoptable I was. That was after several good prospects that ultimately resulted in rejections. I know where he's coming from. He'll be impossible to live with until somebody sits him down and says, "Throw tantrums, Danny. I'm going to love you anyway. Nothing you do is going to keep me from loving you. Nothing, and I'm never going to beat you, or leave you, or give you away. You're mine. I'm yours." Then that someone should hug him until the message penetrates all the crap that's collected around his little heart and mind to make him socially and emotionally dysfunctional. Jeff Doyle applauded. That was a stirring speech, Kat. We ought to use it in a promo. She smiled at the young man on her staff. In the short time they'd worked together, he'd become an able assistant. No job was too large for him, yet he didn't mind being asked to do menial tasks. He was so instrumental to the success of Kat's kids that she'd recently invited him to sit in on her meetings with Sherry. He had taken an interest not only in the broadcast quality of each segment, but in the welfare of the children featured in those segments. "Thanks, Jeff," she said, "but I wasn't composing promotional copy. I meant every word." Turning back to Sherry, she asked, "Do you feel comfortable pleading Danny's case with the judge again?" "Comfortable?" "Yes." "Confident?" "No," Sherry replied, "but I'll do it anyway." She reached for the file and wedged it into her overstuffed briefcase. "I'll let you know when they schedule the hearing," Kat nodded. "If I'm unavailable, leave word with either Jeff or Melia." "Leave word with me," Jeff countered. "Otherwise, Kat might not get the message." Sherry divided a curious glance between Kat and him, but Kat ignored it. Jeff had spoken out of turn. She would chastise him later in private. Their inner office disputes were not open for discussion with outsiders. The social worker gathered her things. "I guess that's everything for now. I'll be in touch." At the door to Kat's office, she stopped to add, "By the way, that was a brilliant piece that aired last night. Thanks. I'll share your compliment with the crew." The video photographer got some beautiful shots of Sally. The 5-year-old was afflicted with a speech impediment resulting from repeated physical abuse. The disability, as well as her retarded social skills, could be reversed by loving care and attention. Of course, her eyes said it all. All we really had to do was get close-ups of them. They told her story and made a script almost superfluous. "She has so much potential, such a capacity for love," Kat said sadly. "I hope the phone lines in your office melt this morning with incoming calls." "So do I," Sherry said. "Once again, are you sure you don't mind filling in for me this morning?" "I volunteered after making an appointment with a couple who had applied to adopt." Sherry had discovered a conflict in her schedule. Kat had prevailed upon her to let her take the interview. "Thanks again. I'll call you this afternoon to see how it went." After Sherry's goodbye, Jeff refilled their coffee cups. "What's on the agenda today? See if Melia has come in, please. And in the future, Jeff, Keep your opinions of her or anyone else here at W. Fezzik to yourself, okay? I'm sorry, he said contritely. I know I was out of place to say what I did in front of Miss Parks, but it just slipped out. It's true, though. Any messages left with Melia have a good chance of getting lost before reaching your desk. That's my problem, not yours. But my problem. And I'll handle it. Agreed? Agreed. He went out and returned moments later with Melia King. The two formed a contrast that went beyond gender. Jeff was fair-haired and blue-eyed. His clothing was inspired by Ivy League prep schools. Melia had heavy-lidded Latin eyes that she skillfully accented with kohl eyeliner. Her lips were full and sensual. She was partial to vibrant colors that set off her olive complexion and dark hair. Good morning, Melia. Hi. This morning she was wearing a tight-fitting knit dress, the color of poppies. She sat down and crossed her long, shapely legs. Her smile was smug, arrogant, affected, and as irritating to Kat as a torn cuticle. The chip on her shoulder had become a source of malcontent within the office. Unfortunately, bad chemistry wasn't grounds for dismissal. Otherwise, Kat would have fired her months ago. Besides, she didn't feel she could make that decision independently. Bill Webster had handpicked her staff before her arrival at WSA. The candidates had been introduced to her for approval. Jeff Doyle had applied for a job to produce news, but he had jumped at the chance to work on Kat's Kids, which he knew would provide a more creative challenge. Melia King had been recruited from the newsroom staff. She too had expressed a desire for more variety, more challenge, and more money. Kat's Kids had provided her an opportunity. Kat had felt it would be churlish to reject Bill's recommendations, although she'd sensed Melia's antipathy to her the moment they shook hands. Since she had no other explanation for the young woman's hostility, she had figured that Melia was nervous about meeting her new boss and would soon warm up. However, after 6 months of working together, their relationship was still chilly. Melia was never late. She hadn't been grossly derelict in her duties. Whenever a minor mistake was committed, she was ready with a viable excuse. Her apologies were lukewarm and lacked sincerity, but they qualified as apologies. In other words, Kat thought sourly, she covers her ass. What appointments do I have scheduled for today? She asked. With a negligent flick of her hand, Melia opened her spiral steno pad. You're interviewing Mr. and Mrs. Charlie Walters for Ms. Parks. Right? What time? Kat asked, glancing at her desk clock. 11. She left their file on my desk. I'll get it from you on my way out. They live on a rural route out toward Kerrville. Do you know where that is? No. Melia rolled her eyes as though Kat's ignorance of Texas geography was the height of stupidity. I'll have to give you directions. That would be helpful, Kat said tightly. Anything else? You have an edit session at 3 this afternoon. I'll be back long before then, and Mr. Webster wants to see you sometime today, at your convenience, he said. Call upstairs and see if he's in. I'd like to see him before leaving for my appointment. Without acknowledging the request, Melia stood and moved toward the door. She had the gliding gait of a jungle cat. It was obvious that Jeff wasn't impressed by it. His lips were thin with disapproval as she went out. Kat pretended not to notice. She wouldn't play one of her staff members against another, nor did she want to show partiality. Getting down to business, she asked, have we confirmed where we'll shoot this segment on Tony? She always called the featured children by their first names, remembering how she'd hated being referred to as the child or the girl, as though being a ward of the state had made her a non-person. How about Brackenridge Park? Jeff suggested. You could take Tony on the miniature train ride. That would be good visually. More important, I think Tony would enjoy it. What 6-year-old boy doesn't like trains? Melia stuck her head through the door. Mr. Webster's in his office. He said for you to come on up. She popped out of sight again. Kat stepped around her desk. While I'm away, go to the park and check everything out, she told Jeff. Tell whoever is in charge that we'd like to do the shoot on Wednesday morning. Make sure the train will be running then, etc. Also call Sherry's office, so they'll know when to have Tony there. Double-check the time of the shoot with the newsroom assignments editor so a video crew will be available. Jeff was taking rapid notes. Anything else? Yes. Lighten up. Life's too short to be taken so seriously. He raised his head from his frantic scribbling and looked at her with puzzlement. Trust me, I know. Kat's office was connected to the bustling newsroom via a short corridor. Bill Webster had offered her a larger and better appointed office on the executive floor of the building, but she declined it. Kat's Kids was under the auspices of the news department, as was all locally originated programming. Integrating her staff with video, photographers, editors, directors, and the studio crew was important to her. She had told Webster, I depend on them to make me look and sound good on camera. I can't afford to alienate them by setting myself apart. There had been some built-in resentment toward her from newsroom personnel. Kat Delaney hadn't worked her way up through the ranks as they had. She was an actress, not a journalist. Kat admitted to having no journalistic skills, and she knew she'd been foisted on the news department. The news team had no doubt expected her to condescend to them since she'd come from Hollywood, to be a Miss Know-It-All from Tinseltown. Instead, she was constantly asking their advice. Although she'd spent years in front of studio cameras, the news format was foreign to her. By asking questions, flubbing her lines, requiring retakes, and cracking self-deprecating jokes, she was gaining acceptance. The CEO's secretary greeted her warmly. Mr. Webster is expecting you, Ms. Delaney. Go right in. I couldn't be more pleased with the way things are going, Bill said once Kat was seated. So you've said on numerous occasions. She smiled at him across the surface of his black lacquered desk, which was so glossy it could have been used as a makeup mirror. If you lavish me with any more praise, I'm liable to blush. They're not empty compliments, he said, chuckling. I've got the increase in market shares to back them up. Kat's Kids is an overwhelming success. Her smile reversed itself. Her eyes turned stormy, not according to Mr. Truitt. A reporter for the San Antonio Light, Ron Truitt, had been panning Kat's Kids since its debut. He was particularly scathing in his latest article, Kat said. Let's see, how'd he put it? These segments are sappy and sentimental and have no more place in a newscast than a soft shoe dance routine. That hack can really turn a clever phrase, can't he? Webster took the reporter's criticism in stride. Unfortunately, San Antonio is known in TV circles as a bloody market. Like any other city, we have our share of violence among the TV news departments. The credo has been, the more gore, the better. WWSA's policy on explicitness is no exception, I'm afraid. We've had to follow the trend in order to remain competitive. I don't like it. That's just the way it is, he said, spreading his hands in a submissive gesture. When compared to our lead news stories, which almost always relate to a violent crime, your segments are like a breath of fresh air. They remind viewers that there is still some good in the world. So, forget Mr. Truitt's criticism. Consider it free publicity. She didn't share Webster's lack of concern for the articles. A bad rap was a bad rap. It wouldn't have been nearly as upsetting if Truitt had criticized her performance. She would have sloughed that off. But he was attacking her baby, and like a mama bear, she was savagely protective. If they want to see violence and bloodshed, we ought to show the situations most of these kids come from, she said bitterly. All the more reason for you to blow off any criticism. Thumb your nose at Mr. Truitt. I tried, but the coward never returns my calls. She shrugged. It's just as well, I suppose. I wouldn't want to give him the satisfaction of knowing that his slanted articles disturb me. Webster offered her something to drink, but she declined, explaining her appointment with the couple who had applied to be adoptive parents. Interviewing the applicants isn't your responsibility. Not ordinarily, but Sherry made an appointment she can't keep. Rather than disappoint them, I offered to stand in for her. Besides, they sound like good prospects. The fact is, Bill, I would welcome meeting personally with all the applicants. It would give me an opportunity to describe exactly what they're letting themselves in for, which I could do from a unique perspective. That of a former foster child, right? They're required to take the positive parenting course. But even after 10 weeks of training, they're not prepared for every eventuality that arises when dealing with a special child. It would also give them an opportunity to see that I and the program are strictly legit. You've assumed enough responsibility as it is. I thrive on work, and you're a control freak. You want to oversee everything? Guilty, she said with a smile. Just go easy on yourself, she bristled. One thing she didn't tolerate was deferential treatment because of her transplant. Don't mollycoddle me, Bill Cat, he said reproachfully. I caution the salesmen and mid-management personnel type A's like you not to work to the detriment of their health. None of them has had a heart transplant. It's good advice for anyone. I'll concede that. Is everything working out well with your staff? When she hesitated, Webster's eyebrows arched inquiringly. Problems? Anytime more than one person works on a project, there's bound to be some friction, she answered diplomatically. He leaned back in his chair. Friction can often lead to beneficial brainstorming. I think your staff was well chosen. She decided to approach her problems with Melia by going through the back door. Jeff's a workaholic. He's super efficient, but he can be high-strung. Is he gay? Does it matter? Not at all, he replied, unruffled by her sharp tone. Just curious. That's the gossip. Either way, I think his personality is much more suited to Kat's kids than to the hard news format. Do you get along with Melia? She has her mood swings, Kat said, hedging. Don't we all? Of course, it's just that sometimes her moods and mine are on a collision course. She wanted to avoid suggesting that all the blame belonged to Melia. Perhaps it didn't. Their dislike had been mutual, although Kat had done her best to give Melia the benefit of the doubt. She'd cut her more slack than she thought was deserved. Webster didn't pick up her hint of disharmony. As you said, Kat, when more than one person is involved, there are bound to be some differences of opinion. Bill had bent over backward to make her transition to WWSA easy and enjoyable. She didn't want to appear to be a whiner, so for the time being she shelved her grievances. I'm sure that in time will smooth out all the wrinkles. I'm sure you will too. Anything else on your mind? She consulted her watch and found that she still had a few minutes. I'd like you to start thinking about the possibility of a fundraiser. Fundraiser? For the kids, those still in foster homes and the ones already adopted. Foster parents get $200 a month per child from the state. Medicaid pays for their health care, but that doesn't cover everything. Wouldn't it be good PR for the station as well as enormously beneficial for the kids if WWSA sponsored a concert or a celebrity golf tournament, something like that, to raise money for the extras like orthodontia and eyeglasses and summer camp? Great idea. Do whatever you like. Thanks, but I need help. I'm still the new kid on the block and don't know very many people. Do you think Nancy would consider helping? Consider it? He laughed. It'd be right down her alley. She loves nothing better than rolling up her shirt sleeves and plowing into a project. Fundraisers are her forte. Great, I'll call her. Kat stood. If that's all, I've got to run. He came around his desk to walk her to the door. You're doing a terrific job, Kat. We're so fortunate to have you. You've given the station credibility and an aura of class, but have we been equally good for you? Do you have any regrets over leaving California? Are you happy regrets? None, Bill. I love the kids. I'm doing something worthwhile and it feels good. He waited, but when she said nothing more, he probed. That answers only half of my question. Am I happy? Of course. Why wouldn't I be? What about Dr. Spicer? Kat was chummy with her new coworkers, but hadn't had time to cultivate any close friendships. Furthermore, it was her policy to keep professional matters separate from her personal affairs. Her long, demanding workdays didn't leave much time for meeting people outside the industry. Consequently, Dean was still her best friend, and that's the way she answered Bill's question. We talk every few days. He looked worried. Any chance of his talking you into returning to California? None. I've got too much work to do here. She glanced at her wristwatch, beginning with my 11 o'clock appointment. Chapter 15. The doorbell echoed through the ranch house. Through the screened front door, Kat saw a wide hallway extending to the rear of the house. Several rooms opened off this central foyer, but, from her viewpoint, she couldn't tell what they were. Somewhere nearby a dog barked, a large dog, she guessed by the gruffness of his bark. Thankfully, it sounded more curious than ferocious. She rang the bell again and glanced over her shoulder in the direction from which she'd come. The house was situated behind a low hill out of sight of the state highway. A white rail fence formed a neat boundary around the property and divided it into several pastures where horses and beef cattle grazed. The single-story house was constructed of native limestone, shading. The deep veranda was a wooden grid covered with leafy wisteria. Scarlet geraniums bloomed in clay pots. Everything had a well-tended, well-kept appearance, including the golden retriever that loped around the corner of the house and up the stone steps. "Hi, Pooch." The dog sniffed the hand she offered, then gave it a friendly lick. "Are you the only one at home? I thought they were expecting me or Sherry." She rang the bell again. Mr. and Mrs. Walters must be somewhere in the house, she reasoned. It was unlikely that they would leave without closing and locking the front door. Cupping her hands around her eyes, she peered through the screen and called out, "Hello? Anybody here?" Toward the back of the house, a door squeaked open and a man stepped out into the hallway. Kat dropped her hands and jumped back, embarrassed at having been caught peeking through the screen. He was tall, rangy, and barefoot. His jaw was shaded by a dark, scruffy beard at least 2 days old. As he was ambling toward the door, he unhurriedly buttoned the fly of his Levi's, but gave up after securing only 2 of the buttons. He tried to smooth out his tousled hair, yawned broadly, then idly scratched his bare chest. "Something I can do for you?" He scowled at her through the screen. Kat was bewildered. Had Melia given her the wrong directions? Had Sherry made an error on the house number or mistaken the time of her appointment? Mr. Walters obviously wasn't expecting company. He'd come straight from bed. Had Mrs. Walters been in bed with him? If so, exactly what had she interrupted? Sleep, she hoped. I'm Kat Delaney." He stared at her for several moments, then abruptly pushed open the screen door and looked at her even more intently through narrowed, suspicious eyes. Yeah, her name usually evoked a response. When sales clerks realized who had passed them a credit card, they typically became either speechless or gabby. Head waiters stammered effusively while leading her to choice tables. When sighted in public, she drew double takes. Mr. Walters hadn't even blinked. Apparently, her name meant nothing to him. "Actually, I'm filling in for Ms. Parks. Sherry Parks. She couldn't make it this morning, so Get," he shouted, slapping his thigh. Kat flinched, then realized that he wasn't addressing her. He was speaking to the dog, which was still laving her hand with his long, pink tongue. "Lie down, Bandit," he ordered brusquely. She watched sympathetically as the dog slunk to the edge of the porch and did as he was told, settling his head on his front paws but keeping his woeful eyes on her. She turned back to the man. He was holding open the screen door with a taut, straight arm providing her an unobstructed, intimate view of his armpit. A single drop of sweat rolled down the corrugated surface of his ribs toward his waistline, which tapered into the unfastened blue jeans. She swallowed dryly. "I'm afraid there's been a mistake." "I need some coffee. Come on in." He turned and disappeared down the hall. She caught the screen door before it slammed shut, then hesitated, deliberating the wisdom of following him inside. He seemed in no frame of mind to entertain a guest. His wife had yet to make an appearance. On the other hand, it went against her grain to retreat in the face of adversity. She'd invested over an hour of her valuable time in the long drive out here. If she left now, the trip would be a total washout. Besides, Sherry expected a full report. She couldn't leave without getting to the bottom of this. She was piqued by Mr. Walters' incredible rudeness, but curious as well. She'd read the couple's application, and it had excited her. Both were college graduates, 40-something. but after 15 years of marriage, still childless. Mrs. Walters was willing to end her career as a librarian to become a full-time mother to a special child. Retirement and thus the suspension of her income would place no financial burden on them because Mr. Walters was a successful cement contractor. They had seemed ideal to parent one of Kat's kids. Why would they take the time and trouble to apply for adoption, then go to no effort whatsoever to prepare for their first interview? It was too intriguing a question to leave unanswered. Curiosity killed the cat, she reminded herself as she pulled open the door and went inside. The adage would make a clever headline if she didn't come out alive, she thought wryly. The arched opening through which Mr. Walters had disappeared led to a spacious living area. Wide windows allowed for plenty of sunlight and brought the breathtaking hill country landscape indoors. The furniture had been chosen for comfort and coziness. It would have been a lovely room if not for the mess. A man's shirt dangled from the arm of the sofa. A pair of cowboy boots and a pair of socks lay in the middle of the floor. The TV was on, but it had been muted, which spared Kat from having to listen to the sound of one cartoon character chasing another and whacking him over the head with a tennis racket. Newspapers were scattered everywhere. A pillow had been wadded into one corner of the sofa and bore the imprint of a head. There were 2 soda cans on the coffee table, along with an empty crumpled potato chip bag and what looked like the remains of a bologna sandwich. Kat stood just inside the arch, disgusted by what she saw. Beyond a dividing bar was the kitchen, where Mr. Walters was taking mugs from a cabinet. He blew dust out of them. "Is Mrs. Walters here?" she asked haltingly. "No." "When do you expect her?" "Can't say, in a few days, I guess." "Coffee's ready. I set the timer to come on at 7. It's been sitting here for a few hours, but the stronger the better, right? Cream or sugar?" "Really, I don't." Forget the cream." He'd taken a carton of half and half from the refrigerator and opened it. Kat could smell it from where she stood. "There's a sugar bowl around here somewhere," he muttered as he went searching. "I remember seeing it a day or two ago. I don't need any sugar." "Good, 'cause I can't find it." She wasn't surprised. The kitchen was in a worse mess than the living room. The sink was full of dirty dishes that overflowed onto every available inch of counter space. There were crusty pans on the stove. The dining table was littered with more dirty dishes, unopened mail, books and magazines, stacks of paper, and a greasy cardboard box with Carlotta's homemade tamales stenciled across the top of it. Something yellow and gelatinous had dripped onto the floor. The neat exterior of the house had been deceiving. Its inhabitants were slobs. "Here you go." He slid a mug of coffee across the bar toward her. It sloshed onto the tiles, but he seemed not to notice. He was already sipping from his mug. After several swallows, he sighed. "Better now. What is it you're peddling?" She gave a small, incredulous laugh. "I'm not peddling anything. Sherry Parks was under the impression you had an appointment this morning." "Huh. What'd you say your name is?" "Kat Delaney." "Kat," he squinted at her through the steam rising out of his coffee mug. His eyes took her in, head to feet and back again. "Well, I'll be damned. You're the soap opera queen, right?" "In a matter of speaking," she replied coldly. "I'm standing in for Miss Parks, who had an appointment with you at 11 o'clock this morning." "An appointment this morning?" He shook his head in befuddlement. Kat waved her hand in dismissal. "Never mind. The signal's got crossed somewhere, but it makes no difference." She looked at the clutter surrounding her, then faced him squarely. "I'm terribly sorry, but I don't think you'll do." He slurped his coffee. Won't do what? He was either dense or extremely clever. She couldn't tell if he was playing with her or if he was indeed clueless as to what had brought her to his house. Mrs. Walters might have submitted the application and arranged this meeting without her husband's knowledge in a covert attempt to win him over to the idea of adopting. That happens sometimes. One partner, usually the wife, wanted to become a parent while the husband did not. Sometimes the husband was even bitterly opposed to the idea. That could be the case here. Kat certainly didn't want to get caught in the crossfire of a marital dispute. Have you and Mrs. Walters discussed every aspect of this? He turned to pour himself a second cup of coffee, asking over his shoulder. Every aspect of what? Adopting a child? She answered impatiently. He gave her a sharp, hard glance, then bowed his head, closed his eyes, and pinched the bridge of his nose. I must have been up later than I thought, he mumbled, then raised his head and looked at her again. You're here to talk about adopting a kid? Of course. What did you think? I don't know, he said, matching her vexed tone. For all I know, you're selling Girl Scout cookies. Well, I'm not. So what? He broke off when a light of realization went on behind his eyes. He slammed his mug down on the counter. Oh shit, what day is this? Monday. He consulted the calendar hanging beside the refrigerator, then slapped the wall with his palm. Damn! He came back around, raking his fingers through his dark hair and looking chagrined. I was supposed to call you or this Miss Parkson Friday and cancel the appointment. Entirely my fault. Forgot to check the calendar every day like she told me to. She'll be good and pissed, he said, almost to himself. Look, I'm sorry. I could have saved you the trip. The interview will have to be rescheduled. I don't believe that will be necessary, she said crisply. Tell your wife. My wife? You mean you aren't married? No, but she goes by Mrs. Walters. Of course she does. The suggestion of a grin pulled at his lips. Irene Walters is married to Charlie Walters. They'll get a real kick out of you mistaking me for him. In answer to her puzzled look, he shook his head and said, I'm house-sitting for them. They were called away unexpectedly last week when one of Charlie's relatives took sick in Georgia. I needed a peaceful place to work while my apartment's being painted, so it was a good trade-off. They left you in charge of their house? She looked pointedly toward the sink filled with food-encrusted dishes. He followed her gaze and registered surprise as though noticing the mess for the first time. Guess I should tidy up before they get back. A lady came the day before yesterday. I think it Wasto clean, but I ran her out. She was dusting around me and running the vacuum while I was trying to write. Drove me freaking nuts. One think I yelled at her. Anyway, she left in a huff. Irene will have to smooth her feathers. Irene will be pissed about that, too. He gave a TSK of remorse, right? His eyes swung back to Kat. Pardon? You said you were trying to write. He sidestepped her and moved to a built-in bookcase in the living room. Taking a book from it, he thrust it at her, Alex Pierce. She read the title of the book, then turned it over to look at the photograph on the back of the sleek dust jacket. The man in the picture was well-groomed and fully dressed, but his eyes were the same, gray and incisive beneath heavy eyebrows, one of which was halved by a vertical scar. Attractive squint lines, straight nose. Unsmiling yet sensual mouth, square jaw. It was an extremely masculine face, hard and handsome. She kept her head down, finding it easier to look into the eyes in the photograph than to meet the real thing. She was unaccountably warm and felt the need to clear her throat. I've heard of you, but I wouldn't have recognized you. I cleaned up for the picture. My agent Arnie insisted. How many books have you had published, Mr. Pierce? 2. Third one's due out early next year. Crime fiction, isn't it? Something like that? Something like that. I'm sorry, I haven't read them. You wouldn't like them. That brought her head up with a defensive snap. Why not? You just don't look the type. He shrugged. My stories are about guts and guns, blood and brains, murder and mayhem. Not nice novels. Although alliterative. Impressed, he arched his jagged eyebrow. Why don't you think I'd like your books? He gave her another insolent once-over, then reached out and fingered a strand of her hair, because the redheads in them are always easy. Her stomach quickened, which made her angry because she suspected that that was the reaction he wanted. She knocked his hand aside, and short-tempered, he added with an arrogant smile. She shoved the book back at him. You're right. I wouldn't like your writing. Struggling with her temper, she succeeded only in holding it in because she didn't want to live up to the stereotype. When do you expect Mr. and Mrs. Walters to return? He set the book on the end table and took another sip of coffee. They said they'd call before leaving Georgia. Until I hear from them, it's anyone's guess. Tell them to contact Ms. Parks's office when they get back. She'll reschedule an appointment. Irene and Charlie are great. They'd make wonderful parents for one of those kids. That'll be for a judge to decide. But your endorsement goes a long way, doesn't it? I'll bet you influence Miss Parks and others in authority, don't you? Don't they value your opinion? What's your point, Mr. Pierce? My point is, he said succinctly, don't screw it up for Irene and Charlie because of a few dirty dishes. Don't pass judgment on them because of me. I resent your implication. I didn't come out here to pass judgment. Like hell, you already said I wouldn't do, you wouldn't. See what I mean? You think highly of your opinion and like to throw your weight around? Why else would a soap queen like you be slumming in San Antonio? Kat was seething, but in a war of words she feared she would lose. Goodbye, Mr. Pierce. He followed her to the front door. She knew that the middle of her back was a target for his piercing eyes as she strode across the veranda. Goodbye, Bandit. The dog came to his feet and whined as she stamped past. He was probably unhappy because his owners had left him in the care of a creep who could curdle cream, Lord more alliteration. Alex Pierce was more abrasive than sandpaper. He had grated on her, unnerved her, and insulted her. However, she was more angry with herself than with him. Why had she let him get the upper hand? Instead of becoming embarrassed over her blunder, why hadn't she laughed it off? Humor was her antidote for most awkward situations, but this time her supply of wisecracks had dried up. She had blushed and stammered like a nervous schoolgirl, and now was left with only shreds of her pride and a prevailing resentment toward an author of sleazy cop stories who lived like a pig and drank scalding black coffee as though it were tap water. Doubly galling was that she thought everyone should look as good as he when they got out of bed. The subject of her scorn sauntered out onto the veranda and dropped into the porch swing, which squeaked pleasantly beneath his weight. He patted the space beside him. Bandit, deliriously happy over the unspoken invitation, jumped onto the seat and laid his chin on the author's thigh. Kat left with the vision of Alex Pierce gently rocking in the swing, sipping coffee and idly scratching Bandit behind the ears. Chapter 16, You Two Look Beat. Amelia, looking as fresh as an exotic blossom in a florist's refrigerator, greeted Kat and Jeff from behind her desk as they trudged in. We've been to a steam bath, also known as Brackenridge Park. Kat eased her heavy bag off her shoulder. There wasn't a breath of breeze. Remind me never to wear silk again in the summertime in San Antonio. She plucked the fabric away from her clammy skin. Otherwise, how'd it go? Very well. We got some great video of Tony. Jeff told Amelia as he wilted into an armchair. He wasn't the least bit camera shy. Amelia passed Kat a handful of telephone messages. Sherry Parks wants to speak to you right away. She believes the judge is going to approve Danny for adoption. That's great, she said, her fatigue vanishing. See if you can get her for me, please. Retrieving her bag, she went to her private office, kicked off her shoes, and sat down at her desk. Out of habit, she checked the clock, then reached for her bottom desk drawer. The telephone beeped. She depressed the speaker button as she opened the desk drawer. Yes, Melia, Ms. Parks on line 1. The drawer was empty. Want me to put her through? The drawer was empty? Kat, you there? Yes, but my... Melia, where is my medication? What? My pills. My medication, where is it? Don't you keep it in your desk drawer? Melia asked, sounding puzzled. Of course, but it's not here. She slammed the drawer shut, then immediately yanked it open, again as though the empty drawer had been an optical illusion that would reverse itself. But the drawer was empty. Her pills were indisputably gone. Melia appeared in the doorway. I told Ms. Parks you'd call her back. What's happened? Exactly what I said. Unintentionally shouting, she quickly brought her voice under control. My medication is missing, she stated calmly. I keep all my pills here in the bottom drawer, always. But they're not here now. Somebody's taken them. Who'd want your pills? Kat glared at her. That's what I'd like to know. Jeff came in. What's the matter? Somebody's taken my medication from my drawer. What? Have both of you gone deaf? She cried. Must I repeat everything? Somebody waltzed in here and stole my medication. She knew she was being unreasonable, but the drugs were her lifeline. Jeff stepped around the desk and looked into the empty drawer. Who would have stolen your pills? Kat shoved her hand through her hair. I already asked her that, Melia said in an undertone. It pissed her off. Couldn't you have misplaced them yourself? Jeff ventured, his soft-spoken, earnest attempt to help only heightened Kat's exasperation. You can misplace a tin of aspirin and find it 6 weeks later in a coat pocket. It'd be hard to lose 14 bottles of pills. Maybe you took them home with you last night? I wouldn't do that. She was shouting again. I have duplicates of every prescription, one for home, one for work. That way I can take my midday dose here. Sometimes the evening dose too if I'm working late. 3 of the 14 medications were crucial anti-rejection pills. The other 11 prevented side effects from those. She religiously stuck to the prescribed schedule of 3 doses per day. If I had toted all 14 bottles home last night, which I didn't, I would remember it, she told her assistants. Somebody been in my desk. Somebody moved them. Who's been in here this morning? Just myself and Mr. Webster, Melia replied. He brought down a videotape he wanted you to see. She pointed at the cassette lying on the desk. At least he's the only one I saw. Were you away from your desk for any length of time? Jeff asked. Melia resented his question, and she showed it by answering, defensively. What'd you expect me to do? Pee in my chair? Sure, I went to the ladies' room a couple of times, and I went out for lunch. Since when is that a crime? Kat hated suspecting that Melia had played this malicious trick. She thought of outright accusing her. But what purpose would that serve? If Melia was guilty, she'd just deny it. If she was innocent, the accusation would cause a wider breach between them. More important, however, was that in the wrong hands, the drugs could be dangerous. Melia, please get Dr. Sullivan on the line. The local cardiologist, to whom Dean had referred her, had an office nearby. Track him down. If he's not available, I don't care where he is. Find him, tell him to call the pharmacy, and have them send over my prescriptions as soon as possible. Melia turned and left the office without a word. I could drive to your house and bring back your pills. Jeff suggested, thanks, but for that matter, I could go home myself. You're too upset to drive. She hated to admit it, but she was very upset. The medication could be replaced soon enough. It wasn't as though her desk had contained the last supply on Earth. Rather, she was shaken because someone had stolen something far more valuable than jewelry, furs, or money. Her life depended on that medication. I appreciate the offer, Jeff, she said with more composure than she felt. But once the pharmacist gets a call from Dr. Sullivan, he'll take care of it. Where are you going? Jeff fell into step behind her as she left her office. I'm holding for Dr. Sullivan, Melia told Kat as she walked past her desk. He's with a patient, but his receptionist said she'd interrupt. Thank you. She turned to Jeff, who was still behind her. If some son of a bitch thinks this is funny, I want to set the record straight now. The newsroom was a practical joker's paradise. The staff was always playing one-upmanship to see who could devise the best or worst, depending on your point of view practical joke. The pranks ranged from putting plastic vomit in the communal refrigerator to reporting that the President of the United States had been assassinated while taking a leak in the men's room at a Texaco station on Interstate 35. Kat approached the assignment editor's desk. He was a grizzled, crotchety chain smoker with emphysema who resented that the newsroom was now a smoke-free environment. He wore a habitual scowl and was friends with no one. Yet his instinct for news had earned everyone's utmost respect. When he said jump, even the most egotistical reporters asked how high. He nearly had a seizure when Kat depressed the intercom button on his telephone. Hey, you guys. Her voice boomed through the speakers in the vast room, which was honeycombed with partitions separating individual desks. Hey, y'all, she corrected herself. She'd learned that. Texans hated you guys. I want to tell the sick person who thought it might be funny to take my anti-rejection drugs that it isn't. What the fuck are you talking about? The assignment editor asked, wheezing, ignoring him. Kat said into the intercom speaker, it was a real hoot when my sanitary napkins were used to soundproof the lunchroom. I even got a laugh out of the poster of me with a handlebar mustache and an extra tit. But this isn't funny, okay? I don't expect the culprit to fess up. Just don't do it again. Get away from that thing. The assignment editor reclaimed his telephone, which no one had ever had the temerity to touch before. "What got you riled? Somebody snatched my pills." Newsroom personnel had stepped from their cubicles and were looking at her curiously. The news director approached, a frown creasing his forehead. "What the hell's going on?" She repeated her statement. "I'm sure that whoever sneaked into my office and took them from my desk drawer didn't mean any harm. However, it was a stupid and dangerous thing to do." "How do you know it was someone from the newsroom?" the news director asked. "I don't," she admitted. "But someone working on this floor would have had the best opportunity to wander into my office without attracting attention. And everyone in here loves a good joke. The sicker it is, the more hilarious. Those drugs are nothing to joke about. And I'm sure that everybody in the news department is well aware of that, Ms. Delaney." His confidence in his staff caused Kat to reassess her knee-jerk reaction. Perhaps she'd been too hasty in issuing the blanket accusation. "I apologize for the disruption," she said, feeling small. "If you hear anything, please let me know before there could be any further discussion." She retreated to her private office. "The delivery is on its way," Melia told her, still looking sulky. "It'll take about 20 minutes, they said. Is that soon enough?" "That'll be fine, thank you. Give me a minute and then get Sherry back on the phone. Jeff, bring Danny's file to my office. Please," needing a moment's privacy, she closed the door between herself and her subdued staff. She leaned against the door and took several deep breaths. Her silk blouse clung to her more now than it had. When she'd come in from the sweltering heat, she was bathed in damp, nervous perspiration. Her knees were shaking. For 3 years she had tried to convince herself that she was just an ordinary person like everyone else, that there was nothing special about her. But the fact was that she was a heart transplantee. That meant she was extraordinary, with needs very few others shared whether or not she wanted it that way. And that's the way it would be every day for the rest of her life. Today's crisis had been short-lived and it hadn't resulted in a life-threatening situation. Nevertheless, it had been a rude reminder of just how fragile she was. Chapter 17, Kat was getting her first taste of Bill Webster's infamous controlled rage. She'd heard he seldom lost his temper, but that when he did, it caused fear throughout the building. This morning it was directed at her. They were positively irate, Kat. Her reply was subdued. They had every right to be. They felt that the little girl had been misrepresented to them. She had, but not intentionally. Webster expelled a gust of breath. He tempered his anger, but his face was still flushed. Kat's Kids is an asset to the community. It already has an impressive string of successes to its credit. The program has become a significant attribute of WWSA. But Kat's Kids also has the potential of being an Achilles heel, she said, guessing his train of thought. "Precisely. My commitment to the feature is as strong as ever. I don't want you to think I'm getting cold feet. But the show leaves us vulnerable to lawsuits. We're a target for litigation from the state, the applicants to adopt, the birth parents, in fact. Everybody who nurses a grudge over a slight, either real or imagined. This television station is in a precarious middle-of-the-road position, where we can get hit by trucks going both ways." He nodded brusquely. "When we initiated this program, we acknowledged the risks involved. As CEO, I'm still willing to accept the risks because the benefits far outweigh them, but extreme precautions must be taken to avoid another incident like this." Kat rubbed her forehead. The day before, a couple named O'Connor had called Sherry Parks and revoked their recent adoption. Their little girl, whom they'd adopted through Kat's Kids, had attempted sexual foreplay with Mr. O'Connor. They're claiming that her sexual sophistication was deliberately omitted from her records to facilitate her adoption. That's simply not true, Bill. She was analyzed by several child psychologists. She concealed her advanced sexuality from all the doctors, from the social workers, from us, from everyone who had any dealings with her. I don't understand how she slipped through the cracks. "She's 7 years old," Kat cried. "She has pigtails and dimples, not horns and a forked tail. Who would expect her to have sexual problems, but she was abused from the time she was in a crib." Her stepfather taught her how to please him. He taught her how to tease, and Christ, Bill said, turning pale. I don't need to hear the details. Everyone needs to hear them, she said crisply. If everyone would acknowledge the dirty details, this outrage might not be so prevalent in our society. Point taken. Go on. Considering her background, the psychologists were initially amazed that she'd survived with so few scars. Now we know how troubled she actually is. She uses her sexuality to manipulate her environment specifically to get her way with men, any man. You're absolutely right, Bill. We can't imagine a child who looks so innocent actually being a femme fatale. Neither can we imagine what was done to create her, but we can't blame the O'Connors for wanting to nullify the adoption. Of course not. Naturally, they were told that she'd been sexually abused. They were willing to deal with it when nobody knew the extent of the damage. None of us had any idea how cleverly she'd manipulated the experts. She knew the right answers for all their questions. She played them like a fiddle because she wanted to live in the O'Connors' house. She wanted to sleep in the pretty pink bed they'd put in her bedroom. She's admitted as much to Sherry now. Bill shook his head in disbelief. This isn't the first time I've heard of cases this severe. Kat said they're tragic for everyone involved. True, and for that reason alone, we don't need to be associated with them. An error like this must never happen again, Kat, he said sternly. I can't give you a guarantee, but I accept full responsibility for the selection of the children who appear on Kat's Kids. If there's any doubt in my mind, pass on them. She disapproved of his terminology. They weren't talking about melons. She resented being told to handpick only the children with the fewest bruises, but she nodded in concession. I mailed the O'Connors a personal letter of apology this morning. I feel desperately sorry for them. Naturally, they were horrified by what she did, but they'd had just enough time to come to love her. It's a devastating conflict for them. Hope they don't sue us for millions, Webster said, speaking now as a businessman. I'm sorry that the station has to take this one on the chin. Mollified, he waved off her apology. You're the one in the front trenches. But we're all in this together, Kat. Whatever happens, I'll back you 100%. You'll have our attorneys in your corner, and they're as vicious as wolverines. She disliked the image of legal wolverines being turned loose on the couple who'd already suffered untold distress. I hope it doesn't come to that. So do I. He assumed the posture of a judge ready to hand down a ruling. However, after this, you might reconsider becoming so personally involved with these children. You take their problems onto yourself. You lose your objectivity. Thank God I do, she said heatedly. I don't want to be objective. They're children, Bill, not numbers, not statistics. They're human beings who have hearts and souls and minds, and they've been hurt in one way or another. You might regard them as a publicity ploy, a way to increase ratings. Everyone else who works on Kat's Kids might see them only as the topic of a story, something to focus a camera on. She leaned across his desk, bracing herself on her arms. But the kids themselves are my focus. The rest of it is only a means to an end. If all I wanted was fortune and fame, I would have stayed on Passages. Instead, I came here to serve a purpose that I'll never lose sight of. To achieve that purpose, I must remain personally involved. I disapprove, but I trust you know what you're doing. I won't betray your trust. He slid the morning newspaper across his desk toward her, but she'd already read the article he had circled in red. Now that we've discussed the O'Connor matter, I'd like to hear how you propose we handle this. Immediately upon returning to her office, Kat summoned Jeff and Melia. For the sake of time and energy, I'm going to cut through the management handbook BS and get right to the point. Yesternoon, you both became aware of the O'Connor situation. Did either of you leak the story to the media? Neither said anything. She flicked her hand at the newspaper, which she'd brought with her from Bill's office. Ron Truitt strikes again, but this time he had viable ammunition. He couldn't have accidentally run across this story. Somebody fed it to him. It's for certain that no one over at Human Services wanted this. Incident publicized. The O'Connors are almost as upset over having their privacy violated as they are over the incident itself. He didn't hear it from them. All fingers are pointing to WWSA, specifically this office. So which of you is responsible? And along with your confession, I'd like an explanation. If Kat's Kids is taken off the air, we're all unemployed, so what did you hope to gain by undermining it? Still, both remained silent, eyes averted. Jeff Katz said after a long moment, "Will you please excuse us?" He cleared his throat and glanced at Melia. "Sure." He slipped through the office door, pulling it closed. Kat let a heavy silence descend. One thing could be said for Melia King. She had nerve. Her slow eyes never flinched. They remained steadily on Kat. "Melia, I'm giving you one last opportunity to admit that you gave Ron Truitt that story. You'll be reprimanded. But as long as you pledge never again to breach our policy on privacy, that'll be the end of it. I didn't call that reporter or anybody else. That's the truth." Kat opened her bottom desk drawer, removed a McDonald's carryout sack, and set it on her desk. It elicited from the stoic young woman a reaction that Kat had long awaited. Melia gaped at the sack, her lips parting in stunned surprise. "Following the mysterious disappearance of my medication, one of the newsroom interns approached me," Kat said. "He'd seen you cross the parking lot at lunchtime and throw this into the dumpster. He remembered thinking it was strange that you'd leave an air-conditioned building at noon and go out onto the hot asphalt parking lot to throw away your lunch trash. I waded through the dumpster myself and found this sack. In it were 4 stale French fries, an unopened packet of ketchup, and 14 bottles of pills." Realizing that she was trapped, Melia defiantly tossed back her hair. "You'd really pissed me off that morning. You'd been on my case about writing a telephone number down wrong. That's your excuse for this?" Kat said, flicking the sack and making it crackle. "You weren't going to croak. You got those prescriptions refilled in plenty of time. That's not the point. It was a mean, malicious thing to do." "You had it coming," Melia shouted. "You're always bawling me out in front of that little faggot, making me feel stupid. I'm not stupid." Kat stood up. "No, I don't believe for a moment that you're stupid, Melia. I think you're extremely clever, just not clever enough to keep from getting caught." She squared her shoulders. "Please clear out your desk immediately." "You're firing me?" she gasped, incredulous. "I'll arrange for accounting to pay you what you've earned, plus the standard severance pay, which I think under these circumstances is more than fair." Melia's eyes narrowed malevolently, but Kat stood her ground. Finally, Melia turned and headed for the door. On her way out, she said, "You're going to regret this." By noon, she'd removed her personal items from her desk and left the building. Kat asked the news director if she could borrow a secretary until she could hire someone to replace Melia. She was relieved to have Melia out of her life. But the entire episode, beginning with the O'Connor incident the day before, had left her feeling drained. She was in a truculent mood, certainly not up to having a guest waiting for her when she arrived home at dusk. She certainly was not up to facing Alex Pierce. "What are you doing here?" she asked through the driver's window of her car. "How'd you know where I live?" He sat astride a motorcycle parked at the curb. A simple "hello, how are you" would do. Kat wheeled into the driveway. As she alighted, he met her and tried to take her heavy briefcase. "I can manage, thanks," she said crossly. She climbed the front steps of her house and collected her mail, which was mostly throwaway ads. "Why do I get all this crap? Dozens of trees have sacrificed their lives to line my trash can." Her foul mood seemed to amuse him. "Tough day at the office. A bitch. Yeah, I saw your name in the newspaper. Not the most flattering write-up I've ever had. Tough break about that kid, real tough." She had to juggle her mail, handbag, briefcase, and keys in order to get the front door open. A third hand would have come in handy, but she stubbornly refused to ask for his assistance. She dumped the mail onto the foyer table, set her briefcase and handbag on the floor, then turned to face him, barring his entrance. He was gazing beyond her shoulder into the house. Nice place. Nice try. Nice comeback. Leaning forward, he added in a whisper, "Two can play that game. And I'm good at games. I'll bet you are." She planted a hand on her hip as though to fortify her blockade. "What are you doing here, Mr. Pierce? Now that you've read my book, why don't you call me Alex?" "How did you know?" Kat broke off, realizing she'd stepped right into his trap. "Okay, you caught me. I read them. You read both. I was curious, okay? But I'd still like to know how you found me and why you went to the trouble." "Hungry? What? Want to go out for a burger? With you?" He held up his hands, palms out. I washed my hands even under the fingernails with lava. In spite of her determination to resist his roguish charm, she ducked her head and laughed. He relaxed his stance and settled his shoulder against the door jamb. "We sort of got off on the wrong foot the other day, didn't we?" "Not sort of, we did. I'm not at my best in the morning, especially after a marathon night." Of writing, the question popped out before she could contain it. She wasn't certain she wanted to know what activity he'd taken to marathon proportions. He must have read her thoughts because he smiled knowingly. "Research, actually, which isn't nearly as much fun as writing." "How come?" "Because it's fact, not fiction. You prefer make-believe to reality?" "From what I've experienced of reality, yeah, I think I do." After a short pause, he said, "Anyway, I can't be held responsible for anything I say or do before my first cup of coffee." It was early. It was 11 o'clock, and you had a burr up your ass. She opened her mouth to protest but changed her mind. "I was being rather prissy and judgmental, wasn't I?" "Uh-huh. I'm sorry, you rubbed me the wrong way and I overreacted." He accepted her apology with a shrug. "I seem to have a knack for pissing people off." His words were tinged with bitterness. "Anyway, what do you say? Do we give each other a second chance?" She hadn't had a social life since moving to San Antonio. No one at WFSA interested her. But even if there had been an eligible, attractive man, she wouldn't have encouraged him. She was dead set against dating coworkers. If the romance soured, everything began to stink. But did she want to see Alex Pierce socially? He was articulate and seemed intelligent. At the Walters' place, she'd seen his irascibility, but now she was catching glimpses of a sense of humor that wasn't slapstick but witty. She could enjoy the challenge of such verbal sparring. He was significantly better groomed than he'd been the last time she saw him, but he still bore a greater resemblance to the antagonists in his books than to the protagonists. There was an element of danger about him. His charm obscured a dark side that was both intriguing and frightening. He was very good-looking. He'd certainly displayed no self-consciousness over meeting a stranger, a woman wearing nothing but a pair of half-buttoned-up blue jeans. He'd probably known how good he'd looked in them, just as he'd known how unsettling his dishabille had been for her. Kat weighed the pros and cons and decided that he was definitely the kind of man she would best avoid, but she said, "Do you mind waiting while I change?" Chapter 18. The restaurant wasn't a place she would have chosen, nor would she ever have gone into it alone. The parking lot was filled with pickup trucks. Inside, billiard balls clacked in the background. Two-stepping music blared from the jukebox. It was a joint that boasted the best burgers and the coldest beer in Texas. The double-fisted burger was indeed thick and juicy. After taking a few prim nibbles, she said to heck with manners and gorged on each oozing bite. She dipped a French fry into a glob of ketchup before popping it into her mouth. "You're not off the hook yet for the insulting crack you made about redheads the other day." "I don't remember." She gave him a dirty look. "Of course you do. You said the redheads in your books are always easy." It was a cheap shot, he conceded, but failed miserably at looking contrite. "Unfortunately, it was also true," Kat said. "In your books, the redheads are easy. So are the blondes, the brunettes, and every woman in between. On every other page, a female character is putting out, yes, the heroes never ask permission, and the women never say no. There's a large dose of fantasy in every work of fiction. In this case, sexist fantasy. It worked for Ian Fleming. Did James Bond ever ask? May I, was he ever turned down?" He wadded up the paper in which his cheeseburger had been wrapped. wiped his mouth on a paper napkin, and rested his forearms on the small round table as though getting down to serious conversation, aside from the blatant sexism and disregarding that all the female characters get naked and lie down on command. What did? You think of the books she resented having to tell him how good they were, but she felt compelled to be truthful. Since her opinion seemed important to him, her conscience wouldn't let her equivocate. They're good, Alex. Tough. Gritty, brutally realistic. I had to scan some of the most violent scenes, but they're damn good, and hard as it is for me to say so, it was in character every time a woman got naked and laid down. Thanks. But, the but. You should have been a literary critic. They throw flowers, then kick you in the nuts. She laughed. I wasn't going to say anything critical. Truly, I think your writing is brilliant. Then what's the but? She hesitated. It's sad. Sad. Your writing has she groped for the right word, a hopelessness about it. Its orientation is fatalistic. He thought about it for a moment. I guess that comes from seeing a lot of violence firsthand when you were a cop. He looked surprised that she knew. It's in your bio on the dust jacket, right? He sipped his drink. Too often crime does pay, the bad guys win. These days they seem to be winning more often than not. So if my writing seems fatalistic, I suppose that's why. It hit home with me because that's how I felt. Again, she hesitated. This was only their first date. How much did she want to tell him how you felt when? She cast her eyes down and fiddled with the red plastic basket that held the remains of her meal. I don't know if you're aware of this. It was publicized, but I don't make an issue of it because some people act really weird when they find out. It's no big deal, really. But she raised her head and looked him in the eye, wanting to gauge his initial reaction. I had a heart transplant. He blinked once, twice. That was the extent of it. Of course, it was impossible to guess what was going on behind his steady gray gaze. After a moment, his eyes dropped to her chest. She saw him swallow. Then he lifted his eyes back to hers. How long ago? Almost 4 years. And you're okay. She laughed to ease her tension. Of course I'm okay. What'd you think? That I'm going to keel over and stiff you with the check. How an individual would react to an organ transplantee was unpredictable. Some were repulsed. They shivered and shook and didn't want to talk about it. Others were filled with awe. They reached out and touched her as though she were vested with spiritual powers. They approached her as they would healing waters or a statue of the Virgin Mary that had been known to cry tears of blood. What magic they expected from her, she couldn't imagine. Still others were rabidly curious, bombarding her with personal and often embarrassing questions. Are you restricted in any way? He asked. Yes, she said somberly. I can't write more than 20 checks a month without a service charge from my bank. He gave her a retiring look. You know what I mean? Yes, she knew what he meant, but this was the part she hated, qualifying herself. I have to take a double handful of pills 3 times every day. I'm supposed to exercise and eat healthy foods just like everybody else. Low fat, low cholesterol. He raised his crooked eyebrow and nodded toward the damage she'd done to the burger and fries. But I passed on the coldest beer in Texas, she said self-righteously. Alcohol's a no-no. Booze messes with my medication. What about you? It hasn't escaped my notice that you drank a soda while every other testosterone-pumping person in the joint is guzzling suds. The question made him fidgety, but Kat propped her cheek on the heel of her hand and continued staring at him until he relented. Booze messes with my mind. We slugged it out a few years ago. I went down for the count, but managed to wobble to my feet. You're still wobbling? I don't know. I don't trust myself to get back into the ring. He seemed to be waiting for her response to see if knowing about his former drinking problem would color her opinion of him. She wanted to ask if it had started after he'd left police work or if it had been the reason behind his leaving. The dust jacket bio hadn't been that detailed. She decided not to pry. It really was none of her business, although she was reasonably sure that alcohol had played a part in developing the dark, secret side of his personality she had detected. Get back into the ring, she repeated, changing the tone of the conversation. I think I like talking to an author. The dialogue is riddled with metaphors and analogies, not to mention the similes, segues, and such, he groaned. Don't start that again. As he dropped enough cash on the table to cover their bill and a generous tip, Kat offered to pay her half. No, he said, standing and signaling her to her feet. I invited you. Besides, I need the tax deduction. This wasn't a business dinner. Yes, it was. I just haven't approached you with the business aspects yet. Once they were outside, he ushered her to his motorcycle and helped her on with the helmet. She swung her leg over the seat. He jumped the starter and the bike roared to life. As they sped from the parking lot, Kat gripped the sides of his waist. He drove fast but carefully. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but recall that Dean always referred to motorcycles as donor cycles. That was her only thought of Dean, and it was as fleeting as the cycle's progress through traffic. When they reached her house, she experienced a pang of regret that the trip had been so short. He must have sensed her reluctance to get off the bike. What? He asked curiously as he removed his helmet and pushed his hand through his hair. Nothing, she replied, returning the helmet to him. Something. I want to thank you for not making a big deal out of it. He looked at her quizzically. My transplant. You didn't blanch at the thought of my riding on the motorcycle with you. You drove just as fast as you did before you knew that I was a transplantee. Shouldn't I have? Most people defer to me because of it. They think I'm fragile. They don't take chances with me for fear I might break. All that careful consideration gets tiresome. I appreciate that you didn't treat me with kid gloves. Thanks. You're welcome. Their eyes locked. She knew something important was happening. Her attraction to him was too strong to be ignored, and it hadn't just begun tonight. She had felt an inner tug the instant he'd pushed open the screen door of the Walters home, and their eyes met for the first time. It had been tempting then to gaze her fill, but she'd resisted. Not now. Now she let her eyes explore his face. There had been looks like this in scenes she'd played on Passages. They communicated that this was a life-changing event, a wake-up, and pay attention. This is an important moment. From this time forward, nothing would ever be the same. To the delight of home viewers, she'd emoted that impetus, but she'd never experienced it herself. Not like this. Alex was the first to break the stare by taking her elbow and turning her toward the house. I have a favor to ask, he said as they went up the front walk. Is this the business part of the evening? Yes. Would you consider helping me with some of the research for my next book? How could I help? When they reached the front door, he turned to face her. By putting out on the first date. What? Will you go to bed with me tonight? No. There. We've completed our business. I asked you to help with my research. You said no, of course, but it was a legitimate and heartfelt request for assistance. She tried to maintain the frown that her laughter was nudging aside. Do you think the IRS will consider that a legitimate business transaction? They rarely ask me to be that specific. A car drove past, calling his attention to it. This is a great street, not at all like where I pictured you'd live. What did you expect? Something more glitzy. I have glitzy in Malibu. This is just what I was looking for when I moved here. A tree-lined street in a quiet neighborhood, a 30-year-old house with hardwood floors and a deep front porch, something roomy and homey, a home your mother would feel comfortable in, yes, probably. He immediately picked up on her wistfulness. I stuck my foot in it, didn't I? Bad scene? No scene. Both my parents died when I was 8. Jesus, what happened? She avoided answering by pretending not to understand his meaning. I was absorbed into the system. Foster care? I never was adopted because I'd been sick. All kids get sick. Not this sick. I had Hodgkin's disease. It was detected early, and I was completely cured, but people felt it was risky to adopt a skinny red-headed kid with a history of health problems. She glanced up at him. It gets really ugly from here. Are you sure you want to hear this? I haven't bolted yet. You're free to at any time. She paused. He stayed. She took a deep breath and plunged on. I was moved from one foster home to another because of repeated rejections. I developed quite an attitude. I misbehaved to get attention. In short, I was a holy terror. I can believe it. I was always different from other kids, first because I was terribly ill, then because I didn't have a real mother and father. Thankfully, I survived it all without developing too many psychological hang-ups. I can believe that too. You have the look of a fierce fighter. She flexed her thin biceps and he laughed. What caused your heart problem? The chemotherapy I received to combat the Hodgkin's, it killed the cancer but did massive damage to my heart. It had been slowly dying for years, without your being aware of it, totally unaware. I lived a perfectly normal, healthy life. Meanwhile, my heart was petrifying when there was very little workable. Muscle left, I began to notice a lack of energy. I blamed it on working too hard, but no amount of rest or vitamins alleviated the fatigue. I went in for a routine checkup and wound up in a cardiologist's office. To my dismay, he found that a large portion of my heart muscle had become so hard and inflexible it might just as well have been stone. It couldn't pump sufficient amounts of blood. It was working at less than a third capacity, which qualified me for a transplant. Or else I was doomed. Were you frightened? Not so frightened as angry. I hadn't been dealt the best hand when I was a kid, but I'd overcome all the hardships. I was a TV star. Millions of people loved me. Their schedules revolved around watching me. My life was terrific. Then this. I wanted to grab God by the collar and say, hey, I hate to be a complainer, but enough is enough. I guess he got the message because he let me live. Ergo Cat's kids? Ergo Cat's kids? She repeated in a whisper, smiling, gratified that he was intuitive enough to make the connection. They continued smiling at each other. Gradually, the smiles relaxed, but the stare endured. Shadows were deep on the porch. So was the silence. Another car drove past, but this time it went unnoticed. A mosquito lighted on her arm. Absently, she brushed it away. They stood face to face, looking into each other's eyes with mounting intensity, moving imperceptibly but ever closer. Without any warning at all, he raised his hand and slipped it into the opening of her collar. The pads of his fingers moved from the base of her throat down the center of her chest. He followed their progress with his eyes. I expected to see a scar. His hushed baritone coaxed a purling response deep inside her. It faded, although I still see it. You do? Yes, even though it's no longer there. Did it hurt? The scar? Any of it? All of it? Some of it was tricky? God, you're brave. Not in the recovery ICU, I wasn't. Tubes, catheters, that sensation of choking. Even though I'd been told what to expect, I panicked. It was a torture chamber, I can imagine. No, you can't. Not until you've lived through it. I'm sure you're right. The only thing that kept me going was the knowledge that I had a new heart. I could feel it beating. It felt so strong like now. He pressed his hand more firmly against her breast. No, it's beating even stronger now. They spoke in whispers. His fingertips continued to massage the center of her chest. Self-conscious as she was about the scar, it amazed her that she was allowing him to touch it, yet it seemed right somehow. His touch was curious but gentle, and whether or not he intended it to be, erotic. She was melting. A delicious languor stole through her, as smoothly pervasive as anesthesia. Her nerve endings hummed and tingled, their sensitivity magnified. He'd been watching the point of contact between his fingertips and her skin. But gradually his eyes moved back up to hers. They connected and communicated desire. Need? Going to invite me in? He asked huskily. No. Going to leave mad? No. Just disappointed. Then his lips claimed hers in a kiss. He wrapped her in his arms. His tongue sought hers, and when they touched, he groaned a sound that was distinctly masculine. It stirred her. She clutched the back of his head, twining her fingers in the hair that grew over his collar. They moved together, their middles bumped, stayed, then nestled, Intimately, his hand remained inside her blouse, splayed over her heart, which was filling his palm with a rapid pounding. His other hand moved aggressively over her back and hips. He cupped the seat of her jeans and held her more tightly against him. The passion behind his kisses intensified. Kat flung her head back and gasped for breath. "Alex? Hmm?" His open mouth was on her throat, kissing it hungrily. "I should go in now." He raised his head and blinked her into focus. "Oh, hell, right?" In one restless motion, he withdrew his hand from her blouse, pushed a lock of hair off his forehead, and turned to leave. He took all 3 porch steps in one wide stride. Remorse shot through her like a sharp pain. "Will you call?" He stopped, turned. "Want me to?" She felt as though all 10 of her toes were lined up along the edge of a high-diving board. She would free fall through the unknown until she made a landing that could be either wonderful or dreadful. She wouldn't know until she took the plunge. Dangerous as it was, she wanted to experience the fall and find out what lay below. "Yes, I want you to." "Then I will." It took her a while to recover from their kisses. Dazed, she wandered through her house, forgetting why she'd entered her room, unable to focus her thoughts on anything but the feel of Alex's mouth on hers, his hands on her body. She undressed, showered, and drank a cup of herbal tea in an effort to relax and bring herself down from the erotic high. Finally, believing she could sleep, she went through the house, turning out lights. As she was bolting the front door, she spotted her unopened mail where she'd left it on the entry table. Hell. She wanted to go to bed, hug her pillow, and relive the time she'd spent with Alex Pierce. But if she put off opening the mail now, she'd have twice as much to open tomorrow night. Compromising, she scooped up the correspondence and took it to bed with her. She sorted through it quickly, tossing the advertisements to the floor and placing the bills on her nightstand. The last envelope in the pile gave her pause because of its stark white plainness. Her name and address formed 3 typed lines in the very center of it. There was no letterhead or return address, although it bore a local postmark. Intrigued, she opened it and found a newspaper clipping, 1 column wide, 4 paragraphs long. No note, no explanation. Hastily, she scanned the article, then read it carefully and with mounting interest. Its dateline was Memphis, Tennessee. Jerry Word, a 16-year-old boy, had drowned while trapped inside his pickup. Apparently, he'd lost control of the vehicle on a rain-slicked bridge and had plunged into a creek near his home. It was hours before the wreckage and his body were discovered. Kat checked the unremarkable envelope in which the article had been mailed to her. Regardless of the dateline, the story could have been printed in any newspaper in the country. It was filler. Most readers would glance at it, then move on to read Ann Landers or the sports page. But the anonymous sender knew that Kat Delaney's interest would be aroused because she and the boy in Memphis had something in common. Jerry Ward had been a heart transplantee. After combating a heart ailment since early childhood, he'd undergone a successful transplant only to die in a tragic accident. The cruel irony of that didn't escape Kat, which she suspected was the sender's intent. Chapter 19, Nancy Webster slipped into bed beside her husband. She placed her hand on his tummy, a habitual gesture that brought their day to an official close. He covered her hand and absently stroked the back of it. "What's on your mind tonight?" she asked softly. He smiled. Lots of things, such as nothing specific. In the early days of their marriage, he had discussed with her every aspect of his workday. They discussed their hopes and dreams in whispers so as not to awaken the children sleeping in the next room. Over the years, other obligations had pulled at them, sometimes taking precedence over those quiet pillow talks. Nancy missed them and longed for the days when he had valued her opinion above all others. He still did, she was sure. He just didn't ask for it as frequently as he had before his success was assured. "The new Nielsen ratings come out tomorrow," he remarked. "Last time WWSA was far and away the leader in this market," she reminded him. "Your primary competitor was running a distant second place. I predict you'll have an even stronger lead this time." "I hope you're right," She scooted closer and laid her head on his shoulder. What else? Oh, nothing. Everything. Cat Delaney. She sensed his immediate reaction. It was subtle, a tensing of muscle, a slight withdrawal, although they continued to touch, but unmistakable. Why would I be thinking about Cat, he asked testily, any more than I'd be thinking about Dirk Preston or Wally Seymour or Jane Jesko, he said, naming WSA's other popular on-air personalities. That's what I'm asking, Bill, she said softly. Is there any special reason why you'd be thinking about Cat? She does an excellent job for us, but she got herself in a bit of a bind last week with that couple rescinding their adoption. He paused. Thank God they didn't place the blame on us. He resettled himself. Beneath the covers, his foot made contact with hers, but he pulled it back. Kat's conscientious, sometimes too much so, I think. I admire her and I like her. So do I. Nancy propped herself on her elbow and looked down at him. But I don't want to share my husband with her. What are you talking about? He asked brusquely. Bill, something's wrong between us. Nothing's wrong. I can feel it. I've been married to you more than 30 years. I've slept beside you every night of that time. I've seen you happy, sad, frustrated, jubilant, distraught. I know all your moods. I love you. Her voice cracked, and she hated that because the last thing she wanted to become was a whining wife who would drive her husband straight into the arms of another woman, one who was more understanding and less prone to nag and interrogate. He touched her hair. I love you too, and I swear to God I'm not having an affair with Cat Delaney. But you're obsessed with her. You were even before you met her. I wanted her for WWSA. Don't patronize me, she snapped. It's more than professional interest. You've gone after anchor people before, but not with the single-mindedness that you pursued her. Are you sexually obsessed with her? No. It came out harsh and loud. Lowering his voice, he repeated, No, Nancy. She gazed at him, searching for the truth, but his eyes revealed nothing. That implacability had helped to make him an excellent businessman. If he didn't want to be read, no one could read him. Continuing the argument would be tantamount to calling him a liar and would only widen the rift. For the time being, she decided to let it rest. All right. He pulled her close and placed his arm around her. You know I love you. You know that, Nancy? She nodded. But for her peace of mind, she wanted it demonstrated physically. Taking his hand, she placed it against her breast. He responded. They kissed, caressed. When he entered her, she wrapped her legs around him possessively. Afterward, she snuggled against him, listening to his deep, rhythmic breathing. Although they were touching skin to skin, although their coupling had been sexy and passionate, it had lacked the spiritual intimacy they'd shared for years. Something was interfering. Cat Delaney didn't seem the type to become entangled with a married man, but she was, after all, an actress. Her open friendliness could be an act. Nancy was never complacent when it came to other women. Bill was handsome, charming, and wealthy query for legions of women whose morality would not deter them from breaking up a marriage. As good as their relationship had been, it could happen. She and Bill had met and married during college, but many marriages broke up after 30 or more years. She couldn't depend on sentiment to hold them together, nor did she rely on their 6 children to bind Bill to her forever. Nancy depended only on the love that had endured for more than 3 decades and on herself. Fighting gravity every step of the way, she kept in top physical form. At 54, her skin was taut and virtually unlined. A honey-colored hair rinse concealed what little gray she had. She worked out in a gym 3 days a week and played golf and tennis socially, all of which helped to combat middle-age sag. When she looked in a mirror, she immodestly considered herself in better shape than most women half her age. She'd never had career goals of her own. Instead, she had devoted her energies to the pursuance of Bill's. He had started as a studio camera operator while still in his teens and had worked his way up to the sales department, then moved into management, bouncing from station to station, city to city, state to state. The first 15 years of their marriage, they'd had so many addresses that Nancy lost count. She hadn't minded the moves. With each job, Bill had elevated his position in the industry, and she knew how vitally important that was to him. while serving as general manager at a station in Michigan. He had engineered its sale to a media conglomerate and earned himself a whopping bonus. The new owners had asked him to stay, but he opted to use his bonus as a down payment on his own station. WWSA had become like another child to him and Nancy. He had nurtured it. She had nurtured him. She planned to remain in her role of confidante, wife, friend, and lover until her last breath. She loved William Webster and would go to any lengths to keep him. Resting her cheek against her pillow, she watched him sleep. With this man, she had experienced levels of love she hadn't known existed. Her love for him was complex and multifaceted, marked by cataclysmic episodes in their lives. Their wedding day, each step of his career, each success and setback, the birth of each child, the death of one, Nancy's breath caught in her throat. Was it possible that Bill was stating the unmitigated truth? What if his obsession with Kat Delaney wasn't sexual? Could it have something to do with Carla? That possibility filled Nancy with dread. "Good morning, Miss Delaney." Kat stopped dead in her tracks when she saw Melia King behind the reception desk outside the news director's office. "Excuse me a moment," Melia answered the chiming hands-free telephone. "Good morning, WSA News. How may I direct your call?" She beeped one of the reporters, then gave Kat her most ingratiating smile. "I work here now." Kat reversed her direction, forsaking the elevator in favor of the stairs. She reached the personnel office in record time and approached the secretary. Without preamble, she asked if Melia King was still on the payroll. "She's the newsroom receptionist now." "How is that possible?" Kat asked. "I fired her 2 weeks ago. She was rehired." "When? Why?" "I'm really not at liberty to discuss another employee's business with you, Ms. Delaney." "I was told to reinstate her," she said. "That's all I know." Kat glanced at the closed door to the personnel manager's office. "I'd like to see her. Please announce me." "She's not here, Ms. Delaney, but I'll leave a message with her." "No, thank you. This can't wait." She turned to leave, then looked back at the anxious secretary. "I promised to keep you out of this." She left the personnel office, marched to the end of the hall, and barged into the CEO's executive suite. "Is he in?" Webster's assistant looked both affronted and afraid, as though this virago with flaming hair and flashing eyes had demanded her money or her life. "Yes, but thanks." Bill was on the telephone when she flung open the door. He glanced up querulously, but when he saw that his unannounced guest was Kat, he smiled and motioned her in. Yes, I'll get back to you on that next week. Surely. Thank you." "Yes. Goodbye." He hung up and stood politely, a broad smile in place. "I'm glad you came up, Kat. I was hoping we'd have a chance to chat today." "I'm not here for a chat." Her harsh tone surprised him. His smile faded. "I can see that. Sit down." "I'd rather stand. Are you aware that Melia King is back on the payroll?" "Ah, that's what this is about. The personnel manager reinstated her after I fired her." "Why she would do that, I can't fathom, but I want and expect you to intervene and uphold my decision." "I can't do that, Kat. You're the CEO. Of course you can. I can't because I authorized Miss King's reinstatement." She took a seat then, but not consciously. Shock had weakened her knees, and she plopped down onto the chair after gazing at him incredulously for several seconds. She laid both palms flat on his desk and leaned toward him. "Why, Bill? These issues are complicated, Kat. On the surface, they may seem easy, but I assure you they're very complex." His condescension infuriated her. "You're not going to say it's nothing for me to worry my pretty little head about, are you?" He frowned. "I wasn't talking down to you." "Like hell you weren't, and cut the BS. "Okay, give me the facts." "Complex as they might be, I think I can muddle through them." "Why? Did you countermand Melia's dismissal?" "2 reasons. 1, she's Hispanic. We have to handle minority hirings and firings very delicately. You've worked in the industry long enough to know that if you violate in any way, shape, or form the Equal Employment Opportunity Act, even if someone just perceives that you've violated it, the FCC places you under a microscope and dissects your entire operation. For the price of a postage stamp, someone can file a complaint that will shut down a TV station. My firing her had nothing to do with ethnic origins, and you damn well know that. I know it, but if we came under investigation, it wouldn't be my opinion that counted. Look, Kat, I know you had difficulties with this employee, but you didn't document specific incidents because I didn't want to come across as a complainer. I appreciate that, he said. Unfortunately, your finesse didn't serve you well this time. Had there been written reports on Ms. King's negligence or incompetence, you could have made a sound case for her dismissal. Without these documents, it appears that you fired her out of pique, that it was a personality conflict and nothing more. The FCC could take us to task. Ms. King was aware of this and brought it to the attention of the personnel director, who referred it to me. It was all done very professionally, but Ms. King's subtle message was clear. She bluffed and you crumpled. My decision to rehire her was made in the best interest of WSA, he replied stiffly. Melia's reinstatement was a fait accompli. Webster's position was unshakable. Kat knew that nothing would be gained now by telling him about the incident with her medication and Melia's eventual confession. Not that it matters, but what was the other reason for her reinstatement? You said there were two. She has a handicap? A handicap? Kat repeated with a dry laugh. If any employee is a flawless physical specimen, it's Melia King. She's dyslexic. Oh, God. Kat sighed, remembering all the times she had castigated Melia for getting telephone numbers incorrect. I had no idea. No one did. It wasn't on her employee record. She's learned to work around the impairment, but isn't always successful, perhaps. That's why she made so many mistakes. Perhaps dyslexia still didn't excuse Melia for throwing the medication in a dumpster. Kat sympathized with her condition and would be willing to forgive past errors and overlook them in the future if Melia had a more cooperative attitude. Should she be working in a clerical capacity, where she's constantly challenged to write down names and numbers correctly? She insists that she can handle it. Besides, it was the only position we could offer her. Even at that, we had to juggle some schedules. My, you've been accommodating. Sarcasm doesn't flatter you, Kat. Still angry, she stood and prepared to leave. I understand the awkward position you were in, Bill. I'll even concede that for the good of the station, you had little choice in the way you handled it. What really riles me is that I wasn't consulted. You made me look like a fool and robbed me of any authority. That's not true, Kat. I'm afraid it is. If I or anyone who's supposedly in an executive position can have our decisions reversed, what's the point of empowering us? Disregarding her dyslexia, Melia deserved to be fired. That may very well be, but such is the nature of our industry. Well, that part of the industry's nature sucks. He stood and came around his desk. You're blowing this out of proportion, Kat. Has something else upset you? Yes, she thought. That disturbing piece of mail, the article and the envelope it had arrived in were still in her nightstand drawer. She'd tried to dismiss it as crank mail and throw both pieces away, but something had compelled her to keep them. More disturbing than the article itself was that it had been sent to her anonymously. That didn't necessarily suggest malevolence. Perhaps it indicated only that the sender was insensitive and had a warped sense of humor. She hadn't reached any conclusions. It was certainly premature to bring up the matter with Bill, who would no doubt think she was being paranoid. And he would be right. Everything's terrific, she said, pasting on a phony smile and switching subjects. Have I told you about our latest success? Chantal, remember her? The little girl who needed a kidney transplant, right? Her adoptive parents accepted full responsibility for her medical care. Yesterday, they found a donor. They operated last night. So far, so good. That's wonderful news, Kat. I think we can milk some good PR out of this. I think so, too. I've already asked Jeff to compose and distribute a press release. I told him to send it first to Ron Truitt. If he doesn't do a story on this, we can rightfully accuse him of biased reporting. He placed his hands on her shoulders and gave them a slight squeeze. Don't dwell on that other business. It's small potatoes compared to the excellent work you're doing. Keep it up and leave the daily operation of WSA to me. I'll do my best to remember that. However, when my temper blows, it obscures my memory." He laughed and walked her to the door. "You had a right to be angry. Let me make it up to you. Nancy's planning a dinner party. She wants to introduce you to some people who can be instrumental in putting together a celebrity fundraising event like the one we talked about. How's next Saturday?" "Wonderful. May I bring my own celebrity?" "Of course, who?" "Alex Pierce. The writer? You've heard of him? How could I not? He's being touted as the next Joseph Wambaugh. I didn't know he lived in San Antonio. I get the impression he calls no place home, but he's here now, working on his next book. By all means, bring him. Nancy will be thrilled." Chapter 20. "So, do you want to go? What do I have to wear?" For a start, shoes and socks. The telephone amplified Alex's deep chuckle. It tickled Kat's ear and caused goosebumps to break out along her arms. This was getting ridiculous, she thought. She was acting like a schoolgirl in the throes of her first crush. He was never far from her mind. Thoughts of him distracted her at work, and she became giddy at the sound of his voice. "Ridiculous. I'll see if I can rake up a matching pair of socks," he said. "It's not a black tie affair, but I don't want to be embarrassed by my date. Some very important people will be Thea," she told him, mocking a British accent. "Nancy Webster's organizing a fundraiser for the kids. So I'll never speak to you again if you commit a faux pas that costs the kids some funds. I promise not to scratch or pick or blow anything that shouldn't be scratched or picked or blown in public." "Oh, thanks for the assurance," she moaned. "You'll probably humiliate me, or forget to show up. I'll mark it on my calendar. You'll forget to check the calendar. Remember, that's how we met. Best mistake I ever made." She blushed with pleasure and was glad he couldn't see her silly grin. "To be on the safe side, I'll call you a couple of hours ahead of time and pick you up in my car." "Good idea. Are you working tonight?" "Yeah, but lately I've been finding it hard to concentrate, wonder what could be distracting me." Again, a tide of pleasure coursed through her. It was flattering to be a distraction. They'd had 2 dates since their first one. Once they'd met at a restaurant for supper and had gone their separate ways afterward. The next time he'd picked her up in a car. They had gone to the Riverwalk, where they ate bad Mexican food at an outdoor cafe, then went for a stroll along the famed walk that channeled the San Antonio River through downtown. After a while, they surrendered the shops and galleries to the tourists and moved up to the street level where it was cooler, quieter, and less crowded. They crossed the street, bought pina colada-flavored snow cones from a sleepy vendor, and sat down on a secluded, shadowed bench in Alamo Plaza. The sun had gone down and the buses of tourists had departed, leaving the lighted fortress looking stately and serene, a fitting monument to what had transpired there 150 years earlier. "Hell of a choice they made, huh?" Alex said, crunching the chipped ice between his teeth. "Would you have stayed? Fought to the death?" "Tough question. I guess I would have if I didn't feel that I had anything to lose except my life." She scooped out a clump of ice with the tip of her tongue. "I can relate in a way." He looked at her inquisitively. "Right before my transplant, I suddenly realized that they were about to cut out my heart. Don't misunderstand," she said hastily. "I desperately wanted a new one, but just for a heartbeat pun into die experienced a pang of uncertainty. I would have to die in order to live. It was a sobering moment." She looked at him and smiled. "But it passed and I got a new heart, a second life." They munched their snow cones in silence. A horse-drawn carriage plodded by. There were no passengers, only a driver who sat, with his shoulders slumped forward, his bearded chin resting on his chest, looking as weary as the horse. "Cat? Do you know who your donor was?" "No." "Do you know anything about?" "No, and I don't want to." He nodded, but it was obvious that he was dissatisfied with her terse responses. "How come? I mean, is that common among heart transplantees?" "No. Some want to meet the donor's family and thank them personally. They want them to know they're aware of the sacrifice they made. Some want to learn everything they can about their donor." She shook her head adamantly. "Not me. I couldn't deal with that. In what way? What if I were a disappointment to them? I doubt that would happen. There are too many gray areas involved. Instead of dwelling on who made it possible, I'd rather make my life count for something. Then their sacrifice wasn't made in vain. The conversation had ended there. He hadn't pursued the topic, and she was glad. It was a sensitive subject. She had talked about it more freely with him than with anyone besides Dean. Now she glanced at her nightstand drawer and considered bringing up another unsettling subject, the mail she'd recently received. Would he think the article with the Memphis dateline held any significance for her? If not, why had it been sent to her? She wanted to know Alex's opinion on the matter, but decided against bringing it up. Now she'd kept him from his work long enough. I'll let you go now. Sorry if I disturbed you. Don't worry about it. I've been at it for hours and needed to take a break anyway. Thanks for asking me to the Webster's dinner party. Thanks for accepting. I'll try and behave. I was teasing you, I know. She heard the smile in his voice. It corresponded with hers. Good night, Alex. See you Saturday evening. She wore a sappy grin long after hanging up. No doubt about it, this was getting out of hand. It wasn't like her to be so reckless with her emotions. Because of her childhood, she was gun-shy about developing relationships. She'd had to leave several foster brothers and sisters after forming deep attachments. Relationships had inevitably led to breakups, which had inevitably brought on heartache. Nevertheless, she was falling hard and fast for Alex Pierce. How did he feel about her? He'd like to sleep with her. That much she knew. He had a healthy libido. One had only to read the sexual passages of his books to know that, and Kat had read them. Several times, of course, she didn't approve of or care for his male characters' attitudes toward women. To call them sexist would be doing sexists a disservice. With few exceptions, they treated women with less regard than they would a used Kleenex. But Alex seemed not to share his character's chauvinism. It appeared he thought highly of her and the work she did. He complimented her often. He was capable of laughter and joking, but by nature he was serious, sometimes even grave. He had little patience for trivialities. He also had little to say about his former police work, and on those rare occasions when he did mention it, his voice was tinged with bitterness. There'd been some unpleasantness attached to his retirement, which she suspected had not been voluntary. She had fantasized him as a lover, but she would also welcome him as a friend. Dean was still her friend, but he was far away. She needed someone to confide in, and not by long distance. Eyes were drawn again to the nightstand where lay the mysterious original clipping along with the one that had been in today's mail. It had arrived in an envelope identical to the first, also identical to the first. It contained nothing except a newspaper clipping. This one bearing a dateline from Boca Raton, Florida. A 62-year-old woman had been found dead from an accidental fall. While at home by herself, she'd attempted to water a plant hanging from a hook in her ceiling. Her stepladder had slipped from beneath her, and she'd fallen through the patio door. Broken glass had pierced her lung. Like the boy in Memphis, she'd had a heart transplant. Kat didn't know what to make of these cryptic messages. As a former cop, what would Alex's assessment be? Would he think they were cause for alarm, or would he pass them off as the handiwork of a kook? She had almost decided that that's exactly what the first one was, but then she'd received the second. It was an odd coincidence that 2 heart transplantees had died in such bizarre accidents. Even more odd was that someone was making it his business to alert her to these deaths. Nuts, she said, impatiently stuffing the clippings back into their envelopes and slamming the nightstand drawer closed. They'd probably been sent just to annoy and perplex her. She wouldn't let them. If she wasted a moment's concern over them, she was letting a nutcase control her mind. Mail sent by wackos was a hazard of her profession. One took it in stride. Unless the messages became outright threatening, they were nothing to fret over. Besides, she had more pressing matters to think about, like what to wear to the Webster's dinner party. Wow. Kat arrived at Alex's apartment 5 minutes ahead of schedule. He was dressed in dark slacks and a dove gray shirt, which he hadn't yet tucked in. The unfastened cuffs were flapping around his wrists, and only 2 buttons were buttoned. He was barefoot. His compliment hadn't been so much a word as a soft expulsion of breath. Her knees turned to jelly. "Thank you. You look great. Thanks again. I'm sorry I'm early. Traffic wasn't as heavy as I expected. Rather than wait outside in the car, I thought I'd see if you were ready yet. But it's fine as you're not. There's no rush. We've got plenty of... What are you so nervous about?" I promised to wear shoes and socks, didn't I? He was very intuitive. She'd been babbling to cover an outbreak of tummy butterflies. It made her even more nervous to know that he could read her so well. But he had a writer's insight. If he were writing this scene, he would have had the nervous character chattering like a moron. His insight into human behavior and motivation put her at a disadvantage. She'd have to watch herself in the future, play with a poker face, not give so much away. He moved aside. "Come in," said the spider to the fly. "I don't bite." He closed the door and locked it. Not hard, anyway. Laughing more at ease now, Kat glanced around the living area of his 2-story apartment. It smelled of fresh paint. The vaulted ceiling and tall windows reminded her of her house in Malibu. Above, the 2nd-story gallery encompassed 2 walls. "Bedrooms up there," he said. "Kitchen back through there. Those double doors open onto a deck. I like it." "It's okay," he said. "As you know, I'm not much of a housekeeper." Actually, she was impressed by the neatness of the apartment until she noticed the hem of a shirt peeking beneath the sofa cushions. The magazines on the end table appeared to have been stacked hastily, and a Butterfinger wrapper was stuck to the cover of one. On the coffee table were moisture rings linked together like the Olympics logo. "No shit, Delaney. You look fantastic tonight." His compliment brought her around quickly. His gaze was hot and intense. It scorched her like a marshmallow in a bonfire. "Thanks. I thought redheads weren't supposed to wear orange." "It's not orange. It's copper. It's orange." The short, straight slip dress was held up by narrow shoulder straps and was covered with thin metal discs that glittered like new pennies. She hadn't worn anything with a scooped neckline since her transplant. She wouldn't have as recently as a few weeks ago. But Alex had rid her of her self-consciousness over her scar. "Whatever the hell you call it," he said. "It's the same color as your hair and makes you shimmer like flames. Spoken like a writer. You're a poet and didn't know it. But you can tell by my feet. They're a couple of Longfellows," he said, completing the banality. He looked down at his bare feet. "Make yourself at home. I'll be right back." He took the stairs 2 at a time. By the time he'd reached the gallery, he'd unfastened the fly of his trousers and was stuffing in his shirt tail. "There might be something in the fridge to drink. I'm not sure. Help yourself to whatever's there." "Okay, thanks. Where's your motorcycle?" "I didn't see it outside. I put it in the shop for a complete overhaul." "Shoot, I'd like to ride it again." "Yeah, once you have that much power between your legs, you get addicted." "Very funny. I'm going to miss it." The guy said it might take a few months to do the job, right? "How's the novel going?" "It sucks." "I doubt that." Her experience with writers was that they typically held low opinions of their current projects. She meandered around his living room, searching for clues into the nature of the man. There were none. The only personal aspect to the room was his hasty attempt to straighten it before her arrival. Otherwise, it lacked the stamp of occupancy and ownership. There were no family photos, no memorabilia, no mail or coupons or receipts. The furnishings lacked character and looked rented. She was vaguely disappointed. Stashed beneath the stairs, she discovered 2 shipping boxes with the titles of his 2 novels stenciled on them. They were still sealed. Why hadn't he dispensed copies of his books to family and friends? Maybe he had, and these were extras. Or maybe he didn't have any family and friends. And maybe her imagination was running away with her. She glanced through the mini blinds on the French doors. There was nothing remarkable about the deck. It looked unused on her way down the short hall to the kitchen. She noticed a closed door he'd failed to point out to her: closet, powder room. She stepped back to gauge the dimensions of the space behind the door. The area was larger than a closet or small bathroom. Her hand was on the doorknob before she even realized she was reaching for it. She paused to reconsider. Why hadn't he mentioned this room? Had the omission been intentional? She cautiously turned the knob. The door opened soundlessly. There was nothing to see inside but darkness. She widened the crack and poked her head into the room. Faint light leaked through the drawn blinds. She could barely discern shapes, but she saw what looked like a table. His hand clamped down on her wrist. "What the hell are you doing?" Chapter 21. "Damn it, Alex." She wrenched her hand free and whirled around to face him. "You scared the crap out of me? What's the matter with you?" He pulled the door shut with a decisive click. "That room is no man's land, no visitors allowed." "Then why didn't you post a no trespassing sign? What do you do in there, print counterfeit money?" He took her wrist loosely this time. "Sorry if I startled you. I didn't mean to. It's just that I'm very protective of my workspace." "To say the least," she said crossly. "Please understand what I do in there is extremely personal." He stared at the closed door as if he could see through it. "In that room, I'm at my best and at my worst. It's where I give birth to every goddamn word. And giving birth is painful as hell. It's where I create, also where I curse the creative process. It's my ultra-private, masochistic torture chamber." He smiled wryly. "Sounds crazy to a non-writer, I know. But having somebody invade my workspace would be like having somebody rape my subconscious. It would be violated. It would never again belong exclusively to me and my thoughts." The chastisement was well-deserved. She shouldn't have poked her nose into a room with a closed door. Artists and sculptors kept their current projects under wraps until they were completed. No one ever heard a composer's music until it met with his satisfaction. She should have guessed that Alex would be at least as protective of his writing. "I didn't realize," she said remorsefully. "I'm sorry, except for this room, you can have the run of the place. I'll allow you access to my pantry and refrigerator, my dirty clothes hamper, even my private collection of erotica. But this room is off limits. My curiosity," she said, shaking her head. "One of the child welfare counselors predicted that it would be my undoing. But he also thought that chocolate was poison and cautioned me never to eat it." She glanced at him, her expression only partially repentant. "I'm afraid I didn't heed either warning." He propped one of his forearms against the wall, trapping her there. "You're forgiven for your curiosity. Forgive me for overreacting." He draped the tie around his neck, but he hadn't knotted it yet. He smelled of soap clean, damp, male skin, which to Kat was more appealing than expensive fragrance. His hair was still uncombed and looked only towel-dried. Altogether, he was one gorgeous, incredibly sexy man. "You have a private stash of erotica?" she asked in a hushed voice. "Uh-huh. How long have you been collecting?" "Since I was old enough to know it was nasty." "That long?" I'd like to see it sometime." He grinned lazily. "I think you have a wicked streak, Kat Delaney." That was another thing that confounded the social workers. His eyes scanned her face, then moved down her throat. He was standing so close that in order to take in the rest of her, he had to tilt down his head. The top of his head glanced her cheekbone. She felt his breath on her chest. He still had hold of her right wrist. He flattened it against the wall, a little above her head, the underside facing outward. He kissed that delicate, translucent patch of skin where her pulse was racing. He stroked it with his tongue, then his lips grazed hers. "What time does that party get underway?" 10 minutes ago." Damn, ducking his head, he nuzzled her neck where it merged with her shoulder. "But I'd planned for us to be fashionably late." "How come?" "Figured I wouldn't be ready in time." "No, just in case, It was difficult to think while he was nibbling her earlobe, just in case we got tied up." "You want to get tied up?" Her stomach rose and fell. There was a catch in her throat. "I meant tied up in traffic or something." "Oh, traffic, right?" He began to pull away, but Kat grabbed his necktie. "We're not missing anything," she whispered. "They'll have an extended cocktail hour, and neither of us drinks." He placed his hand beneath her breast and pushed it up, bending his head down to the fullness that swelled above the neckline of her dress. He gently sucked her skin against his teeth. Kat moaned in pleasure and arched against him. He raised his head and kissed her mouth, his tongue wily and provocative. When the kiss finally ended, he kept his lips resting against hers. His breath rushed in and out. So, what? Wanna fuck? The unexpected vulgarity doused her desire like a bucket of cold water in the face. She shoved him away. He raised his hands at his sides in a gesture of innocence and surrender. You accuse the heroes in my novels of never asking permission. Thought I'd give it a try, that's all. You could have phrased it a little more politely. Okay. Looking contrite, he folded his hands beneath his chin. Wanna fuck, please, ma'am? Cute. She tried to move past him, but he caught her around the waist and placed her between him and the wall again. There was no doubt as to whether he was teasing when he kissed her this time. More possessive than seductive, he continued to kiss her until her anger evaporated, and she was kissing him back with equal ardor. When he finally released her, Kat's lips throbbed hotly. Her entire body was flushed and tingling. I want you, he said, but not when I have to worry about messing up your hair or makeup. He ran his thumb roughly over her lower lip. Not when I'm in a hurry and under a deadline. Not when we're expected at a party that might earn you some cash for your kids. Because I doubt that once with you will be enough. Got that, left breathless and aroused by his speech. She could only nod in response. I was having some fun with you by being crude, but the invitation stands as stated. His eyes went measurably darker. It's only a matter of you choosing the time and place, understood? Again she nodded. He held her stare for a 10 count, then turned away. Give me a few more minutes. Kat, you're here. Nancy Webster embraced her. Everyone's dying to meet you. A uniformed maid had shown Kat and Alex into the living room of the Websters' impressive home. Tonight, it was brimming with the city's affluent and influential. The noise level was indicative of Nancy Webster's ability to make her guests feel at ease. I apologize for being late, Kat said. It was my fault, Alex interrupted. Something came up. That earned him a dirty look from Kat, but Nancy was so eager to meet him that both the wisecrack and Kat's silent rebuke escaped her notice. Nancy clasped hands with him. Mr. Pierce, welcome. Alex, please. I was so excited when Bill told me that Kat was bringing you tonight. I'm honored and delighted to have you in our home. I'm very pleased to be here. Come meet my husband. What would you like to drink? Nancy was a flawless hostess. With seemingly no effort, she soon had a Perrier and lime in Alex's hand, and he and Bill on a first-name basis. I read your first novel and thought it very good for a first effort, Bill said. It was one of those qualified compliments to which there was no appropriate response. Alex wondered if Webster realized that and decided immediately that he did. The man was trying to discredit him without it being obvious. He mustered some graciousness. Thank you for the compliment and the royalty. Are you working on another book? I'm hard at it, yes. Is the story set in San Antonio? Parts of it. Kat looped her arm through Alex's. Save your questions, Bill? You won't squeeze anything out of him. He's very cloak and dagger when it comes to his work. Webster looked at him curiously. Why's that? Talking about the story before it's written spoils the surprises. Not for the reader, but for me. You're writing the book? But you don't know what's going to happen next? Not always, no. Webster frowned, looking doubtful. I'm afraid I'm too goal-oriented to work like that. Who gives a fuck, was Alex's thought. Kat broke the awkward silence. I hate to brag, but Alex has asked me to help with his research. Really? Webster said. He was finding the bedroom scenes difficult to write, so I told him some stories from my sordid Hollywood past and gave him permission to. She gestured as though trying to grasp the right word. Elaborate? Nancy said helpfully. No, to tone them down. Everyone within earshot laughed. As much as we'd like to monopolize them, Bill, we can't, Nancy said. Our other guests would never forgive us. Kat, Alex? She moved between them and linked her arms with theirs. First, I want to introduce you to our new mayor and her husband. She guided them around the room. Introductions were made. Alex was pleased by the number of people who claimed to be fans. Kat had an even greater number of admirers. Everyone had something good to say about Kat's kids. She never took full credit but shared it with her crew. From Bill Webster on down, everyone at WSA is committed to the success of the project, she said. One of the guests mentioned a story that had appeared in the Sunday edition of the San Antonio Light. It was about the little girl who'd recently been adopted and then had undergone a kidney transplant. Yes, Chantal's story is inspiring, Kat remarked to the woman who'd called attention to it. Then she looked at Webster and in an undertone said, "Wonder how Truett likes the taste of crow." For several days, the entertainment reporter had pursued the O'Connor story, but to no avail. After the station's public relations department issued a statement, there were no further comments from WSA. At the advice of their attorney, the O'Connors refused to be interviewed. Then, after counseling made them see how skillfully their adopted little girl had concealed her emotional corruption, the distressed couple had decided to keep her after all. Both the state agency and Kat's kids had narrowly escaped disaster. Kat hoped this most recent newspaper story would dispel any lingering doubts as to the validity of the program. She said, "What's happened in Chantal's life is nothing short of a miracle. Unfortunately, there are many other children with special problems who deserve their own miracles. They're drifting through the foster care system. Be assured that many foster parents are loving, caring people. But these special children desperately need permanent homes." Dinner was a 7-course affair that lasted more than 2 hours. Alex would have been bored stiff if not for Kat, who, at the urging of the other guests, related stories about some of the children featured on Kat's Kids. Her audience was spellbound by her moving accounts. Some evoked laughter, others tears. Kat's animated delivery was as stirring as the nature of the stories she told. Voice conveyed her passionate dedication to the program she'd undertaken. By the time the white chocolate mousse was served, she had everyone at the table fired up and chatting excitedly about a celebrity fundraiser. As Alex held her chair for her when dinner was over, he leaned down and whispered, "It's in the bag." After the other guests had left, the Websters prevailed upon him and Kat to stay for a last cup of coffee to toast the evening's success. "Let's go into Bill's study where we can get comfortable," Nancy suggested, leading the way. A maid carried in a silver service, but Nancy poured. "Would you care for a brandy, Alex?" "Just coffee, please. I noticed that you skipped wine at dinner," Bill observed as he reached for the cup of brandy-laced coffee that Nancy had poured for him. "Are you a teetotaler?" "Yes." Feeling no obligation to explain his abstinence to Webster, Alex left it at that. However, his failure to expound created another chasm of silence. Again, Kat bridged it. "Is this a family picture album?" She reached for the large leather-bound book on the coffee table. She settled herself on the floor, tucking her legs beneath her. "Mind if I look through it?" "Of course not," Nancy replied. "We could bore you for hours with pictures of the children." "How many do you have?" Alex asked. "6." "6!" He raised his cup of coffee in a silent salute. No one would ever guess by looking at their mother. "Thank you. She keeps herself in perfect shape," Webster said, smiling proudly. "Are your children still at home?" While Nancy gave Alex a rundown of where their various offspring were and what they were doing, Kat continued to turn the pages of the album. Every now and then, Alex glanced over her shoulder at the photographs. From what he could tell, the Webster children were much like their parents. They had American good looks and seemed to be overachievers, as they were frequently photographed holding a trophy or ribbon. So actually, Nancy summarized, only the youngest still lives with us, although he's rarely at home. He's editor of his high school, newspaper, and that, my God. Kat's startled exclamation cut Nancy off. In an instant, all eyes were focused on her. Chapter 22. Did you know you were a dead ringer for their daughter, Carla? Fully aware of Alex's heavy stare, Kat concentrated on driving and kept her eyes on the road. There was some resemblance, she acknowledged. That's a prince of an understatement. She had brown eyes, not blue, but she had curly red hair, and the shape of her face was the same. Tilting his head, he analyzed her profile. Her bone structure wasn't as pronounced, not as angular, but the likeness was remarkable. Eyes riveted on the road, she kept a white-knuckle grip on the steering wheel. You know I'm right, he persisted. When you saw her picture, you looked ready to faint. Your cheeks turned red. You're very observant. That's what I do. I observe people and write down what I observe. Well, I don't like being observed. That's too bad, because you're a fascinating observation. So's Webster. Bill, why? Well, for one thing, he disliked me on sight. Not that I give a damn, but it's peculiar. Why peculiar? Does everyone you meet automatically like you? Don't pretend you didn't notice, because you did. To cover for him, you jumped in with that joke about helping me with research. Then he nearly had apoplexy when you picked up that photo album. He didn't want you to see that picture of his late daughter. Kat called upon her acting skills to keep her face impassive. She hadn't been watching Bill as Alex had, so she couldn't accurately say what his reaction had been to her interest in the album. However, it hadn't escaped her notice that he'd been virtually silent following the episode, leaving it to Nancy to handle the situation. Nancy had quietly acknowledged the striking resemblance between their daughter and Kat, saying, "Bill and I noticed it when you first joined the cast of Passages. We even teased Carla about it, accusing her of having a double life she hadn't told us about. Remember, dear?" He had given a gruff, muttered affirmative reply. Following that, she and Alex had declined a refill on coffee and insisted that they should call it a night. Kat had profusely thanked the Websters for hosting the party. Nancy felt confident that with the assistance and endorsement of those who'd attended, she could arrange a fundraiser to top all fundraisers. I enjoyed myself. Alex had said to his hosts, "Thank you for including me," at the door. Nancy had hugged them in turn. She'd kept up her composure. Bill, on the other hand, had appeared shaken and guilty, and why had he been so cool to Alex? "Did you know about Carla before tonight?" Alex asked. Now, I knew they'd lost their eldest child. She was killed in an auto accident returning to the university in Austin. Webster told you that? She nodded. Even before I moved here. Apparently, they haven't fully recovered, but who could? Your daughter comes home for the weekend. You do her laundry. Listen to her going on about the boy she's seeing, about the professor she hates. You tell her goodbye, instruct her to drive carefully, give her a hug. The next time you see her, you're identifying her body in the morgue. Kat shuddered and added softly, "I can't imagine anything worse than having to bury your child." Alex was respectfully silent for a moment, then threw her a curveball. "Does Webster have the hots for you?" "No." "Yeah, right. He doesn't," she insisted. "That would be really sick, considering my resemblance to his daughter. Maybe that's what first interested him. His attraction was innocent enough when you met. Over time, it's evolved into something. Else, it hasn't." Alex maintained his skeptical silence. Finally, she qualified her answer. "If it has, he's never given me any indication of it. I doubt he'd chase you around the office or try to cop a feel while no one's looking. He's too proud for that. He's never made a pass sneakily or overtly, but you two share more than a routine employer-employee relationship." "I consider him a friend," Kat said cautiously. "But nothing romantic has ever even been suggested from all appearances. He and Nancy have a perfect relationship. No relationship is perfect." She gave him an arch look, speaking from experience. "Unfortunately, yes, too many, so I gathered. But back to you and Bill Webster." "There is no me in Bill Webster," she argued. "He's given me a wonderful opportunity. I like and respect him, that's it." "I don't think so, Kat." She was about to protest, but he said, "I'm not calling you a liar. It's him. Something about him bugs me. He's a handsome man in a stately, distinguished way. He's extremely successful. He's vested with a lot of power. He emanates an air of authority." "Wait a minute," he said testily. "Are you implying that I'm jealous of him?" "You tell me." "You've got it backwards, sweetheart. He was jealous of me tonight because I was your date. Bull. Okay, fine. It's bull, but I'm telling you, Webster's got something to hide. They had reached a Mexican standoff. Kat wouldn't admit what. She was thinking that Bill's behavior this evening had been curious and disturbing. She needed time to make sense of it. Alex, however, wouldn't leave it alone. Why do you suppose he acted so weird when you saw that picture of Carla? Because if the similarity between us was the reason he first noticed me, he was embarrassed. That sentimental trait doesn't fit the image of a tough CEO, an image he's carefully cultivated and stringently maintained. Maybe she struck the steering wheel with her fist. Are you always right? Don't you ever say something like, I never looked at it from that angle. I might be wrong. Not this time, he said stubbornly. There's something about Webster that doesn't ring true. I feel it in my gut. The picture's too perfect. His life is like an illustration of a contemporary fairy tale. I keep looking for the camouflage troll. You've slipped into your cop mode, you know? Probably instinct. It's a hard habit to break. I look at everybody with a certain degree of suspicion. Why? Because people are just naturally suspicious. Everyone has something to hide. You mean like a secret? Her mischievous whisper didn't make a dent in his solemn expression. Exactly like a secret. We all have something we'd rather keep, under lock and key. Not me. My life's an open book. I've been poked and probed and x-rayed inside and out. They literally pried open my chest and looked around inside. If I had anything to hide, it would have been discovered long before now. He shook his head. You've got a secret, Kat, he insisted. Maybe it's such a deep, dark secret that it's buried in your subconscious. Even you don't know what it is. You don't want to reveal it to yourself because then you'd have to deal with it. We meaning all of us bury the ugly aspects of ourselves because we can't bear to face them. Gee, I'm so glad I asked you to come with me tonight. You're a barrel of laughs. I tried joking with you earlier, he reminded her. You didn't seem to appreciate my sense of humor. She threw him a reproving frown. I think you're taking your cop psychology course far too seriously. Maybe. But fiction writers are psychologists too, you know. Hour after hour, day after day, I plot the lives of people. I study their behavior patterns and try to figure out what makes them tick. Think about this, he said, turning toward her. You hit your thumb with a hammer. What do you do next? Chances are I'll yowl, scream something profane, and hop around, holding tight to my thumb. Exactly. That's cause and effect. Given that stimulus, we all behave basically the same way. On the other hand, events occur in our lives that are unique to us. They may be accidental or coincidental, but our responses to them are also programmed, and each of us is programmed differently depending on our sex, IQ, economic background, birth order, and so on. Each of us has reasons for reacting and behaving the way we do. That's motivation as an author. I have to know what motivates a particular character to respond to a particular situation in a particular way. You study human nature in all its forms, and it's human nature to bury our secrets, like a dog does a bone, except we rarely want to dig them up and gnaw on them. What's your secret, Sigmund? Can't tell. It's a secret. She stopped at an intersection and turned to look at him. I think you probably have more than one. He didn't take the bait. Instead, he held her gaze with his, Are we going to sleep together tonight? She regarded him thoughtfully until the traffic light changed and the driver behind them tooted his horn. I don't believe so, she said as she stepped on the accelerator. Why not? Because you've talked so much about studying me, I'm self-conscious. Would I be the first TV personality you've taken to bed? The first heart transplantee? The first redhead who wears a size 7 narrow shoe? Do you want to sleep with me so you can store the experience in your mental encyclopedia on human nature? He didn't jump in with a denial, and it bothered her that he didn't. She wanted him to adamantly repudiate the charge. She glanced across at him. He was watching her, saying nothing, revealing nothing. His stony silence reinforced her decision. Sorry, Alex, I don't want to see myself in the bedroom conquest scene of your next book. He turned from her and stared out through the windshield. His jaw was flexing angrily, and she feared it was because she'd hit the nail squarely on the head. At least he had the decency not to lie about his motives. Nevertheless, she was terribly disappointed. "You make me sound like a real shit," he said. "I think more than likely you are." He whipped his head around, and when he saw that she was smiling, he chuckled softly. "Well, you're right. But even shits are given the benefit of the doubt sometimes. Okay, coffee at my house. Yeah, I'll take a cab home from there. Coffee, nothing else. I'm not an animal, you know. I can curb my urges when I must." He was joking, but then he turned serious again. "I really enjoyed talking to you, Kat. Is this a new tack? No, it's not a line. I mean it. You're quick, smart, competitive, a good sport. Quick, smart, and competitive, and a good sport. Maybe I should give up trying to be a sex symbol and audition for Jeopardy instead." For the remainder of the drive, they kept the conversation light. They were still laughing over an anecdote from the dinner party when they turned down her street. Kat braked suddenly. "Who's that?" A dark sedan was parked at the curb in front of her house. Although it was visible from half a block away, it was partially obscured by the shadows of the overhanging branches of the live oak trees in her yard. "You don't recognize the car?" Alex asked. She shook her head, expecting company. No. She had told herself that the two clippings sent to her anonymously were nothing to worry about, but she knew it would be foolish to dismiss them entirely. Nutcases were known to have committed heinous crimes due to their fixations on celebrities. She'd been taking extra safety precautions, making certain her doors and windows remained locked, scanning parking lots before leaving buildings, and checking her back seat before getting into her car. She hadn't gone completely paranoid, but exercising common sense couldn't hurt. "Hey, what's got you so spooked?" Alex asked. "I'm not spooked. Don't lie to me. You're practically choking the steering wheel. I can see your pulse racing in your carotid. What gives?" "Nothing, Kat." "Nothing. Liar. Pull over." "Do it." She parked at the curb but left the engine running, cut the lights. "Be quiet. Stay put." He opened his door and got out. "Alex, what are you going to do, Alex?" Ignoring her, he sprinted across the neighbor's front lawns toward her house. Soon he melded with the shadows and she could no longer see him. Her initial anxiety had abated. She had been spooked, but only for a moment. Her skittishness now seemed silly. For all she knew, the car belonged to someone visiting a neighbor. Impatiently, she tapped her fingers on the steering wheel. "Be quiet. Stay put. Sit. Roll over. Play dead," she muttered, with pique. She didn't need him to rescue her. In seconds, she was out of the car, following the path Alex had taken. She ran on tiptoe, sticking to the shadows. The closer she got to her house, the more ridiculous she felt. Would someone with a grudge against her park in front of her house announcing his presence? On the other hand, how could she account for the eerie feeling of being watched that she'd experienced lately? Those damn white envelopes and their cryptic warnings were playing mind games with her. She'd always scorned cowardice. It wasn't like her to be jumpy, to imagine bogeymen lurking in shadows, ready to pounce. Yet, her nervousness increased the closer she came to her house. Except for the soft glow of the porch light, all was in darkness. There was no sound, nothing moved. Then, coming from the backyard, she heard raised voices, a shout, a grunt, scuffling sounds. Shortly, two figures materialized out of the darkness. Alex was struggling with another man as he virtually dragged him into the front yard. "I found him trying to break in the rear door," he told her. "You son of a bitch," the other man growled. "Let go of me. Not a chance." Alex threw him face down onto the ground and crouched over him, planting his knee in the small of the man's back. He shoved his right hand up between his shoulder blades. "If you so much as move, I'll break your frigging arm," he threatened. "Kat, call 911. Galvanized, she ran up the front walk, but almost tripped on the steps when her name was once again called out, this time by a voice ragged with indignation and pain, but nevertheless familiar. "Kat, for Chris Saki, call this cocksucker off me." She whirled around, her eyes wide with astonishment. Dean, Chapter 23, Cat swabbed the scrape on Dean Spicer's cheek with peroxide. The cardiologist winced and cursed beneath his breath. Alex, straddling a chair backward, struggled to contain his smile. They were gathered around Kat's kitchen table. It was exactly the kind of kitchen Alex would have assigned her if she were one of his fictional characters. The basic color was white, accented with splashes of Colorado Georgia O'Keeffe poppy on one wall, African violets blooming on the windowsill, a whimsical black and white teapot patterned like a Holstein cow. Spicer brushed aside Kat's hands. "It's fine," he grumbled. "Do you have anything to drink?" "You mean liquor?" "No. Aspirin?" She shook her head remorsefully. He sighed. "Well, I guess you weren't expecting a guest to be attacked and wrestled to the ground." He glared at Alex. "I think an apology is in order. I won't apologize for reacting to what I saw, which was you trying to pick the lock on Kat's back door. True, he'd roughed Spicer up before discovering that he was friend, not foe, but he hadn't really hurt him. All that was wounded was his pride, and Alex couldn't work up any sympathy for that. You shouldn't have been prowling around in the dark trying to break into her house," he said. "You should have asked for some identification before attacking me." Alex snickered. "That's a good way to get your head blown off. You don't walk up to a perp and politely ask to see some ID. You contain him, then ask questions. You wouldn't last 10 minutes on the streets doing it any other way. I wouldn't know. Unlike you, I'm not from the streets." Alex came out of his chair so fast that it went over backward. "You'd better be glad Kat recognized you when she did. I was about to sew your asshole shut for calling me a cocksucker." "Guys," Kat exclaimed, "we're all friends here, right? A mistake was made, but it's the kind of thing that we'll laugh over in a few weeks." Alex doubted that either he or Spicer would ever think this was funny, but he didn't argue with Kat. She was already as jumpy as her namesake. He righted his chair and sat back down. He and Spicer continued to eye each other with animosity. As Kat recapped the bottle of peroxide and set it aside, she mildly chided her unexpected guest. "If only you'd called and told me you were coming, this could have been avoided. I wanted to surprise you." "Well, you certainly succeeded in doing that," she said brightly. Too brightly. Her smile seemed forced. Alex guessed that she wasn't too thrilled to see Dr. Spicer, whom she'd introduced only as her friend. Alex didn't need it spelled out that Spicer had been more to her than that. Her voice sounded thin and strained now as she politely asked about his flight. "Did you get a meal on the plane? Can I fix you something?" "I didn't eat the meal they served, but I've had your cooking. Thanks anyway. Coffee? None. For me. Me either." "Well, then we should go into the living room." Neither of them moved, so she joined them at the kitchen table. "I can't believe you actually came to San Antonio," she said to Spicer. "I didn't think you'd be caught dead out here in the provinces. From what I've seen so far, it lives up to my low expectations." "Thanks a lot." Her umbrage was in jest, but he took it seriously. "I didn't mean that the way it sounded. Your house is nice." He gave the kitchen a critical glance. "Nothing compared to your place in Malibu, of course. True, there is a shortage of beachfront property in San Antonio." Kat laughed nervously at her joke. Neither Alex nor Spicer cracked a smile. They left it to her to carry the conversation. "When did you decide to make the trip, Dean?" It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. "I had only a few appointments over the next several days. It was easy to reschedule them and take a few days off. However, it came about." "I'm awfully glad you're here." She was lying, and Alex knew it. Furthermore, so did Spicer. "Actually, your timing was good," she said with forced gaiety. "We were just returning from a dinner party hosted by the Websters." Spicer made a non-committal grunt. "Nancy's organizing a celebrity fundraiser for Kat's kids." "How nice." The creme de la creme of San Antonio society were there, which I'm sure isn't saying much. Alex admired the self-control it must have cost her to ignore Spicer's insulting remark. Even her smile held up. The women there were all aflutter over meeting Alex. Spicer turned to him. "You're a cop, right? Formerly?" Another harumph rife with disdain. "Alex writes crime novels now. He's become quite famous. Have you read either of his books?" Spicer looked at her as though the very idea was unthinkable. "No. Maybe you should," Alex said blandly. I can't think of a single reason why I'd want to. You might learn something useful, like how to defend yourself. Spicer shot to his feet, then swayed dizzily and had to grab hold of the back of his chair to keep from pitching forward. Alex suppressed. Another satisfied grin. Cat had sprung up to assist the cardiologist back into his chair. As soon as he was resettled, she planted both fists on her hips and said angrily, "All right, I've had it with you two. I'm trying to be. Emily Post and trying to referee, and neither role suits me. Now, cut it out. You're acting like jerks over nothing." "I wouldn't call this nothing," Spicer said, pointing to the scratch on his cheek. "Gimme a break," Alex muttered. "You almost did." Spicer sneered. "In fact, you threatened to break my arm. Dean, because I thought you were a burglar. Turns out you're only a fool for creeping around in the dark," and Alex, he came to his feet. "Save it, Cat. Doesn't matter. I think I heard my taxi pull up outside. You've already called one? While you were getting the first aid stuff? Oh, I thought you'd stay and visit with us. No, I wouldn't want to keep you from your guest. It's been an experience, Doctor." Spicer glowered at him. To cover his rudeness, Cat murmured, "I'll see you out, Alex." She walked him through her house to the front door. She'd removed her high heels, so her footsteps fell silently on the hardwood floors, although they creaked pleasantly beneath his weight. The rooms were spacious, illuminated by strategically placed lamps instead of ceiling light fixtures. Their soft light fell on framed photographs, magazines, and bowls of fragrant potpourri. The sofas and chairs were oversized and overstuffed and piled with pillows. The ambience was unpretentious, soft, and friendly. She opened the front door. "You were right. The taxi's here." It was parked at the curb behind Spicer's rental car. Turning back, she said softly, "Thanks again for escorting me to the party tonight. Thanks for asking me." If she were smart, she would leave it there and say goodnight. But she didn't, laughing weakly. She said, "We had a surprise ending to the evening, didn't we?" "Yeah. More exciting than a quiet cup of coffee. Less exciting than a roll in the sack." She tossed her head. "Must you be so crude? Must you be so coy? You know damn good and well that we were headed for bed." I had already said no, but did you mean it? She lowered her head. He touched her chin and brought it back up. "We're grown-ups. We both know what we're leading up to. So don't try and bullshit me, okay? Since I looked at you through Irene and Charlie's screen door, I've wanted you. And you've known it. And you've wanted me too. Everything we've said and done since then has been foreplay." She glanced nervously toward the kitchen. That irked him. "I get the message. Good night, Cat." He slipped through the door and was about halfway down the walk when he glanced back over his shoulder. She was still standing in the doorway, silhouetted against the light behind her. One hand was raised and resting on the jamb as though it had been arrested in a motion of entreaty. Whether it was because she looked wistful and a little forlorn, or because he was still pissed because her former lover had shown up at an inopportune time, or because he truly was the shit he'd confessed to being, he disregarded his conscience and his better judgment and reversed his direction. He covered the same distance in a fraction of the time. Without a word, he cupped the back of her head and slid his fingers up through her hair. His other arm encircled her waist and pulled her against him. He kissed her with lust and anger, his mouth hard, his tongue thrust deeply and possessively. Then, as abruptly as he'd begun the kiss, he ended it. She stared up at him, her wet lips parted in astonishment. He left her, looking stunned and aroused, kissable and fuckable. And when he marched down the walk the second time, he was angrier than before, with Spicer, with her, with himself, with everything, every goddamn thing. How long has this been going on? Dean didn't waste any time. No sooner had she cleared the kitchen door than he plunged right into the topic she'd hoped they could avoid. "What?" "Don't play dumb, Cat. This thing with that cop cum writer." His interrogative stare demanded an answer. "There's no thing with Alex and me." She told him about the mix-up at the Walters' house. "Since that bizarre first meeting, we've seen each other a few times. It's friendly, that's all." Dean snorted skeptically. Because she had lied with the same lips that still throbbed from Alex's kiss, she went on the offensive. "Look, Dean, I'm glad you came to see me, But who gave you the liberty to break into my house while I wasn't home? I didn't think you'd mind. I already tried to explain it to you, and that Neanderthal when you weren't here. I decided to let myself in and wait. I can't understand why you're so upset. I had a set of keys to your house in Malibu. I failed to see the difference. The difference is that I gave you the keys to the Malibu house. One knew you had them. She realized that her voice was rising along with her anger, so she scaled it down. You should have let me know you were coming. I don't like surprises. I've told you that 1,000,000 times. Then your dislike for surprises is one of the few things about you that hasn't changed since you came here. Abruptly, he stood and began to move around the room without taking his eyes off her. It was as though he wanted to view her from several different perspectives. I don't know what's caused the change, whether it's hanging out with that hoodlum or your job here, but something's had an adverse effect. You're different. In what way? You're skittish, nervous, like you're about to jump out of your skin. I don't know what you're talking about. But she did, and it bothered her that it was so visible. The minute I saw you, it was apparent to me. Whatever is wrong. Suddenly his face went slack. Oh, God, are you feeling okay? Is there anything wrong with your heart? Have you shown signs of rejecting? She held up her hands to ease his alarm. No, Dean. She shook her head, her expression softening to reassure him. I feel wonderful. I still marvel over how good I feel. Each day I discover something I can do that was once impossible. Even after all this time, the newness hasn't worn off. Just don't get reckless, he said in his stern doctor's voice. I'm relieved that you're doing well now, but if you ever have any sign of rejection, you know to call me. Immediately. I promise. I know you get annoyed when I harp on you, but someone has to keep reminding you that you're not like everyone else. You're a heart transplantee. I'm like everyone else. I don't want to be pampered. He was deaf to her protests. You work too hard. I love to work. I've thrown myself headlong into Kat's kids. Is that why you're wound up so tight? She wanted to show Dean the mysterious clippings in their envelopes. She would welcome his evaluation, but, knowing Dean, he would probably insist that she notify the police. To do so would be to admit their significance. She was still trying to convince herself that the veiled warnings meant nothing. Perhaps I seem uptight because tonight's party was more than just a social gathering. I had to impress a lot of people, and that's exhausting. At any given time, I've got a lot on my mind, she told him, honestly. I love the work and the kids, but a program like this isn't without its headaches, some relating to production and others to dealing with bureaucracy. The red tape is always tangled. By day's end, I feel like a one-armed juggler with 10 balls in the air. You can give it up. She smiled and shook her head. Even with all its difficulties, love it. It's worth every ounce of effort when we place a child with parents who've going to turn his or her life around, make a dream out of a nightmare. No, Dean, I'm not going to give it up. So work's terrific. It must be something else. He probed her eyes. Is it Pierce who has you on edge? Back to that. How involved are you? She could not answer him honestly, for the truth was that she was involved with Alex to the point of wanting their relationship to intensify, to move to the next level. He's interesting and intelligent, she said, articulate but uncommunicative. If that makes sense, extremely complex. The better acquainted we become, the less I feel I know him. He intrigues me. Kat, he groaned, listen to yourself. He's a tough-talking, good-looking macho man who intrigues you. Don't you get it? He's the bad boy no woman can resist, she said softly. Having thought of that herself before now, if you acknowledge that, why are you pursuing it? He shook his head in bafflement. What could you possibly see in him? He's a thug. You can tell it at a glance. Have you noticed that scar in his eyebrow? God only knows. A punk hit him with a beer bottle. Oh, so you have noticed. He bore down on her, firing questions like bullets. Does he have any other scars? Have you seen them all? Have you slept with him? That's none of your business, which means you have, which means that whether I have or have not, it's no concern of yours. I no longer owe you an accounting of whom I see socially or otherwise. To spare his bruised ego another blow, she downscaled her anger. I don't want to fight, Dean. Please understand. I understand perfectly. You think you want the passion and fire you claimed was lacking in our relationship? You want a tough guy in tight blue jeans who makes your knees go weak. Yes, she admitted with a spark of defiance. The wardrobe is negotiable, but I'd like my knees to go weak. Jesus, Kat, that's so juvenile. I know you think I'm foolish and idealistic. You're right, he said. I'm a pragmatist. I have no faith in ideals. Life is a series of realities, usually ugly ones. No one knows that better than I, Dean, she reminded him. That's why I'm holding out for something really terrific. In the most important relationship of my life, I refuse to settle for second best. The friendship and camaraderie are essential, but if and when I fall in love, I want the whole fizzy package. I want romance. I want to tingle. And you think this Alex character can deliver? It's premature to speculate. Besides, he isn't the issue like hell. If I weren't here, would he be making you tingle right now? For several moments, Kat refused to answer. Finally, when it was apparent that he wasn't going to back down, she said, I honestly don't know, maybe. Then, remembering Alex's departing kiss, she added more quietly, probably. He yanked his coat off the back of the chair. Maybe you should call him to come back. Dean, don't go like this, she said, reaching for him as he moved to the door. Don't leave angry. Don't punish me for not being madly in love with you. You're still my best friend. I need you in a very special way. I don't want anything to interfere with our friendship. Dean. He never slowed down, just went out the front door and let it slam shut behind him. The tires of his rental car squealed as he sped away. Chapter 24, George Murphy was feeling particularly ornery as he strode up the buckled, cracked sidewalk toward the ramshackle rental house. As he stepped onto the sagging porch, the rotting planks threatened to crack. The blue paint on the front door was faded and chipped. When he hauled it open, the hinges squeaked. The living room stank of old cooking grease and marijuana. Murphy kicked aside a stuffed bunny and cursed when he tripped over a toy truck. In a parody of Ward Cleaver, he sang out, Honey, I'm home. She emerged from the single bedroom, her face puffy from sleep. Although it was the middle of the day, she was wearing a light cotton nightgown. She ran her tongue over dry, caked lips. What are you doing here? What do you mean? What am I doing here? I live here. She clasped her hands at her waist. When did they let you out? Hour or so ago. They had no evidence, so they couldn't hold me. It had been a pissant possession charge, trumped up by a couple of cops who didn't like his looks and wanted to hassle him. No big deal. But jail time interfered with the things he liked to do. He was thirsty for a beer and horny as hell. He gave her a calculating look. She seemed unusually nervous. What's the matter with you? He demanded. Aren't you glad to have me back home? His eyes narrowed suspiciously, then cut to the bedroom door. Son of a bitch. If there's a man in there, I'll kill you. There's no. He shoved her aside and barged into the airless bedroom. Lying asleep on his side amid the dingy sheets was a child. The little boy had drawn his knees to his chest. His right thumb was in his mouth. Murphy felt foolish now for revealing his jealousy to her to save face. He also checked the bathroom, but of course it was empty. As he stepped out of the bathroom, he pointed down at the sleeping boy. They brought him back? She nodded. This morning I'd been up crying for 2 nights. Couldn't work, couldn't do anything. Except think about Michael. I was so glad to see him. I thought they'd taken him for good this time. On the brink of tears, she swallowed hard. The caseworker said that if there was any more trouble, they'd take him away permanently. This is our last chance. Tears filled her eyes as she looked at him imploringly. Please don't do anything that might get me a beer. She hesitated and glanced worriedly at the boy. Murphy cuffed her on the side of the head. I said, get me a beer. He repeated, over-enunciating each word. Are you deaf or stupid, or what? She darted from the room, returning momentarily with a can of Coors. This is the last one. I'll go get you some more as soon as Michael wakes up. While I'm at the store, I'll buy something for supper, too. What would you like? He grunted with satisfaction. This agreeable attitude was more to his liking. Sometimes the bitch got out of line and had to be reminded that he was the man of the household. I don't want any more of that shit you fixed last week. Pollo guisado. It's a Mexican stew. Couldn't even figure out what the fuck was in it. Tonight, I'll fix you some fried potatoes. He belched beer and jail breath. Now her eagerness to please was getting on his nerves. Women should be born mute, he thought. And I'll cook hamburger steaks with onions just the way you like them. No longer listening, Murphy crumpled his empty beer can and tossed it aside, then began rummaging through the junk on top of the dresser. What'd you do with it? Don't please. You can't. Not here. If the caseworker should come by. On the dresser was a clear, plastic, compartmentalized box containing dozens of beads in various sizes, shapes, and colors. With a vicious sweep of his arm, he knocked it to the floor, uttering a soft cry of helplessness. She watched as the spilled beads scattered across the cracked linoleum. He caught her arms and shook her roughly. Forget the fucking beads. Where's my stuff? Indecision played across her face, but the spark of rebellion in her eyes quickly flickered out. Bottom drawer? Get it. When she bent down, the nightgown pulled taut across her hips. He fondled her buttocks, squeezing the flesh with his hard, strong fingers. After a few days in jail, even your fat ass looks good to me. She straightened up, but he kept his hands in place and began gathering up her nightgown. Don't please. She whimpered to his reflection in the mirror. Michael could wake up. Shut up and cut me a few lines. He saw that she was about to protest, so he pinched her hard on the back of her thigh. Now, with trembling hands, she opened the plastic bag, dumped out a small mound of cocaine, and with a playing card, cut 2 neat lines of it on a chipped mirror. He leaned over and snorted them through. A short straw, then rubbed the excess into his gums. The hit was potent. Ah, better, he sighed, splaying his hand in the middle of her back. He bent her forward over the dresser and unfastened his pants. Not now. Shut up. He tried to wedge his hand between her legs, but she kept them tightly clamped. He slapped the side of her head again, harder this time, and she cried out. Open your legs and shut up, he growled. I don't want to do it like this. All right. His tone was silky, but his face was twisted and ugly. He wound a handful of her hair around his fist and forced her around to face him, pushing her to her knees and cramming his erection into her face. If you don't want it like that, we'll do it like this. See how nice I am. You like this better? Huh? He pulled her hair tighter. And if you hurt me, I'll tear every friggin' hair out of your head by the roots. Okay, I'll do it good. Tears of pain and humiliation streamed from her eyes as she looked at the sleeping child, but in the other room. I like this room, not here. Please, the baby, she sobbed. Jesus, you're ugly when you bawl like that. I'll stop crying. I will, I swear. Just please don't make me. The kid's asleep, he whispered, but I can wake him up. Come to think of it, it might be educational for him. He made a move toward the bed. She clutched his legs. No, her pleas were almost soundless. Then get to it. Half his pleasure was derived from watching from above as she avidly went about it, her mouth working hard and fast. In desperation, she tried to get him off as quickly as possible and put an end to it. He was too smart for the bitch. Having caught on to that trick, he held back for as long as he could. When he came, he brayed like a jackass. Miraculously, Michael slept through it. After supper, he settled down to watch TV. The news was on every channel. He flipped from one to the other, waiting out the crap until Vanna White came on. A cute redhead on one of the channels caught his attention. He'd seen her before but hadn't paid much attention. Face was okay, but she had no tits to speak of. A picture of a kid had been positioned behind her right shoulder. She was speaking earnestly into the camera. Was neglected. Both his parents were drug abusers. He'll have some difficulties bonding, but he has unlimited potential to become a bright, healthy, emotionally stable child. With the right family giving him the affection and guidance he needs, Murphy listened with mounting interest. When the story was over and the redhead turned the newscast back over to the dorky anchorman, Murphy looked hard at the boy playing in the corner of the room with that dirty stuffed bunny of his. The kid was a nuisance. He didn't make much noise, and he'd learned the hard way to stay out of Murphy's way, but Michael was always interfering with something he wanted to do, screw, snort, you name it. He had to watch everything he did in his own house. Because of the kid, she was always nagging him about this or that. Don't do that where Michael can see you. Don't say that where Michael can hear you. Don't, Jesus. It was enough to drive a man freaking crazy. And that goddamn caseworker was always poking her long, skinny nose into his business. She was probably the one who'd put the cops onto him the last time he'd had to work over his old lady, so he'd knocked her around a little. She'd needed it. He'd come home, and she wasn't there when she finally showed up. She wouldn't give him a straight answer about where she'd been. What was he supposed to do? Let her get away with shit like that. He should never have agreed to let her do that bead stringing either. It gave her too much independence. But his major problem was the kid. Almost every time she got out of line, it related to him. If the little fart wasn't around, life would be a lot more pleasurable. Adoption, the redhead had said, not for orphans necessarily, but for kids whose parents had grown sick and tired of them and wanted to get rid of them. Garage sale kids. It sounded good to him. He glanced at her as she sat working with her beads. She'd go totally apeshit if Michael was taken away permanently. But sooner or later she'd get over it. What choice would she have? Or maybe she wouldn't get that upset if she knew that Michael had been adopted into a good home. Whatever the hell that was. Murphy slurped his beer as Vanna turned letters, but his mind was on the redhead. She might have the solution to his problem. It bore thinking about Chapter 25, Cat. Good Lord. She jumped and reflexively flattened her hand over her lurching heart. I didn't know anybody was in here. The TV studio was dark, and she'd thought deserted. Nobody is just me. I've been waiting for you. Alex eased himself out of the anchorman's chair behind the news desk and sauntered toward her. Fright had rooted her to the floor. In the dark, the TV cameras looked like life forms from an alien environment, with their myriad cables coiling around them, and snaking along the concrete floor like electronic umbilicals. The monitor screens were unblinking, sightless eyes. At this late hour, when they were no longer performing their high-tech functions, the studio equipment assumed the shapes of nightmarish creatures. Until recently, such a silly notion would never have crossed Kat's mind. As it was, she was seeing ghosts and goblins everywhere. How'd you know where to find me? She asked. I was told you usually take a shortcut through the studio on your way out. Who told you that? How'd you even get in here? I talked my way past the guard. They're not supposed to let anyone into the building who isn't authorized. Old Bob extended me a professional courtesy, old Bob. We're already on a first-name basis. Once I told him that I was a former policeman, he couldn't have been more accommodating. He served on the San Antonio PD before retiring and becoming a rent-a-cop. That former cop camaraderie must come in handy. It opens closed doors, he said with a shrug. Are you cold? Arms folded across her chest. She was hugging her elbows, but she hadn't been aware of it. A little, I guess. I hadn't really noticed. Or are you shivering because of what happened in here this afternoon? Her eyes snapped up to his. How'd you know about it? I was here. You were here? Why? I'd come to see you. I arrived just after the fire truck got here in the confusion. I talked my way past old Bob, but I didn't make it as far as the studio. It was cordoned off, and they wouldn't let me through. I asked one of the cops what was going on, and he told me. I identified myself as a friend and asked to see you, but his orders were to let absolutely no one in. She wished she'd known that Alex was in the building. Everyone had been solicitous, but he was a stalwart presence she would have liked to have there following the incident, keeping her eyes downcast. She murmured, accidents happen. You're sure it was an accident? Soft, nervous laugh didn't convey much conviction. Of course it was an accident. I just happened to be seated in that chair when the light fell. Show me. He followed her to the news desk. There were 4 swivel chairs behind it. 2 were for the anchorman, 1 for the weatherman who chatted with the anchorman before moving to the station's famed weather center on the other side of the studio. The 4th chair was for the sportscaster. As you know, I'm rarely on the set during a telecast. All my appearances are pre-recorded. When I record them, I generally sit here, she said, placing her hands on the back of the sportscaster's chair. Today, I was about halfway through my opening remarks when it happened. She pointed upward. The broken studio light had already been replaced with a new one. 3rd light from the left, she told Alex. It fell from the grid and crashed onto the desk. Here. The fresh scars in the formica were clearly visible. A crescent-shaped chunk was missing from the edge of the desk, as though someone had taken a huge bite out of it. I'm lucky that didn't happen to my skull, she said, running her finger along the jagged gouge. The light missed my head by inches and almost fell directly into my lap. Made a heck of a racket. Broken glass, crushed metal. She attempted a grin, but it was feeble. Needless to say, I had to do a second take. Did anyone offer an explanation? Within minutes, the studio was full of people. Bill left a sales meeting and rushed down here. Someone called 911. That's why the fire truck was here. Paramedics, too, although neither I nor anyone on the crew was injured, which was a miracle. After a while, the police, along with our rent-a-cops, shooed everybody out so the mess could be cleaned up. Bill was on a rampage. He demanded an explanation from the lighting technicians. And they didn't have one. He threatened to fire them all. But I persuaded him not to. It could never be proved whose negligence had caused it to fall, so it would be unfair to punish the entire lighting crew. Did they inspect the light? Yes. Apparently the bolt was loose. So it was negligence. Either that or it had worked its way loose. Worked its way loose? Something like that, she snapped. She was impatient with his skepticism and frightened because it closely coincided with her own. I hate it when you do that. Do what? That, implying that whatever I've just said is bullshit. Well, what do you think happened? I think you had the bejesus scared out of you, and it was no accident. She folded her arms over her chest again, a subconscious, self-protective gesture. That's crazy. Who'd want to harm Kurt? Kurt, the sportscaster. The light didn't fall when Kurt was on the set. It fell when you were. So you're saying that the light was rigged and timed to fall on me? Yeah, and that's what you think too. Don't presume to know what I think. It's an easy guess, otherwise you wouldn't look like a jigsaw puzzle that's about to come apart. Knowing it would be useless to deny her jitters, she decided to play devil's advocate. Assuming you're right, why would anyone want to harm me? You tell me. I don't know. But you've got a hunch? He laid his finger against her lips to halt her protest. I sensed something was wrong the other night when you saw the strange car parked in front of your house. I was apprehensive. Anybody would be. You were disproportionately apprehensive, he argued, as though you'd been anticipating trouble. Even before that night, you were acting like a basket case. Any particular reason why? No. Liar. Suddenly drained of energy, she lowered her head and massaged her temples. You win by default, Alex. I don't feel like sparring tonight. Why won't you tell me what's troubling you? Because it... She hesitated. Because I'm going home to bed. She turned to go. He fell into step with her. Is your boyfriend still at your house? He isn't my boyfriend. He stopped. She stopped, turned, and looked at him meaningfully. Not anymore, I see. They tacitly agreed not to pursue her relationship with Dean Spicer and continued on their way out of the building, stopping to say goodnight to old Bob. He beamed at Alex. Thanks for the autograph. A copy of Alex's book lay open on his desk. It's my kind of read. Enjoy it, Alex said to his new fan as he held open the heavy metal exit door for Kat. You bribed him, she accused. It was something to fall back on if swapping stories about the good old days didn't do the trick. How did you know I'd be here tonight? I usually don't work this late. The parking lot was virtually empty. Even the late news crew had left. It was another lucky guess. You weren't at home. You went by the house first, and chance bumping into Spicer again? Not on a bet. I called and got no answer. What did you want to see me about? I wanted to hear your version of the studio accident before that. Why'd you come to the studio this afternoon? They had reached her car. Propping his elbow on the roof of it, he faced her to apologize in person for hurting your, Spicer. He wasn't badly hurt, she said, embarrassed more than anything, I think. Alex seemed on the verge of saying something else. When he didn't, she unlocked and opened her car door. Apology accepted, Alex. Good night. Look, Kat, the guy's a drip. What do you see in him? Well, for one thing, he saved my life, she retorted. So you feel obligated to him. I didn't say, how obligated? Stop it, Alex. She had tried to shout, but her voice cracked. Just shut up and leave me alone, I told you. I don't feel like fighting with you tonight. Today, you. To her utter mortification, she burst into tears. Oh, hell, he said, pulling her against him. She wanted to resist, but hadn't either the physical or emotional strength to do so. His arms held her while she cried. After several minutes of hard weeping, she raised her head, accepted the handkerchief he offered, and blew her nose. That incident with the falling light has you more frightened than, Kat. No, she said, shaking her head. I'm not crying over that. It's something else. What? I really don't feel like talking about it. Geez, you're stubborn. He moved her aside and relocked her car door. Then he turned her around and gave her a push in the opposite direction. Come on. Where? I just want to go home. I don't mean to be unkind, but I've seen scarecrows who'd put you to shame. I'm going to see that you get something to eat. I'm not hungry. He wouldn't take no for an answer. Within half an hour, they arrived at his apartment carting 2 chicken dinners from KFC. Rather than set the table, they decided to eat off trays in the living room. He sat in the corner of the sofa, Kat on the floor in front of the coffee table. I have to admit this is good, she said around a mouthful. You're a nutritional saboteur, Burgers and fries? Fried chicken? Cops subsist on fast food. I defy you to show me a cop who likes tofu, yogurt, and wheat germ. She laughed as she saluted him with a plastic spoonful of mashed potatoes and gravy. He wasn't laughing. In fact, he was studying her intently. What? She asked uneasily. He blinked himself out of his momentary trance. I was just thinking how mercurial your moods are. Not me. My bad moods last for days, weeks, even months if the writing's going badly. You had a crying jag and you're cleansed. Maybe men should learn to cry. Don't let my appetite deceive you. My body was demanding the nourishment I denied it the last 36 hours or so, but I'm still depressed. Why? Spicer leaving a huff. Yes, but Dean's not the reason I'm depressed. She picked at a half-eaten biscuit, pinching off a piece and rolling it between her fingers. Chantal, the little girl who recently had the kidney transplant, died this morning. He muttered an obscenity, steepled his fingers, and covered his mouth and nose with his hands. After a moment, he said, I'm sorry, Kat. Me too. What happened? It was mercifully quick. She rejected total shutdown of kidney function. Nothing went right. She died. She dusted the biscuit crumbs from her hands. Adoptive parents are devastated. So is Sherry. Jeff cried like a baby when we got the news. Everyone on the crew that produced the piece on her is grief-stricken. She'd become our poster child, a shining example of how an unfortunate child's future can be rerouted. She can still be your poster child. Alex, she's dead, I failed to see. I meddled in these people's lives, she interrupted in a raised voice. I made Chantal love them. I made them love her. They took her into their home, went through that ordeal, witnessed her pain, and suffered it with her. And what have they got to show for that? Emotional roller coaster ride now. She made a sound of disgust. A televised funeral. That's what reporters swarming around Chantal's tiny casket and badgering them for a comment. Their grief is a media event, all thanks to me. She propped her elbows on the table and buried her face in her hands. I was feverishly working at my desk tonight trying to get my mind off Chantal's death and onto something positive, but all I could think about was the trauma I'd put that couple through. You really think you made them love her and vice versa? He shook his head. You sure have an elevated opinion of your influence over people and their emotions? She raised her head and glared at him. You didn't force them to take her, Cat, he continued in a quieter, more sympathetic voice. They asked for the opportunity. They went through extensive training in order to meet the requirements. They wanted Chantal alive. They wanted a living little girl, not a grave to visit on holidays. They wanted to share her childhood and watch her grow up. Unfortunately, an adopted kid doesn't come with a lifetime warranty. No kid does. Sometimes they die, and that's just the way it is. Please spare me the homespun logic. It's not making me feel better. No, because you're enjoying your self-pity. Angrily, she said, all I know is if it hadn't been for me, those people wouldn't be grieving tonight. Did they confront you about it? Of course not. Did they say, Ms. Delaney, why in hell did you put us through this? We were perfectly happy until you came along and foisted this sick kid on us. Don't be ridiculous. They called me to say she broke off. He leaned forward. What, Cat? Go on. What did they call you to say? She cleared her throat and averted her eyes. They called to thank me for helping place Chantal with them. Probably because the time they spent with her was the most rewarding time of their lives. She sniffed and gave a brusque nod. They said she'd been a blessing, so why are you second-guessing what you do? Cat's kids is a worthy undertaking. What happened to Chantal is tragic, but she had love and caring when she needed it most, right? Right. Given the chance, would you do it differently? Would you undo what was done? Take away the time they had together. Let Chantal die feeling lonely and unloved. Rob those people of what they called a blessing. She bowed her head, making her answer almost inaudible. No? Well then, you're right. Of course you're right. She offered him a sad smile. This tragedy knocked me for a loop. That's all. I had some misgivings and needed someone with an objective point of view to allay my doubts. I also needed a good cry. She blotted her damp eyes with a napkin. Thanks. He waved off her gratitude. The light coming from the kitchen fell on his dark hair and cast, his features in sharp relief. Dean had said he looked like a thug. He did indeed have a rough and tumble demeanor. No doubt he was capable of inflicting pain, but he had also experienced it. Otherwise, how could he understand it so well? His steely eyes and hard mouth were the result of it. With a single word or phrase he could cut to the quick, but with just as few words, he could extend sympathy and kindness. He wasn't soft, but he could be gentle. He could be a friend when one was needed. How's the book coming, she asked, to fill the ponderous silence. At a snail's pace, although I've had a few productive days, that's good. With that meager exchange, they'd exhausted the subject. He wouldn't expound beyond that, and she no longer expected him to. But just because there was a lapse in conversation didn't mean they stopped communicating. Their eyes met and locked, and the silence teemed with unspoken messages. After a moment, he eased the tray off his lap and set it on the table. Lowering himself to the floor beside her, he curved his hand around the back of her neck and drew her forward until her lips were scant inches from his. We've taken this as far as we can with our clothes on. Chapter 26. Her troubling thoughts scattered like the feathery seeds of a dandelion, leaving her mind free to focus on his kiss. Nothing mattered except this moment. She needed his strength, his intensity, his unbridled hunger for her. She wanted him. Why be coy for coyness' sake? Her arms encircled his neck. Their lips clung together as they knelt facing each other. He nudged her middle. She arched into him. He hissed a vulgarity. The desperation behind it was so wildly erotic that she rubbed against him for the sheer pleasure of hearing him repeat it. They held a kiss while he removed her blouse. Cat tugged his shirt tail from his waistband and ran her hands over his hard, fuzzy chest. He released her long enough to whip off his shirt and toss it aside. Then he wrapped her in his arms and held her to him while his mouth again ravaged hers. "You're kidding," he whispered when he slipped his hands beneath her skirt. There was a smile behind his rough voice. "Method acting," she replied on a soft breath. Whenever Laura Madison's scenes called for sexiness, I substituted a garter belt and stockings for pantyhose to help get me in the mood. Wearing them got to be a habit. He caressed her bare thighs above the stockings. "It's a goddamn fantasy. Like something from one of your books? Much better." He removed her skirt, slip, and panties. Kat stretched out on her back on the carpet, with the cups of her bra barely covering her flushed breasts, her mons framed by a satin garter belt and lacy suspenders. Her legs still encased in silk stockings, it was a wanton pose. She was shocked by her lack of modesty. Alex's eyes never left her as he methodically unbuckled his belt and opened his fly. He stepped out of his trousers and underwear. His virile nakedness made her catch her breath. His belly was flat and hard, his limbs long and lean. He was muscular but not muscle-bound. Strong veins showed distinctly on his arms and hands, unabashedly, lustfully. She drank him in from the arches of his feet to his proud, heavy sex, to his unsmiling mouth and scar-slashed eyebrow. He lay beside her, kissed her breasts through the cups of her bra, then lowered the lace and caressed her nipples with his tongue. Lifting his head, he gazed down at her. His thumb made several passes across her raised nipple. "I could write this scene 1,000 times and never get at this. Good." He watched her flesh respond to his touch. The nuances of a woman's body simply can't be described. He bent his head and took her nipple into his mouth, tugged on it with a strong flexing of his jaw, responding to a current of sexual electricity. Her back arched off the carpet. The demi-cups of her bra kept her breasts provocatively offered up to him. His tongue was nimble, his appetite carnal. He ran his hands over her stomach and along the outsides of her thighs. She reached for him, stroked him, and he groaned elaborate curses. They kissed again, hungrily and greedily. "Don't hold back, Alex," she whispered urgently. "Don't be soft with me. I have no intention of being soft. I want to know I'm a woman. I want to know I'm with a man. I want to be taken. You want to be fucked." Placing a palm over each of her knees, he pushed them apart. But instead of slipping his hand between her thighs as she expected, he lowered his head. His open mouth found her center. His tongue moved inside her. She was too stunned to cry out, even when, moments later, she climaxed. Her chest was heaving, her upper lip was beaded with perspiration, her hair clung damply to her neck and throat. Alex's skin was also slippery with sweat when he levered himself above her and bridged her body with his arms. Eyes closed, face tense, he guided himself into her. Her body seemed to swallow him. It was a snug, glove fit, and his features formed a grimace of immense pleasure as his hips began a rolling motion forward and back. Slowly going deeper each time, he sank into her again and again. Kat, who had thought it was over for her, was reawakened by his steady thrusts. She had never experienced lovemaking this intense, this soul and mind capturing. She surrendered herself to it totally. He slipped his hands beneath her hips and tilted them up, holding her tightly. He seemed to concentrate on each delving motion, each slow withdrawal, but the tempo gradually increased. His breathing became rapid and ragged. Suddenly his arms relaxed and he crushed her beneath him, but by then Kat was already spinning within her second orgasm. When he came, it racked his whole body, every muscle stretched taut, and the harsh, choppy sounds he made were like sobs. It took a long while for them to recover, but Kat would have lain there forever, idly threading her fingers through his mussed hair, licking salty drops of sweat from his brow. He lay on her heavily, replete, but she didn't mind absorbing his weight. He had exerted himself, and that was thrilling to her. He knew the mechanics of mutually satisfying lovemaking. He wrote about them. So it wasn't surprising that he was a skilled, passionate, and totally focused lover. He was, however, as sensual as he was demanding. He'd drawn from her responses that were purely animalistic without conscience. Her reactions had originated entirely and unapologetically in the senses. She'd had no control over them, yet it had also been a cerebral coupling. Her mind had had intimate intercourse with his. They'd been perfectly in tune with each other's needs and desires and had seen to their fulfillment. That's why she cherished this restful aftermath, this quiet moment when their breath and sweat mingled and seemed to emanate from one body instead of two. He must have felt the closeness, too, because perhaps the loveliest thing he did just before his body withdrew from hers was to place a soft kiss between her breasts where her scar had been. She awoke first. Knowing he wasn't a morning person, she lay still and let him sleep. His hair was tousled and looked very dark against the pillowcase. Whiskers were beginning to sprout from his jaw and chin. There were a few gray ones in his sideburns, she noticed. His eyebrows were drawn into a slight frown, indicating that he was never entirely at peace. His private darkness shadowed him even in sleep. The nightstand clock told her that she'd indulged herself long enough. She kissed his bare shoulder and slipped soundlessly from the bed. Downstairs she dressed, gathering clothes that had been discarded with shameless abandon. Speaking softly into the telephone, she called a taxi. While waiting for it to arrive, she cleaned up the remains of their dinner. On her way into the kitchen to dispose of the debris, she passed the door to the forbidden room, but resolutely went by without pausing. She disposed of the trash, rinsed out their glasses, and poured herself a glass of orange juice, which she found in the refrigerator. While leaning against the countertop, sipping the juice, she toyed with the idea of opening that door again and taking a peek inside. His objection had worked in the reverse, whetting her curiosity. Instead of satisfying it last night, his naked body had been hers to explore and exploit with unlimited access. They had engaged in the most intimate act between two people. Surely, now that their relationship had progressed to that plateau, he would no longer object to sharing that area of his life with her. But what if he did object? Was it worth risking? No, she decided. She wouldn't trespass. She would wait for him to invite her. The taxi arrived and she left his apartment without his waking up. She retrieved her car at the TV station and drove home, where she showered and dressed and tried to outline an agenda for the day. But her mind kept drifting back to the night before. Erotic recollections crowded her mind, leaving room for little else. Her euphoria must have been apparent because Jeff remarked on it the moment she entered the office. "What happened? You win the lottery?" She laughed and gratefully accepted the cup of coffee he extended to her. "Why do you say that?" "Because your aura is visible to the naked eye this morning. You're positively glowing. I expected you to be upset over Chantal." Her smile faltered. "I'm still terribly sad, naturally, but not as negative about life in general as I was yesterday. A friend reminded me how marvelous it is to be alive." "Would this friend by any chance be the hunk novelist?" Jeff asked, winking. "He is a hunk, isn't he?" she asked, giggling. "He looked pretty good when he was here yesterday. You saw him? Jeans and boots et al.?" She grinned. "That's my boy. He has that unmade bed appearance, you know. The rumpled look women find irresistible." Dean had criticized Alex's looks. Jeff obviously approved. "You didn't mention seeing him," she said. It was during that hullabaloo he tugged his earlobe in embarrassment. "I admit I was starstruck and tongue-tied. I'd read his novels, and of course I knew you'd been seeing him, but I didn't think I'd ever have the pleasure of meeting him. I wish you'd paged me and told me he was here. You were surrounded by cops. Mr. Webster was on the warpath. Later you seemed so upset that I hated to lay anything else on you, but I take it Mr. Pierce found you last night." He squinted as he appraised her. "Judging by your goofy grin, my guess is that it was a therapeutic evening." "None of your business," she replied coyly, feeling herself blush. Jeff was no fool. He smiled broadly. "Good, I hope you worked out all the kinks. You've been pushing yourself too hard, in fact." His smile faltered, and he cleared his throat. "Can I speak candidly?" "Seven. Seven not as your assistant, but more like a friend." Kat nodded him into a chair. He pinched up the creases of his trousers and sat down facing her. "I hope I'm not. That is, spit it out, Jeff." "Well, in the last couple of weeks you've seemed distracted. Not that you aren't doing a terrific job, he added hastily. You are. You haven't let whatever is bothering you interfere with work. You're as fabulous as ever. It's just, I wondered if there's something on your mind. Something besides Alex Pierce, that is. Had her uneasiness been that transparent? Several close acquaintances had commented on it, Dean. Alex, now Jeff. She didn't want anything to cloud her sunny mood today, but she welcomed an opportunity to talk about the 2 pieces of mail she'd received. She wanted Jeff to second her opinion that it was the handiwork of a kook, that it was nothing to worry about. You're very observant, Jeff. Actually, I've been slightly off balance lately. She removed the 2 envelopes from her handbag and handed them to him. Days ago, she had begun carrying them with her, perhaps with a subconscious hope that she'd have just such an opening in which to show them to someone. Have a look, she said. Tell me what you think, and be honest. After comparing the 2 identical envelopes, he read the enclosed newspaper clippings. Damn, he whispered after he'd finished reading, each of them twice. Both died in bizarre accidents, and both were heart transplantees. An odd coincidence, isn't it? I'll say. But what does it mean? Do you have any idea who sent them? No. I go through all the fan mail you receive. I don't remember seeing these, although you get so many letters they could have slipped past. Me, or did they come through while Melia was still working with us? They were sent to my home. He looked at her with consternation. How would a fan get your home address? She shrugged. That's just one of the things that disturbs me about them. Jeff studied the envelopes and reread the articles. Kat watched his eyes moving across the lines of print. His initial reaction and comments hadn't been very encouraging. She had hoped he would tell her outright not to worry. Instead, after he'd reread them, he asked, Have you shown these to anybody else? Mr. Webster? The police? No. Maybe you should? I don't want to be an alarmist. No one would accuse you of that. I don't know, Jeff. She sighed. I don't want to send up flares and draw attention to something that's probably nothing. He forced a reassuring grin as he returned the envelopes to her. Well, you're probably right. I'm sure they're nothing to get upset about. Boy, some people don't have much to do, right? Must not. They create dramas for themselves by meddling in the lives of celebrities. They live vicariously. Exactly. But he hesitated. If you get another one, I think you should reconsider and take the matter to the police. Screw what they think. Let them think you're a hysterical female, which I'm afraid is exactly what they'd think. At the very least, you should consult the guards here at the station. Alert them not to let any strange characters into the building, which would exclude about 3/4 of the employees. She quipped, You've got a point. He flashed a smile but turned serious again. Be careful, Kat. There are lots of nutcases out there. I know. She returned the envelopes to her purse and snapped. It shut, effectively closing the discussion and resuming the role of boss. I need to know the particulars on Chantal's funeral, Friday at 2 o'clock, and just so you'll know, Ron Truitt called from the light earlier. He wanted a statement. I hope you told him to take a bullet train straight to hell, not in those words, but that was the general message. I said you were and would be unavailable for comment, thanks. If I'd spoken with him, I doubt I would have been that diplomatic. The man's a jackal, always on the scent of fresh blood. Not wanting to dwell on the carnivorous reporter, she moved on. Please have a flower arrangement from WWSA sent to the funeral home. I want to send something personally, but I'll make those arrangements myself. By the time Jeff withdrew, he had instructions to consult Sherry and forge ahead with their shooting schedule. Last night's doubts about the viability of Kat's kids seemed ludicrous now. They'd lost Chantal. But there were so many other special children who needed the program. No matter what obstacles she encountered, bureaucracy, negative press, self-doubts, must never call it quits. Kat's kids was an entity larger and more important than she. Alex had helped her see it in a new perspective. In the overall picture, her personal setbacks were insignificant. Just before noon, Jeff returned to her office with a message memo. Your favorite novelist just phoned. Her heart did a cartwheel as she reached for her telephone. Which line? Unfortunately, he's not holding. He said to tell you that he was in a hurry and only had time to leave a message. Looking as nervous as the herald bringing bad news to the short-tempered queen, Jeff handed her the memo he was calling from the airport. Said they'd already announced his flight. Her buoyant spirits sank like lead. He's leaving town? Where's he going? For how long? It was all written on the memo, but Jeff imparted the message verbally. All he said was that he'd be gone for several days and would call you when he got back. That's it? Jeff nodded. She tried to keep her expression impassive, her voice stoic. It was an effort. Thank you, Jeff. Obsequiously, he backed out of the office and closed the door. Kat neatly folded the memo, then stared at the square of lined paper as though it might offer an explanation that had thus far been withheld. It didn't. She was crushed. She had hoped they'd have dinner together tonight. It had been only a few hours since she'd left him, but she yearned to see him. That weakness made her angry with herself. He was certainly showing no signs of yearning. Here she sat, shackled by the blues, feeling like the only girl in the senior class who didn't have a date. For the prom while he was taking flight, literally, her dejection quickly turned to pique. What had sent him out of town in such a hurry, business or pleasure? What had been so damned important that he'd hot-footed it out of town without even taking the time to say goodbye? Chapter 27, Alex wasn't particularly fond of New York City, but it fascinated him. It was a city of superlatives, epitomizing despair, dirt and destitution, and glitz, glitter, and glamour. His reactions to it were always extreme, never lukewarm. He saw things within the same city block that could either exhilarate or disgust him. He and his agent were having dinner in a small mom-and-pop restaurant on the West Side. Earlier in his relationship with Arnold Villela, on about his third trip to the Big Apple, Alex had eschewed the outrageously expensive meals at the Four Seasons in Le Cirque. If I can't pronounce it or don't know its origin, I won't eat it. He'd told his agent. Villela had called him a Philistine, but thereafter allowed Alex to choose where they dined. Occasionally, if they had something special to celebrate, Alex permitted Villela to treat him to a late-night hamburger at 21. But Oswald's Cafe, overseen by the robust Hungarian immigrant himself, had become one of Alex's favorite places. The roast beef sandwiches were piled high with rare tender shavings and served with a dark grainy mustard, so hot that it brought tears to the eyes. Tonight he wolfed down his sandwich while Villela tinkered with a bowl of goulash. You were hungry, the agent observed. Didn't they feed you on the airplane? I guess. I don't remember. He remembered very little of the short flight from San Antonio to Dallas-Fort Worth, the brief layover, the nonstop to LaGuardia, the cab ride into Manhattan, or anything else that had happened since last night. Hot, juicy, noisy, tender, raunchy, gentle, frantic, slow, terrific, mind-blowing sex played hell on his memory. He pushed aside his plate, and when the waiter came for it, he ordered coffee. He was halfway through it when he realized that he and his agent hadn't exchanged a word in 5 minutes. Villela had remained patiently silent. When dealing with penurious publishers, he had the instincts of a barracuda, but with the authors he represented, he was nurturer, disciplinarian, father-confessor, adjusting his role to fit the needs of his clients. Arnold Villela had agreed to represent Alex before he had published a single word. Most of the agents he had queried returned his first manuscript unread, their policy being that they didn't represent unpublished writers. Catch-22 of the publishing industry, you couldn't get published without an agent, and you couldn't get an agent without having been published. But Villela had telephoned him in Houston on a Friday morning during a thunderstorm. Alex had a hangover, and Villela had to repeat himself several times before Alex could hear the message, above the crashing thunder outside the window and inside his skull. I think your writing has promise. You have a raw but unique style. I'd like to represent you if you're interested. Without delay, Alex flew to New York to meet the one person on the planet who believed his writing had promise. Villela was quick and inquisitive. He was opinionated and blunt, but not unkind. When he discovered Alex's drinking problem, he had refrained from prying and said only that he had been associated with quite a few talented writers, many of whom were alcoholics. While alcohol might have enhanced their imaginations, it was ruinous to their writing careers. Upon returning to Houston, Alex checked himself into a rehab clinic, and as he worked on revising his original manuscript, words seemed to eke from his pores along with the alcoholic poisons that had polluted his system. Villela had earned his unqualified loyalty and trust. He was the only person in whom Alex confided, the only one who could criticize him without his taking umbrage. There was very little about him that Villela did not know, yet the agent had never passed judgment on him or his misdeeds. "I'm sorry, Arnie," he said now. "I'm not very good company. Tonight." "You'll get around to it," Arnie said. "Around to what?" "To telling me why you flew up here unexpectedly and asked me to avail myself for dinner. I hope you didn't have other plans. I did, but I can always juggle my schedule to accommodate my most important client." "I'll bet you say that to all your clients." "Of course I do," he replied candidly. "You're all like demanding children." "I'll bet I'm the worst behaved, though." Villela was too polite to agree, but raised his hands, palms up, to indicate that Alex had spoken the truth. "How's the book coming?" "Fine." "That bad?" Alex laughed with chagrin. "I'm trying to keep it in perspective. I continually remind myself that this is just the first draft. It won't read like a final one." "I hope to God not," he hesitated, then said with uncharacteristic shyness, in spite of the rough spots, "I think it might be good, Arnie. I don't doubt that it's excellent. This is your most intricate and provocative plot so far. It's destined to be a bestseller if I don't fuck it up." "You won't. Relax. Have fun with it. It'll come." "Are we talking about the book or sex?" Alex teased. "I'm talking about the book. What are you talking about?" Arnie's intuitive question swiped the grin from Alex's face. He signaled for a refill of coffee, and after it had been poured, closed his hands around the steaming mug. "You're wound up tighter than an 8-day clock," Arnie observed. "What's wrong? You're not having relapses of depression, are you?" "No." "No more of those blackouts?" "No. God, no." Villela referred to those hours sometimes days that Alex had lost to alcoholic blackouts. He would regain consciousness without being able to account for the period of time he'd been gone. He would have no memory of what had taken place, where he'd been, what he'd done. It had been terrifying. "This has nothing to do with drinking. I'm sober." He noticed a release of tension in his agent that Villela probably wasn't even aware of. "Then if you're not anguishing over the book, not wrestling with the bottle, what is it?" "I've been with a woman." Villela blinked rapidly, and Alex could guess the reason for his agent's surprise. Villela knew about his sexual exploits, most of them. "This is different," he mumbled, glancing around self-consciously. Oh, the agent's mood was suddenly upbeat. "This lady has tapped into more than your keg of testosterone." "Yes, I mean no," he corrected himself querulously. "Well, which is it?" "She's not a bimbo. Not just a piece of ass. Hell, I don't know what she is." Villela folded one small hand over the other and settled them on the edge of the table, ready to listen. Alex continued to fidget. Finally, Villela said, "This isn't like you." "No shit." "I can see you're deeply troubled. You hardly have what I would describe as a jovial, happy-go-lucky temperament, but I sense in you a desperation I haven't noticed since you first came to see me. Is this woman rejecting you?" Images of Kat flashed through his mind, an inviting smile, an enticing glance, an encouraging response, sweetness and sex, wildness and whimsy, in turn demure and demanding. His slightest touch had elicited sighs and murmurs of pleasure. Reprises of them echoed inside his head. In a voice that grated like sandpaper, he answered, "No, she's not rejecting me." Then I failed to see how this budding relationship can be anything but enjoyable and healthy. "It's her name." "Her name? What do you mean?" "It's Kat Delaney, Arnie. I've slept with Kat Delaney." Villela gaped at him, whey-faced with disbelief. "Good God, Alex. What can you be thinking? I thought you'd had your fill of headlines. Yet you're seeing a woman who attracts media attention like a magnet. A woman who, I know, Alex said impatiently, cutting him short. I know it's crazy. Not only crazy, my dear boy, extremely dangerous. Chapter 28. It was difficult for Kat to keep her cool when she turned onto her street and saw Alex parked in front of her house. She practically floorboarded the accelerator, but by the time he met her halfway up the walk to the front door, she'd mustered some dignity and pride. She said in aloof, "Hello, have a nice trip." So? Where'd you go? New York? How was it? Like New York. You left on the spur of the moment, didn't you? Urgent business, of course. The publishing industry is famous for its emergencies, she said sarcastically. She unlocked her front door and stepped inside, then turned to face him, blocking his entrance, just as she'd done the first time he'd appeared at her doorstep. After their night together, she'd experienced the giddiness unique to newfound romance. In contrast, he'd skipped town. If an emergency had prevented him from speaking to her before he left, he could have called during the last several days, but he hadn't. And now he was hardly displaying the light-hearted delirium of Gene Kelly in Singin' in the Rain. These were inauspicious signs that he hadn't felt the warm fuzzies after being with her that she had felt after being with him. He looked tired and haggard. There were dark circles around his eyes, as though he hadn't slept since she'd left him in his bed 3 days ago. She struggled with the impulse to place her arms around him and keep them there until his hounded, haunted look disappeared. "Did you go to that little girl's funeral?" he asked. "How'd you know?" "I called the TV station and was told you'd gone to a funeral and would be out for the remainder of the day." Bad scene. Very. During the service, I kept thinking back on the day Chantal legally became their daughter. Everyone was so happy they had a backyard barbecue to introduce her to their family and friends. The same family and friends were gathered at their house today. She sighed sadly. But there were no balloons or streamers, no gaiety. It wasn't quite the same. She stared into near space for a moment, then brought him back into focus. "What brings you by, Alex? We need to talk." His tone of voice and solemn expression were warnings that what he wanted to talk about was nothing she wanted to hear. "Can I have a rain check? I'd be a lousy hostess right now. The funeral did me in. Another time would be better. There won't ever be a good time for this." Kat could think of only one problem that would be this imperative, and this grim, her black morning dress suddenly felt like chain mail. A crushing pressure seized her chest. "Let me guess," she said. "You forgot to mention one tiny detail. The other night before we slept together, you're married." "No, I'm not married, and that's all I'm going to say while standing out on the front porch." He sidestepped her and went inside. Once the door was closed, she confronted him. "You're not currently married, but an ex. I've never been married." This is worse than I thought. When was your last blood test?" He placed his hands on his hips and glowered at her. "Give me a break. If he didn't have a wife tucked away somewhere and no ex was hounding him for usurious alimony and he wasn't carrying a deadly virus, that left only one option. He was building up to a classic brush-off, damned if she'd give him the satisfaction." Squaring her shoulders, she tossed back her hair and went on the offensive. "Look, Alex, I think I know what you're going to say, so let me spare you the trouble, okay? I was emotionally fragile the other night and needed some TLC. You provided it. We're consenting adults. We practiced safe sex. We were sexually compatible." She paused to draw a deep breath and hated that it sounded shaky. "But you don't want a lasting relationship. No commitment, no strings." Spreading her arms wide, she added, "Hey, that's cool. Neither do I." She removed her earrings and stepped out of her pumps, thinking that those simple, ordinary actions would make her nonchalance more convincing. "So you can stop looking like you're about to hurl chow on my oriental rug. I'm not going to stamp my foot and make demands. I don't have a father who'll march you to the wedding altar with a shotgun in your back. I'm not going to slash my wrists, boil your bunny rabbit, or come after you with a butcher knife. This is not going to turn into a fatal attraction for you." She managed to form a cold, stiff, insincere smile. "So relax, okay? Sit down, Kat. Why did I leave out a line of your carefully rehearsed monologue? Please." She dropped her earrings onto the hall table, led him into the living room, switched on a table lamp, and folding her legs beneath her, curled up in the corner of the sofa. Picking up a throw pillow, she hugged it to her chest as a child would a teddy bear for protection and comfort. Alex sat down on the ottoman in front of the sofa, spread his knees and stared at the floor between his feet. He looked like a prisoner watching the gallows being built outside his cell window. Propping his elbows on his knees, he pressed his thumbs into his eye sockets and remained in that doomed man posture for several moments before lowering his hands and looking at her. "I wanted to sleep with you the minute I saw you," he said bluntly. Mentally, she took a step backward and examined his statement from all angles. On the surface, it sounded very romantic, but she didn't trust its simplicity. "I suppose I should be flattered, but I'm waiting for the axe to fall. What is it, Alex? Didn't I live up to your expectations?" "Don't be ridiculous." He shot to his feet and began to pace. Another bad sign men only pace when delivering bad news. He stopped abruptly and turned toward her. "There's a lot of garbage in here." He tapped his finger against his temple. "A lot of shit went down before I left the Houston PD. I already know about your drinking problem. That was the effect, not the cause. I still haven't sorted it all out. I'm working on it, but it wouldn't be fair. Don't fall back on that standard. Trite BS about unfairness," she cried. "Get to the point." "Okay, bottom line. I can't become involved in any sort of meaningful relationship right now. I thought you ought to know that before we get too deep." For several moments she sat there huddled against the cushions, the pillow clutched to her chest. Then, tossing it aside, she vaulted off the sofa. Her heels made dull thuds on the floor as she marched to the front door and opened it wide. He sighed and plowed his fingers through his hair. "You're pissed." "Wrong. I'd have to give a damn in order to be pissed." "Then why do you want me to leave?" "Because there's not enough room in this house for me, you, and your gargantuan ego. The two of you must go now. Shut the door." She slammed it shut. "How dare you presume that I would be shattered by this? How dare you presume that our sleeping together meant more to me than it did to you? What gave you the idea that I wanted any sort of meaningful relationship with you? I never said, boy, you could teach the would-be studs in Hollywood something about ego. I've never met anyone as full of himself as you, keeping your unfinished work under lock and key as though it were a national treasure," she scoffed. "You might really be something if your cock could ever swell as big as your head." "Very funny." "Not at all. It's very sad." Losing patience, he said, "I just didn't want you to expect something from me that I can't deliver." "Then you've got what you wanted, because I expect less than zero from you." It was a one-night gig. Our glands had a terrific time together. It didn't mean anything beyond that. "Bullshit," he said emphatically. "You got off. I got off several times." She saw red but kept going. "We each got what we wanted from. The other end of story. That's pure crap, and you know it, and I know it," he shouted. "If it hadn't meant anything, I wouldn't be here trying to explain myself, and you wouldn't be about to explode. Ordinarily, you just love 'em and leave 'em without notice. Is that it?" "Yes." She batted her eyelashes and splayed her hand over her chest. "Well, I'm honored by your consideration, Mr. Pierce. Truly I am," she drawled in a parody of a Southern belle. "Cut it out, Cat. Go to hell, Alex." Glaring at her with frustration, he swore beneath his breath. After a moment, he said, "We wouldn't be having this fight if stop stuttering and give it to me straight. It's a little late for diplomacy, if what?" He came closer until he was looming over her, lowering his voice to a sexy rasp. He said, "If it hadn't been so fan-fucking-tastic." Her heart was already racing with anger. His inflection made it flutter with awakening desire. She wanted to scratch out his eyes while also wanting to melt against him. "You really have an inflated self-image, don't you?" she said, moving away. When she was at a safer distance, she turned to face him. "Do you expect me to swoon when you talk dirty? Who do you think you are, one of the heroes of those trashy books you hack out?" He slammed his fist into his opposite palm. "Jesus was Arnie, ever wrong." "Your agent?" What's he got to do with this? He advised me to level with you, to lay all the cards on the table. He said that would be the best way to handle the problem. You talked to your agent about how to handle me? Her voice rose to a shrill note of fury and disbelief. Consider your problem handled, Mr. Pierce. I'll even make your final farewell speech for you. Aiming her index finger at his chest, she said, "Don't call me. Don't come to my house. Make no effort to see me or contact me. You're a prick. You're not a tenth as wonderful as you think you are. I don't ever want to lay eyes on you again." She drew a deep breath before firing the last volley. "Did you get all that, you son of a bitch?" Chapter 29. It was high tide, but Kat sat well away from the foaming surf. Her chin was propped on her raised knees, her arms linked around her legs. She stared at the horizon to which the sun had surrendered, but not without a spectacular fight. The sky was still alight with a vermilion glow that was gradually being relinquished to an encroaching indigo. Sensing someone nearby, she turned and was astonished to see Dean making his way toward her. He dropped down beside her on the sand. When she found her voice, she asked, "How'd you know I was here?" "I called your office in San Antonio this afternoon. Your assistant informed me that you were taking a few days' vacation in Malibu. Were you going to come and go without even notifying me?" "Yes," she replied candidly. "We didn't part on the best of terms." He looked chagrined. "Actually, I called today to apologize. I behaved like an idiot that night at your house. It's water over the dam. Don't worry about it." She sensed him studying her profile. He hesitated, then said, "Forgive me for saying so, but you look a little worse for wear. In fact, you look like death warmed over. Gee, thanks. What'd he do?" When he said nothing, she turned her head. He was frowning at her for playing dumb. She returned her gaze to the waves. "I've slept with him. I guessed as much. So what's the problem? Is there another woman in the picture?" "He claims there's not. I've seen no evidence of one. Dark dealings in his past, something he called garbage, but he wasn't specific. I think it had to do with his resignation from police work. Plain and simple, he courted me, made me want to be with him, but he wants only recreational sex." "And you're still attracted to him?" Cat. The courageous always told the truth no matter how brutal it was, even to her own self-esteem. "I'd be lying if I said no." "I see." He took it one step further. "Are you in love with him?" As though her finger had been pricked, she gave a sharp cry and dropped her forehead onto her knees. Dean said, "I take that as a yes. Does he know?" "God, no. I played the scene well, I think. I gave him a tongue lashing and ordered him out of my house. I even threatened him with my Lalique vase if he didn't leave. I doubt he took the threat of bodily harm seriously, but he left anyway." Raising her head, she stared out across the waves, so steeped in misery that she wasn't aware of the tears on her cheeks. "I'm sorry, Dean. This must be awfully difficult for you. Thank you for listening." He touched the corner of her lips where a tear had found a resting place. "The man's a fool to throw away the chance of having a relationship with you. What more could he want? I doubt Alex knows what he wants. He's restless, searching for something, or running away from it. Possibly. Or maybe he's just innately and unconscionably selfish." Even as she spoke the words aloud, she didn't entirely agree with them. During their night together, Alex had been tender and passionate, and as involved with her fulfillment as with his own, or was she deceiving herself in order to salvage a little pride? Probably. He was very good at charming and disarming. Surely he could take what he wanted from a woman and at the same time make her feel cherished. She rolled back her heels and stared at the toes of her sneakers, thinking back to the instant when she'd first seen him. The chemistry had been instantaneous and explosive, something very powerful and like nothing she'd experienced before. Just thinking about it now made her shiver. "Let's go inside," she said. "I'm getting cold." Sitting at the kitchen bar sipping coffee, Dean said intuitively, "There's more on your mind than this crime novelist. I never could keep a secret from you. You can act convincingly for other people, but I can tell when you're troubled. Something was wrong the night I came to San Antonio. You denied it, but I knew you were lying." When are you going to confide in me, Kat? From the pocket of her sweater, she withdrew 3 envelopes and slid them across the bar to him. You might find these interesting reading. He looked at her curiously, then opened the envelopes and shook out their contents. After reading each of the newspaper clippings several times, he looked up at her, mystified. These were mailed to your home address. The first and second ones came a couple of weeks apart. The third came the day I left. Dean studied the envelopes. These give nothing away except that they bear a San Antonio postmark. 3 transplantees from different areas of the country. 3 bizarre accidental deaths. A fall through a plate glass window, a drowning in an automobile, and a slip of a chainsaw. Jesus. It sounds like a Brian De Palma movie, doesn't it? Guaranteed to raise goosebumps. Dean tossed the clippings onto the bar, his contempt obvious. Some wacko with a macabre sense of humor sent them to you. Yes, that's probably all it is. You don't sound convinced. I'm not. Neither am I, he confessed. Have you showed them to anyone else, Jeff? The first 2. He doesn't know about the third one. What was his opinion? Basically the same as yours, a wacko playing a bad joke. He told me not to worry about them, then in the same breath said that if I received any more, I probably should show them to the police. Have you? No. I've been stalling, hoping for an explanation. I'm sure there's no cause for alarm, Kat. But there's always the possibility that a kook who'd send anonymous messages through the mail is capable of doing something even kookier. I realized that. Beyond frightening her, the clippings had resurrected. Doubts and ambiguities she'd laid to rest long ago. Dean, she began hesitantly, you knew me before my transplant, perhaps better than anyone's known me. You went through the entire ordeal with me. You were around during my highs and when I sank as low as I could sink. Likewise, you knew me equally as well following the transplant. You've literally been there through sickness and in health. If anyone could draw a personality chart on me, it would be you. I follow, but what's your point? Am I different? Her eyes met his directly. What I'm really asking is, did the transplant change me? Yes, before it you were dying, now you're not. That's not what I mean. I know what you mean, he said, matching her impatient tone. You want to know if you underwent a personality change following your transplant, which will lead to the inevitable question, is it possible for character traits of the donor to be transmitted to the recipient via the transplanted heart? Right? She nodded. Dean sighed. You're not seriously giving that bunk any consideration, are you? Is it bunk? Positively. Good God, Kat, be reasonable. Bizarre things happen for which there are no scientific or logical explanations. Not in this instance, he said stubbornly. You're an intelligent woman and probably know more about your anatomy than most students in pre-med. The heart is a pump, a mechanical part of the human body. When it's busted, it can often be repaired or replaced. I've seen countless hearts laid open during surgery. They're made up of tissue. None of them had little pigeonholes where fears and aspirations and likes and dislikes and love and hate were stored. The concept that the heart is a treasure trove of emotion and feeling has inspired some great poetry, but clinically it's total bullshit. However, if these clippings have disturbed you to the point of wanting to locate your donor's family, I'll do all I can to help you. I made it clear that I never wanted to know anything about my donor, she reminded him. Dean was unaware of it, but on the night of her transplant, she had picked up a hint of her heart's origin. She wished she didn't know even that tiny clue, but like a pebble in her shoe, she was constantly aware of it. Recently, it had become even more worrisome. Maybe I should rethink my position, she said reluctantly. He stood up and pulled her into a strong hug. I'm sure these accidents are a wild coincidence. Someone has picked up on it and is playing a cruel prank on you. That's what I told myself after I received the first one, even the second. Then I received the third. That's when I saw something that had previously escaped my notice. Apparently you didn't notice it either. Although I don't know how he could have overlooked something that's significant. He set her away from him. What is it? Look at the dates, Dean. Each of the fatal accidents occurred on the anniversary of the victim's transplant, and she added slowly and quietly, it's also the anniversary date of my transplant.